of our identity and our natural rights. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Libra Son, shout out to Ty Data, shout out to the First American Council. You know what I'm saying? Help draft. I mean, it's my question, guys. They help draft this thing, but yeah, I want to say shout out to Libra Son, big brother Libra Son. We call him the wise man. You know what I mean? Definitely, you know. So yeah, so we're gonna get some credit for this declaration, man. We gotta definitely thank Libra Son, man. So shout out to Libra Son. And everybody, man, that was involved in coming up with it, man. Yeah, Libra Son.
Every time I think about Libra Son, man, you know Libra Son be in the back like a motherfucker, man. And every time he come in, make an appearance, somebody always, it never fails, somebody always assume that this brother is a new nigga. No, nigga, the Kutty is a new nigga. That nigga is an old foundational nigga. I like to keep it $1,000, baby. I do. Shout out to Lee, man. Man, a straight.
What did I say? Mona Pale Joe? Okay, Mona Pale Joe.
What?
Is that Mona Pale Joe?
I don't know, man, but I didn't
No
know.
exception.
I didn't know if you were still live on your channel, so I just went ahead and jumped them motherfuckers off just now, man. I didn't know how you did it, man. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, man, we live on all channels. Shout out to everybody. Yeah, you already know it's the motherfucking GOAT.
It's the GOAT.
Cut. I'm up in this bitch with my brother.
Do I gotta go in the back or get in the audience, man? Like, you know, get to the mix?
Oh, shit. There he go with that bullshit. There he go with that bullshit.
You know, I still got my request, man. Like me, by my OG. Hey, any request too, man, to the DJ, man. Y'all already know, man. $ Kuttack. Tip the DJ, man, and put your request in there, man. Y'all know the playlist and stuff we be playing over here, man. Shout out to all the brothers, man. Shout out to Trey Ali, man, kicking it off a lot of times, man. A lot of people don't know that either, man. So we got to get Trey back over here, man. Yeah, shout out to my brother Trey Ali. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. So
what you trying to hear?
Like me. Got me. Yeah. Hey, man, shout out to everybody, man, tap there, man. Let's get this thing, man. I know I ain't had no coffee yet, Cut. You had your coffee yet? Y'all had y'all coffee? We got Kutty in our cup this morning, man. We got to get it turned up, Cut.
You killing me.
Putting my feet right now, man. Let's get it going, man. Shout out to D-Town. And that's Dallas, Texas. Shout out to Detroit, too. And all other D-Towns out there. Davenport, Dover.
Yo. Let's finish this. Let's finish the declaration. Here we go. It's almost done. Here we go. Declaration. Here we go. No exceptions.
Article 6. All Aborigine, man, woman, or child have a natural right to protect themselves in any circumstances, and any attempt to deny this right will be dealt with in the most severe manner possible unless deemed otherwise by the appropriate council. No exceptions. Article 7. No Aborigine man, woman, or child will be enumerated, taxed, or brought into any other judicial or administrative body other than an Aboriginal council. No exceptions. Article 8. No Aborigine man, woman, or child are part of any so-called sovereign citizen or extremist group or movement of any kind, and any attempt by any individual, group, organization, or governmental agency to connect us to any will be considered a hate crime and defamation. No exceptions. Article 9. All Aborigine men, women, and children are free, born living beings and cannot be considered, identified, or treated as property or dead by the U.S. government or any other entities anywhere on land, air, or body of water. No exceptions. Article 10. No Aborigine men, women, and children can be used as debt or collateral by the U.S. government or any other entities anywhere on any land, air, or body of water. No exceptions. Article 11. We, as the original and Aborigine peoples of the so-called Americas, retain all rights to any and all resources that we deem necessary to sustain life, liberty, and the development of our people in any and all regards, without obstruction, harassment, or oversight by any entity other than an Aboriginal council. No exceptions.
Free Jazzy Tuck. Yo, Genie.
Council. No exceptions.
OG like me, yeah. I'm him, yeah. I'm me, yeah. Here's a little something about an OG like me. South Dallas, Bun Ton, Bear Street, Door Street, yeah. Here's a little something about an OG like me. East Side, Rep City, East 21st Street, yeah. Here's a little something about an OG like me. Got the mind of a genius, but I'm straight face. Yeah. First thing I like to say is rest in peace, Pokey. Heard a lot about me, baby, you don't really know me. Talk a lot of this and that, but boy, you gotta show me. I ain't looking for nobody, pay me if you owe me. Make a lot of sense, everybody gotta listen. Rock with Donald Trump, why? Cause I'm a politician. Never did a lot of wishing, but I did a lot of whipping. Whole lot of dollar getting, pressing potty in my kitchen. In the world about to end, don't nobody give a damn. Everybody is a go, but they ain't messing with the ram. And these ladies love my flow, cause they know he's so real. You can call me Michael James or Jacoby O'Neal. Hey, here's a little story about an OG like me, yeah. I'm him, yeah. I'm me, yeah. Here's a little story about an OG like me. Never told on the soul, not you, not me. Maybe at the gym, jumping out the gym, shining like a gym. Move a lot, but I ain't at the gym. I ain't getting trimmed, and I ain't getting slim. Hey, I be hitting Kylie if I ain't hitting Kim. Oh yeah, but I be damned if I ain't getting trimmed. I ain't the best rapper, cause I ain't Eminem. Best producer, Dr. Dre, Corey, Mo, and Timberland. Hey, industry. Trying to make us feminine, trying to turn our men to women, trying to make our women men. Giving killers all the power, false courage for the cowards. Be the same boy they caught in bed with the White House. Puff Daddy in the shower with the pills and the powder. It's 100 ghetto kids getting shot every hour. Hit a certain tax bracket, here come the Illuminati. Cause the Christian Jews and Aki still work for the Anunnaki. Hey, certain tax bracket, here come the Illuminati. Cause the Christian Jews and Aki still work for the Anunnaki. Hey, certain tax bracket, here come the Illuminati. Cause the Christian Jews and Aki still work for the Anunnaki. Hey, certain tax bracket, here come the Illuminati. Cause the Christian Jews and Aki still work for the Anunnaki.
It's the dope. Cut, you kill them.
Yeah, my tribe I for mine, so what's happening? Government and all y'all cross the line, so what's happening? All my ancestors wouldn't like you cross the line, so what's happening? We original, y'all lying. I do this for my niche, my niche, my niche, my niche, oh yeah, my niche, my niche, my niche. I do this for my niche, my niche, my niche, my niche, my niche, my niche, my niche. I do this for my niche. Should've left me where I was, cause I ain't never scared. Took that little ice off my neck for this Earl head. Yeah, my nation, my niche, someone thorough said. Real Americans, still pure blood, we
Jen Marte.
I'm like, let my people go and just take me instead. When it's bread up, only choosing bread. I'm always my people, you can keep that bread. I'm government on a trail, you can keep that bread. It's one thing Jim Crow is showing me. I don't want no white folks ruling over me. I don't want no politicians ruling over me. I don't want no pole ruling over me. Only somebody just like me gon' treat me like me. I'm Iron Wire Cherokee, Chief and Dr. G.L.E. I'm Killer G like this too. You might not be as G as me. Think you free, but you need remedy to be as free as me. I'm from the hood, I'm still waking up my people. They got us good, they still hating on my people. When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to dancing, the whole world wanna be like us. Foreigners are doing everything, trying to weaken us. Sports, y'all can't fuck with us. Rhythm, know we killing y'all. Anything involve a ball. Mentally, we figured out the cosmos. After all, inventing shit, we smashing y'all. It's time to take this asking y'all. White spot blood after all. Vatican and the Smithsonian got all our shit. Artifacts and relics still keeping us away from it. When they say that was a long time ago, that's racist shit. Y'all holy land keep stolen shit. We don't need y'all holding it. Reverse engineering our technology, controlling it. Gave it everything you got, but you can't put no soul in it. I ain't gon' see the new matrix cause I'm living it. Everything is not what it seems, but I'm killing it. Can you afford to pay attention who you living with? Yeah, they try to mandatory vax, but is you getting it? Fall back off my knees, I'm peeping y'all tactics. This ain't no earth war, this shit is galactic. Goddesses and gods warming up like practice. We gon' put arrows on your chest like that. Lords can't style like us, them fake natives ain't wild like us. They ain't got a soul, destiny as a child like us. Nobody pop wild like us, nobody peace pop like us. Boxing, y'all can't fight like us, nobody lost their wall like us. Wake 'em up, I'm in the way. Say too much, I'm in the way. They tryna kill us anyway, so listen what I'm finna say. Everybody got kids, we raised y'all anyway. Listen, I'm finna say, everybody ain't here to stay. I'm a wild Indian, ain't no in between. I'm a non-ether being, not a human being. Fucking 1492, but all my allies what it do. Renegade got clips today, be careful, I advise you to. Yeah, my tribe are out for mine, so what's happening? Silver million, now y'all cross the line, so what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like you cross the line, so what's happening? We original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy.
Man, it forget to be aboriginal. 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 Man, it forget to be
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy.
Cut, you killing them.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy.
Man, it forget to be aboriginal. Man, it forget to be aboriginal.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy.
Man, it forget to be aboriginal. Man, it forget to be aboriginal.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy.
Man, it forget to be aboriginal. 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 Man, it forget to be aboriginal.
Exes ain't the same no more, don't give a fuck about they name no more.
Man, it forget to be aboriginal. 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 I'm from the hood, I'm still waking up my people.
That's right.
When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us.
How you gonna refute that? How?
I'm from the hood, I'm still waking up my people.
That's right.
When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us.
How you gonna refute that? How?
I'm from the hood, I'm still waking up my people.
That's right.
When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us.
How you gonna refute that? How?
Man, it forget to be aboriginal. 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 When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us. To be aboriginal. Man, it forget to be aboriginal. Man, it wanna be like us.
How you gonna refute that? How?
Man, it forget to be aboriginal. 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 Man, it forget. Man, it forget to be aboriginal. 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 When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us.
It's the go. Cut, you killing them.
That shit sounded crazy. That shit sounded great. That shit sounded crazy. That shit sounded crazy. That shit sounded crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Shout out to DjKuttack, man, the best to do it, man.
had to get our intro in there. Yeah, man. It's
Yeah,
hard.
that's what you did there.
It's real in the field, man. Hard in the yard, man. It's shit happening out this bitch, dog.
Mm-hmm.
It's shit happening out this bitch. But yeah, man, I did want you to fill the brothers and sisters in on that declaration. Like I said, I play it all the time, but I don't really give it its proper due. You know what I'm saying? I be trying to give them the real context. You know what I'm saying? But it'd be hard without all the super information because it goes into depth. There's a lot of time y'all put into that stuff.
Yeah, man. Like I said, man, it's self-explanatory. It tells you what it was about and what it's for. It's for us. You know what I mean? Going back to the social engineering and all the misclassifications and all these other things or whatever socialize us away from who we are as a people. You know what I mean? So even going to the concept of black, you know what I mean? If y'all allow other people to call y'all black, just think about it. Like, what they're saying to you. So if you openly, like, it's a thing. It's a real thing. They just try it in your real life. Like, apply some of the stuff. Like, a lot of stuff these niggas be talking about, like, you can't really apply it to real life. You know what I mean? It's just fantasy island talk. But some shit, if there's a psychological warfare that's been waged against you, right? And if you could stop it from happening to you, and you see it in real time, right? Say, man, and you don't have to be hostile. Just whatever your personality is, whatever it is with you. But if somebody, you pull their coattails, hey, look, outside of you. Hey, like the dude that's calling himself, I'm a black nigger, that guy, right? Remember him? Just singing, anybody outside of us call you black, right? And you just say, hey, look, check this out. I respectfully would ask for you not to refer to me as being black, right? If they need any explanation, then you could politely explain to them that black and white is a part of a racist construction. It's a caste system. You can get into that. It depends on their level of understanding. If they don't understand, then it's just, hey, man, it offends me to call me something like that. And instantaneously, while you're saying that you're taking that weapon away in this psychological, whether they were using it as a weapon against you, whether they know they're using it as a weapon against you, is immaterial. I was listening to the conversation that Tariq was having with some of those people, because I can guarantee you I probably fell asleep when we first played that too, and that's why I played out. Yeah.
Did you say something about my man? Here we go.
Oh, you got. Yeah.
Hey. That's right.
I like to interview this guy. Everybody. I want to interview everybody though. Y'all know that. These people be scared.
Hey, I got his contact. I got his contact. His contact, man. All you have to do is go where you go get your sweets in backwoods, man. He right there.
There's people over there. Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh man, I'm retarded as shit. Oh man.
But seriously though, going back to black though, Cut, like, and you been up in Kansas, right? So you experience a lot of pale people, you know what I mean? And so pale people say, hey, you're black, right? Without you even having, once you take the black away, hey, that's racist and it's offensive to me, not to the world, Craig. Only speak for you at that moment, because you can't speak for everybody else at that moment. Only speak for your motherfucking ass, right? And if they're respectful, they'll say, "I respect that, and I will not call you that no more." And you're gonna see instantaneously that you automatically take other weapons away, like white. If you're not black, they're not white. If they're not white, you're not black. It's just a racist system. Why would we use something like that? Why would anybody want to use it? Especially after you told them, "Hey, look, this is a part of this system. Are you racist?" You should see their face. They'd be like, "Oh, no. Okay. I could deal with being prejudiced, but I'm not dealing with racism. Racism is fake. It's a system. It's a system that only inferior people would create." See what I'm saying? Degenerates. It's a pale degenerate system. Okay, we don't call it a white supremacy. Tariq, another thing I push back on. Like I said, he liked to believe that he coined the term, saying supremacy and all that, pale, all that shit, right? And no, pale degeneracy. And if you think about it, that is absolutely what it is. And if you address it as that, a system that's degenerate, it's not a system of it's not nothing it wouldn't be a power, because you wouldn't be having to cheat. You wouldn't have to do all the bullshit you do. So I just want to point that out, man. Cut, when you get started. Yeah, black is a problem, especially outside of us. Like, hey, we can deal with it internally. You know what I mean? And we know who we talking about. We call each other nigga. You know what I'm saying? We know the tonality of it. You know what I'm saying? So, but black is an issue. Because if you say, well, why don't people like black theaters or black this or black businesses, black that, black, because it's the tonality. It's a curse. And it doesn't matter because people believe in curses. I don't believe in shit. Nothing. It don't affect me at all. I don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I don't.
I'm about to fuck with you now. You want to fuck with you?
I'm not. Hey, no trigger today. Hey, Bronze, I'm not getting triggered.
You're not gonna get triggered. Okay,
no, I'm not getting triggered today.
Let's venture in East Jackson, Ohio, around Rootwords neck of the woods. Let's go. God damn it.
I see this.
Well, my name is Roberta Jeanette Orler, but I go by Bird for a nickname. I've lived here all my life. On my job that I had worked at, they took me to be white. And my best friend, she took me to be white. She was shocked when I told her I'm not white. I am black. I am a black person. And it was, well, you're not that. You think you are. No, I know I am. I was raised that way. But I was also raised, as Mom would say, it doesn't matter what color your skin is. We all serve one God. Now, as you know, this is my home. Over here is my daughter's home, Jessica.
Okay, yeah.
Everybody else see here?
Oh my God. I'm a retard. Hey, no, man. But I do, man. I just was playing, man. But real talk, man. Have you ever heard of Trans Visibility Day?
Excuse you? Say that again?
Trans Visibility Day.
No. And I kind of don't want to hear about it. Like it kind of feels like I shouldn't need to know about this right now.
You might as well.
Man, shout out to my guy Wack 100, man. I ain't gonna lie, I want to hold y'all up, man. I fuck with Wack, man.
Hey,
I fuck with Wack, man. Yeah, shout out to Wack, man. That guy is a genius.
Yeah.
Huh?
I see where he was on Adam 22 with his daughter, man, and this prankster white dude that be talking about boy to all the niggas all the time came in that motherfucker talking about boy. And the way that nigga handled that, I like that, man. Shout out to Wack. Shout out to Wack. But anyway, Trans Visibility Day.
I feel like I'm getting pranked right now when you say that.
No, nigga. No.
Yeah, I think I'm getting pranked right now.
It's a prank on the world. Yeah, quite frankly. It's a prank on the world. It's a prank on the world. Easter is now known as official holiday is Trans Visibility.
What?
Yes, but Joe Biden has officially made Easter Trans Visibility Day. So this is the day that all trans come out dressed in their most flamboyant whatevers, and come on out and get some Easter eggs with the children.
I said I wasn't gonna get triggered, man. I said I was gonna get triggered. I said that, right? I'm just a little like that. It's cocked. It's like, yo, bro, that's crazy, man.
Look, cheap holiday. I got it. All you have to do is just avoid my old little bullshit, just like this white man avoid the bullshit. Just follow his lead. Follow his lead. Just don't even touch it. Just don't even touch it. Follow his lead.
Yeah, I'm triggered. What the fuck?
Do you see that? You see, he wouldn't even walk up the steps. That nigga slid up the handrails. I'm saying, hey man, don't even touch it. You don't have to touch it. Look at it. Check him out. Little man avoids rainbow stairs. Just avoid the conversation, nigga. Let's go.
Hey man, what in the name of NAMBLA is this?
These some stairs.
Where's this at, man?
Man, I don't even know what this is.
Let me guess. San Francisco.
Let me see. Flag.
Look like San Fran architecture. Like the highest hills. Houses be right on the hills, yeah. Don't know. I bet it's San Fran.
Oh shit. That was an Australian man. He's like, man, I ain't walking up them stairs.
That's crazy.
You see that? Australian man.
Hey, bro, that's crazy. That's next level crazy.
It's in the University of New South Wales, in Sydney, Australia.
Wow.
Hey man, you said you wasn't gonna get triggered. All you had to do is just go ahead and avoid it, just like my man did. Hold up.
That's how this community got to be mixed with white and black. It was.
Hold on. So,
see, look, trigger.
I'm not triggered. No, I'm not triggered, but I do got to touch on something though, right? So when we talk about pale degeneracy, right? Is she, if we were even thinking about evolution, would she be evolving or would she be going the opposite direction? Devolving. That's question you cut.
Hey, hold up, man. Listen, hey, man. I know this is April Fool's Day, but look, I never play that April Fool's trick shit, nigga. Because when you out here just telling lies, you just telling lies.
It's just a lie.
Oh, April Fool, no, nigga, you just lied, motherfucker. That's it.
That's a fact.
So nah, man, play no April Fool's, man. You know what I'm saying? So hey, everything all about real shit. So if a motherfucker sliding up the stairs to avoid the stairs, it's okay. Now look, trans Day, Trans Visibility Day is now becoming Easter. Easter is a government holiday for trans people called Trans Visibility Day on Easter. A lot of people's upset.
Wait. Since Easter changes up, so are they going to change their day up just so it'll be with Easter, or they just have a certain day? That'll be my question, y'all goofy motherfuckers. Cause see what I'm saying? Like, avoid it. No, this is a simple question. That's simple. Are y'all gonna, the people who came up with this, all the days on the planet, they gonna want to do it on Easter? But Easter changes, as y'all know, it changes. Do they change? Is my only question to y'all. If it does, then that means that you are specifically targeting this day that's supposed to be for babies.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and that's why a lot of the people is calling it blasphemy. He's not getting, man. This motherfucker Joe Biden, boy, I swear to God. Look, do you understand? Just the other day, these motherfuckers is, man. Go. Can I give you a special shout out, my brother? I think it's necessary. In fact, I know it's necessary. I know it's necessary. I know it's necessary. You know, because, of course, my nigga had to, go do what he got to do. Nigga, we fill in the gap. Nigga, when I got to do, my nigga fill in the gap. Nigga, that's what we do, right? And that's a testament. That's a testament. And if we didn't fill in the gap like we did, man, goddamn it.
It's the go. Cut. You killing
them. We couldn't say that we was on it for our people like we've been on it for our people. Now motherfuckers come up in here talking about, man, all y'all do is talk, nigga. If we didn't talk, nigga, you wouldn't know nothing. So shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Nigga, check this out. This is what's crazy. We just started doing this shit, nigga, and didn't know that we was gonna be leaders in this shit. Check this shit out, nigga.
Now memory lane. It wasn't so long ago that President-elect Joe Biden sat before the Miss Leadership of the Black community on a Zoom meeting right before he was going to go into the White House, and he said this. Check it out.
This country is doomed. It is doomed, not just because of African Americans, but because by 2040, this country is going to be minority white European. Minority white European. And you're going to start working more with Hispanics. Who make up a larger portion of the population than y'all do.
Hear me? So y'all heard him tell them, y'all gonna have to learn how to get along with the Hispanics because
if we didn't do what we did like we do it, we couldn't be like, yo, man, we bring our people to news first. Now, you gotta understand, that feels good, dog, to be like talking to the people, bringing news to people, and then we actually watch like months later, motherfuckers report the news that we reported months ago. Like, yo, that shit, that mean we on the cutting edge and we delivering shit to our people at a better rate than other people are getting it. So, man, shout out to us, man. Oh, nigga, I'm about to get the sad music. Nigga, I thought that was smoke signal in here.
It's the go. Cut. You
killing them.
Yeah. Hey, man. Shout out to Phil Advise. I mean, this is on his network, and I don't know this sister right here, but shout out to her. You know what I mean, and shout out to all the sisters that put in work. You know what I mean, in this too, because a lot of times I don't know if the guys. You know what I'm saying, like we don't focus on that as much. I think we should. We need to balance it out a little bit, but. Yeah, this is just a response to what you're saying. I mean, bro, like somebody got to do it, no? Like, you know what I mean? Like when we talking about, like when we talking about this COINTELPRO stuff, you know, and I notice a lot of people don't steal that. And I get it. I understand it's hard. It's tough. You don't, you know. I get it. but it's happening. It's happening right in front of our face, and I can't wait to people like Phil and platforms that reach a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? Start picking up on it because it needs to be said, bro. Like we gotta this stuff has to be exposed in these schools, in these community centers, all the funding that that comes through Open Society, what they're doing. We have to expose this. Okay. We have to expose this. And, once again, it goes down to the street level. As you guys seen from the grid stuff, once again, Kutt, that was something that we dropped. And y'all know we didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Y'all got to follow me. You feel me? I don't, anybody playing with the streets and them people at the same time is dangerous. Y'all follow me? Y'all understand? So some of us play by certain, abide by the rules and the guidelines. Those things is over. So for me, that's why I'm a part of the Unsullied. You know what I'm saying? Feel me? Me and Kutt them little uniforms. You know what I'm saying, Kutt? They don't know about the Game of Thrones. If y'all know about the Game of Thrones, then y'all know what I'm talking about. But yeah, hey, Kutt, movie night. This weekend, what we got?
I want to do.
I don't know. I got a few ideas, but just getting it together, man. Getting y'all together. This weekend. I think it's gonna be great.
Hey, we got to do a part 2. Nigga.
Part 2 of what?
You ain't gonna want to hear it, nigga. You want to see it? We're gonna have to do a part 2, my nigga. I promise you, we got to do a part 2 now. Here we go.
I can't see it straight, man.
Oh, it's all good.
Oh no. That's old boy right there. Yeah, he trying to
nigga, they all over that nigga. Hey, look, everybody's now on to that motherfucking youth engagement cadet, the grid program. All of them is a part of that grid program, brother. All of them.
Who's on? Hold on.
Yeah, they said 60s, man. It's crazy. That's what they say. I don't know. Yes. Hey,
I don't get into other people's politics. So
we talking about COINTELPRO and and shit like that, man. This is the tip of the apple. But I don't know, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying we had to do a little bit more research and figure out what's going on, man. We may have to do another part 2 because it's ever evolving, allegedly. So with that being said, I want everybody in y'all lives to recognize and realize that all things can be avoided if you just take the time and just don't touch it.
Can't touch it. Hey, yo, so listen. So young men, young women, stay out them streets.
Out them streets.
It ain't worth it.
It ain't worth it in them streets.
Not worth it. Tell y'all.
Now, I want to explain to y'all. I seen a video, and I want y'all to tell me if this is pretty much. I like young people. Young people are pretty fucking smart. This is probably why the nation state of Israel is talking about the number one problem with them is the younger generation, because they're waking up and finding out what's going on at an earlier rate than even us. You know what I'm saying? So look at this. Check this out. This is called Taxes Explained. Let's go.
So you gonna take 40% of my paycheck in taxes? Most definitely. And then after you tax my check, you gonna tax me on anything I spend with the money left from my check that you already taxed. Oh, you getting it now? You this close You this close to getting ready to chase the American dream. So let me get this shit straight. Bitch, you gonna tax my whole check. Give me what's left. Then I'm gonna spend that on something. And you're gonna tax me again for spending money that was already taxed. And after I buy something, I have to pay taxes on that. Or else you're gonna take it from me because I didn't pay taxes. Yes, and if you do that real hard and just pull up on your bootstraps with all your might, you will make it in this country. Bro, that sounds like some fucking bullshit. If I gotta pay taxes on anything that exists forever, anytime, always, every day, or else I fucking get my shit took or go to prison, do I own anything? No, y'all don't own shit. It's just a big lending system. We own everything and we just sell you the illusion that you got something. You don't have shit. Miss a tax payment. I'm taking that.
Hello, everyone.
So you gonna...
That nigga said, miss a tax payment, and I'm taking that shit.
That's crazy.
Hey, that is.
I mean, y'all know what I say every day, man. Get y'all hands out of our pockets. That would change America, which would change the world. Like, that's something simple. Oh, you want crime down? Then get y'all hands out of our pockets and then give us our restitution. Simple.
Nah, crime works.
And stop attacking the American people socially, politically, economically every day. Hey, listen, we don't fight the economic warfare at all. To where I see it, matter of fact, we are participating in the economic warfare that's been waged against us in the past 110, 20 years. If somebody can tell me something else, show me. So if you can show me something else that's more important than that, then I don't know. If we're not focused on economics, we're not focused on wealth, we ain't talking power. If you're talking religious and you're from any perspective, right, and it's attached to them, you're not talking power. You might be talking a little wealth, but you're definitely not talking power for the people. So yeah,
yeah,
taxes are bad. You know what I mean? Just across the board. Shout out to the state of Delaware once again, man. You know, there's no state tax over there.
No,
like you want to buy like a major purchase, or something like that, like a computer, TV, something like that. Whatever, you go to Delaware, get it, ride back over to Philly or Jersey or Maryland. Shout out to Delaware, man. Yeah, man, had a great time, man. Learned a lot.
No shit.
We outside. Hey, so Kutt. So taxes, yeah. So y'all know that Delaware is supposed to be the first state, right? So why is it no tax? Oh yeah, Delaware is the first state. Did you know also that Delaware, the state that Joe Biden come from, is majority American Negroes? Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that either.
Me neither. Hey y'all, I wonder I had a culture shock. Like, what's happening around here? Yeah. Huh?
Is that why you
had some crazy footage, man? Yeah. I stumbled up on a bootleg ball. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll be having some crazy adventures, man. If I had a cameraman follow me, it'd be crazy. I'll be like, yeah, I gotta tell you about it though. It was really interesting. Yeah, Delaware's crazy. Yeah, peace to everybody, man. Good. So that's this first state, and they don't charge. There's no taxes. How does that work?
I don't know.
And then you also know this is where a lot of corporations incorporate in the state of Delaware, huh?
Is Delaware where Biden from?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And you know, the people on the ground, man, overwhelmingly, you got some people that obviously fuck with him, but for the most part, man, people on the ground, like they've had a sample size since the 70s. You know what I'm saying, of this guy, and so they know who he is. You know what I mean? So shout out to Wilmington, man. Shout out to Dover, man. Shout out to Delaware, man. In general, man. Shout out to everybody over there, man. Doing that thing, man. Yeah.
No doubt.
Time your boy beard up. I got up out of there. Hey,
you just enlightened me. You was like, yo, there's a lot of niggas in Delaware, and I wouldn't have never thought it. Just like people in Delaware would be like, man, I've never thought there was some niggas in Kansas, Missouri.
Right. When you get there, you see all these niggas. You're like, wait, what happened? Once again, we have, you know, when you see these Shot the Truth, we were talking about just illusions. When we see these football, Kansas versus Kansas State, all you see is, you know what I mean? And so you think, damn, when you get to Kansas, you don't see. St. Louis niggas want their cornerback. What you talking about, man? Y'all was tweaking out here. Hey, but no, I really had a culture shock, man. Real talk. But you guys, the same mentality, the same mindset, and the same system of economics. Fuck all the other stuff. I'm only focused on economics. Until we get that right, we can talk about all the other stuff later. Economics, finance, building. We got to start. You know, like I said, in the DuPont building, that's where the DuPonts, they basically like the DuPonts own basically Delaware, right? And I was thinking to myself, like, how did we let some people come from another place, not only come and economically position themselves, but, well, I guess that kind of tells us how they put themselves in position because they did it politically, correct? Everybody, we all. Don't fuck up. Because I know, shout out to Big Dog, you know, people be like, man, don't participate in their system. But the system, you're participating in the system at some point because you live in the municipalities and they're using your money and certain things or whatever. So you have to be involved. And it's not just about voting, because you don't have to vote to be involved. So that's the thing. It has nothing to do with this. This is business. And we're not participating in this business. And they need us. So a state like Delaware is a small state, right? It's a majority niggas. So you shouldn't tell me that there's you know, mayors, governors should be Negroes, correct? From Delaware. Who would take care of people from Delaware? Correct? State of Mississippi, where I'm from, majority niggas. But all I hear, oh, it's dangerous. Niggas killing niggas. Who's running for governor of these states? Why do we accept it? See, we worried about the president, what Trump and him gonna do. What about these governors who, right? How did this happen? How did these people become governors? And once they put themselves into these executive positions, to put their cousins and everybody else in positions. This is not what Nikki Haley I'm doing. Like, come on, y'all, like, pay attention. Meanwhile, we're not even running for governor. Man, let's talk about it. Hey, Cut, you got about, I need like 5 minutes to get this coffee. Hey, man, do us a favor, y'all. Like, share, subscribe, man. Support the channel. We appreciate all the love we get over here, man. Especially people that do it anonymously, man. We appreciate you guys. Yeah. Shout out to everybody that support us, man. Like I said, just sharing it with your relatives, man. You know what I mean? What you say, Cut?
I was just shouting out. Go ahead, bro. Please.
So you don't never know what you're gonna get. You know what I'm saying? The Kutty UnKutt live. You know what I'm saying? I never know what y'all gonna see over here, bro. Yeah, because Cut be bringing some shit. But
Man, engineer, I'm gonna bring tomorrow morning. I'm gonna bring this engineer, and this engineer is breaking down how bridges are made and how they always monitor weak points and shit like that, and how this particular boat was not an accident. It hit the number one weakest point of the whole bridge. It was not an accident. It was so super strategic and very, very accurate. He said, super accurate. It's like he said, it's like trying to throw a hair through the eye of a needle, and they did it.
That's crazy.
Whole bridge. So to think that it was an accident is a 1 in a billion chance.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Throwing a hair through an eye of a needle.
That's crazy, bro. I mean, it's possible, especially if you got that hair and you could just do, you know what I mean? Feel me? And so they're saying that it had to be that planned and precise. It would be a hair through a needle. That's crazy. But what?
Up all the evidence.
But if the media covers it up and they don't talk about it no more, and Joe Biden said, we're just going to hear him pay everybody. They don't talk about it no more, right? Ain't nobody going to say nothing. What they going to do? And then the people, everybody, there's criminal conspiracy. What did I say, the Biden crime family? What are we talking about right now? Is this real?
No, man, listen. Hey, man, listen. I'm about to play that how Joe Biden done sold Easter, gave Easter away. But no, man, look, this is the thing. The whole cockpit of that boat got set on fire, right? They can't find the crew, right? Number one. Number two, the whole ship was filled to the rim with super highly toxic, hazardous biomaterial. So they can't even really do what they need to really do. It's a contaminated area.
Is it in the water?
What?
The chemicals. Of course it's in the water, right?
We don't know what spilled, what the damage to the ship was. All we know is they can't, that's hazardous. They can't just rush up in there, is what I'm saying. They can't just rush up in there.
What happened?
What do you mean what happened?
What's on the screen right here?
What's on what screen?
What
are you talking about this?
This banner right here. What is happening?
I don't even know. Oh, Tasco's banner. I don't know what she said. I highlighted. I just wanted to make sure it was. Oh yeah, you funny. This nigga.
Get out of here.
How'd you highlight Jack? I don't know what the fuck. I ain't read none of that shit. My bad, dog. What the fuck this nigga say? Oh man, I didn't read that shit. I thought that shit said Chief Holiday.
Hey, listen, man. That little boy is a fan. Leave him alone, sir. He is a fan over here. You know what I'm saying? This little boy is a fan. You know what I mean, sir? Don't pay that guy no attention. So, back to the information, right? So taxes. So we know they know what it looked like, how not to tax the Negroes or tax anybody. Right? So they understand that. They know what that looks like. There's a whole state, and there's other states, but this is a whole state right here. That you buy something, and this is lovely. It'd be like when you see $2.99 right there, and then you get to the counter, and then you give them $3. You're like, keep the change. It ain't like $3.79 after that. You know what I'm saying? It was $2.99. You got to get them $2.99. It just makes you feel a little better though that you don't have to pay taxes. Shout out to state of Delaware, man. It makes you feel better that you don't have to pay taxes.
Shout out to the state of Delaware, right? Is that what you said?
Critics say Biden and the woke mob are taking a swipe at Christians this Easter. This year, Easter Sunday falls on Transgender Visibility Day, which is traditionally on March 31st. But this year, not only did Fairfax County, Virginia, make an official proclamation for Easter Sunday, so did President Biden. Biden was the first president ever to issue an official proclamation for Transgender Day of Visibility, and this was back in 2021. And in his proclamation this year, he said, quote, "Today we send a message to all transgender Americans. You are loved, you are heard, you are understood, you belong, you are America, and my entire administration and I have your back." The Fairfax County Board making a similar proclamation this week.
I'm just very happy that we're recognizing a community that has too often been pushed into the shadows and celebrating yet another community within our diverse tapestry here in Fairfax County.
Fallen demons. Let's go.
Okay, so this day actually goes back to 20.
Nah, it goes back to 2021 when it fell into the same day. And Biden the other day made it to where Easter and Trans Visibility Day is one and the same day moving forward.
Man. So, yo. Okay, so wait. No. So what I heard right there is that Easter just happened to fall on, because remember, Easter changes on the 31st.
Right.
All right. So what I heard is they making every day Visibility Day. You know what I'm saying? Not just Easter, it just happened to fall on Easter. Yeah, that's what I heard. I didn't hear what y'all heard. That's what I heard.
They said it just so happened that it fell into a couple years ago, fell into the day of
Can't touch it.
And now that the other day, being that happened, he made a proclamation stating and making that Easter and Trans Visibility Day be one and the same day moving forward.
Interesting. Then once again, that's every day for us. That's what I heard. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all can hear whatever y'all heard. This is what it is. But man, listen, I don't know where are they doing this at this point. We are desensitized. It's over. Like ain't nobody. It's like, oh, y'all gonna be shocked? Y'all see? At this point right now, it's like, man, you see women and you got to be like, damn, she got a little too much hair on her chin. Is this you know what I mean? Damn, she a little tall. Damn, her hands big. Damn. And now we questioning women. So now it's not, we're not even, well, it's bro, like, it's not even, my dear, like, we're desensitized to this. So I don't know why they keep pushing as if somebody's doing something to, you know what I'm saying? Or discriminating or anything. Like, these people have jobs. Like, what the hell is going on? Like, what are they forcing? Like, what's been forced here?
Man, that ain't the play. Ain't nobody doing nothing to them people, but they say it is so they can get maximum gain. It ain't nothing happening. They're just, hey, being hurt, give us some more. Hey, they don't like us, give us some more. Hey, you looked at me funny. Please give us some more.
Bro, but just the same thing, that the stuff that he just said, that Biden said, you're loved, you're heard, and all this bullshit. That's the same bullshit, bro. It's the civil rights bullshit. Stop it.
man. And I'm gonna tell you, dog.
You ain't done enough, bro.
Understand? Listen, I have to be real. And I'm gonna be controversial, and I'm gonna get my motherfucking shit out here. Y'all ready for it? I'm gonna give it to you now. I get my motherfucking X-File music on right now, but I dare to say this right now, man. Hey, man, with all these goddamn flags that came out between now and all, and since Obama left, man, I'm gonna be for real. Man, maybe there was some shit to that motherfucking Pizzagate bullshit that was going on. Like I said, I don't know.
You got kids, you don't look. That's crazy. That's crazy.
You know what
I'm kids be with their uncle or Bronco or a Brister. What's that? Uncle Mister? What's that on the Cleveland show? Dude is the auntie. That's a dude. Yeah.
Downtown today for the Gender Day of Visibility rally. It was happening earlier. Organizers say in the last few years, attacks on the rally. It was happening earlier.
A whole bunch of old lonely ass bitches, motherfuckers never want to fuck with. Whole bunch of motherfucking men that just is so Duncan Hines moist, nigga, loose noodle style like a ramen noodle trying to stand up after being bored.
Hey, Cut. This is just a quick question. Are these men that's supposed to be women right here? What is happening?
Listen,
I think these. Huh?
Listen. The fact that you had to ask that just showed the level of ineptitude, and that's a problem because I don't know either.
Right, but I'm saying though, like, you know how they can say, "Hey, this is a transgender thing," and it's not just for them. I thought they were part of a community, the LGBTQ community, right? So that's lesbians too, right? Like, you see what I'm saying? I think it's kind of, hold on, like, I don't know, if we can talk to a lesbian woman to ask them their opinion on men that are trying to be women, because those are two different things as far as sexuality, blah 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 blah. So when they're showing these parades and stuff and saying, "Hey, this is for Trans Visibility Day," wouldn't it be visibility for all people like that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand why specifically are picking transgenders out of the situation. Just me, because like I said, it's all, I don't understand this, because all these are women. All these are not men, bro. That's crazy.
I don't know what this is. I don't know what this, man. Look, man.
And these are men that are just not. They're just whatever. You know what I'm saying? They're on the mushroom, right? So that's okay to be who you are. That's not. What's the problem? I don't understand. See, that flag right there don't just represent the transgenders, though. That's my point.
Right.
So why?
Look, Chief, you're absolutely right. This is some mixed bag catch-all.
Right,
some bad stuff, man. There's some pretty bad stuff, man. It's pretty concerning. Not bad, but it's concerning to say the least. Chief, you about to go get some?
We got young men. And young women that we are still raising, y'all, in this environment. So we have to be careful, because once again, they shouldn't be insensitive to the neighbors and people like that or whatever. But we got to keep it real. We got to teach our people what it is. Like I said, I'm pro everybody. I'm pro life first. So that's just my take. I'll be right back.
Hey man, hold up. I got to be real. This is the revenge of the nerds, man. Let's go.
This is stupid.
Straight up, nigga. This is the revenge of the nerds. But anyway, man, shit, I'm gonna go on in and move on past it. Let me get it up. Let's go. Let's go with the show.
Oh, why are you only getting? Be a woman was just sentenced to 6 years according to science. Resurrection Day. Now, Got a lot of stuff to cover, pretty wild stuff. Let's first start off with this. And there's been a lot of discussion about CERN over the years. But CERN, discovery of a 4D phantom in CERN's super proton synchrotron revealed by scientists. According to scientists at CERN, a mysterious entity was detected inside their particle collider. Physicists claim they have captured and calculated the characteristics of a ghost-like structure, an invisible entity that they can alter the paths of particles. Wow. So if you don't,
what the fuck did they just? Did they just admit that they fucking around and caught a ghost? Did they just admit that they caught a fucking ghost? Because y'all don't understand, man. Well, I don't want to say that because y'all were very much so smarter than me. Visionary 9. Shout out to you, brother. I ain't never seen you before. Say something else and I'll give you a mod, man. You know what I'm saying? But we live in what's known as a 3-dimensional plane. And we're separated from what I was told. I don't know shit, you know, but we're separated by the veils. And the veils separate each dimension. 4D, 3D, 2D, all the way up to 7D. If this shit's true, I don't know. I just know what people say. Now, if based off of what they say, and these motherfuckers fucking with this CERN and ripping the veil between dimensions, did these motherfuckers snatch a motherfucking soul that passed away? Is that what they said? Y'all just like, stop playing. Let me see. Hold up. Let me see where you at so I can see if you on my shit. If you on my shit, I mod you up. Yep, there's Yon. You get Yon together. But yeah, they talking about they done caught a motherfucking goat. And motherfucking caught a goddamn goat. That's some crazy ass shit to me. Well, I think that's it. Damn, let me see this.
Thanks. You know what CERN is? It's a group of physicists and engineers use scientific instruments to study the basic constituents of matter, fundamental particles. And it should not surprise you that George Soros helps fund this operation as well as the U.S. government. Now, have you ever heard of the CERN's ritual hoax? CERN ritual hoax is a found footage video that depicts a faux occult ritual occurring on the grounds of CERN, the intergovernmental organization that operates the largest particle physics laboratory in the world. The video became popular in August 2016 and shows several people dressed in black cloaks surrounding a statue of the Hindu deity Shiva and apparently performing a human sacrifice.
Oh, Visionary 9. I thought you was you on one of the other channels, man. Shout out to everybody on Supreme Chief Holiday's channel.
It's the GOAT.
Shout out to everybody on I Don't Give a Fuck Sports News and Hip Hop Entertainment. Shout out to everybody on DjKuttack 1.
Cut, you killing them.
Yo, my man, if you ain't subscribed to DjKuttack 1, go on over to DjKuttack 1, hit the subscribe button, and while you there, say something so I can mod you up there as well. You know what I'm saying? And I'll mod you up later on Chief Holiday's channel. Let's go.
An apparent mockery of existing conspiracy theories. Now, why would they do that? And always, whenever they call something a hoax, my spidey senses always go off, where I question.
Cocaine on the wood grain.
A photo of it there.
Cocaine on the wood grain.
We can't then overlook this fact check here. Let me get up on the screen. Fact check: scientists at CERN are not opening a portal to hell. Well, the claimed scientists at CERN are communicating with demonic entities and opening a portal to hell. So don't you always take two glances whenever you hear the word fact check And I'm not saying they're doing a portal to hell, but man, I mean, there's a lot of weird stuff going on there. And here's a video of Dr. Astrid where she talks about them detecting beings coming in and out of portals. Check it out.
Is dealing with radionuclear research. But it is more than that, because there are lots of physicians. I know some. They're doing very strange experimentation. There are beings from portals coming in and out. It's physicists from the CERN who told me this.
Listen to me, Jan. Don't be over here talking about you serious. They don't have no ghosts. Because you might be right. I don't know. All we know is what these are the leaders, dog. These are the motherfucking leaders, whether you like it or not. These motherfuckers is the leaders. And everybody that come agreeing with us and everybody come disagreeing with us is following some sort of leader. Whether they admit it or not. And what kind of leader am I talking about? Just a leader of belief. Yeah. Some kind of leader of belief. Somebody's following. You understand? No, respect, y'all. Hey, man, I get you. Until we see that shit, we don't know nothing. All they doing is trying to lead us to believe something, and we know believing ain't knowing a motherfucking thing. So I'm with you. Don't think I ain't with you when I'm with you. Let's go. But at the same time, what they're talking about is what they're trying to do. And that shit should be concerning to everyone, because if they succeed or they fail, it has ramifications for everybody on the planet, potentially. Motherfuckers get to talking about, yeah, man, we're going to block out the sun and ain't nobody tripping. What the fuck you mean? Motherfuckers talking about, yeah, man, we're going to rip holes in dimensions and shit and ain't nobody tripping. What the fuck wrong with y'all? Yeah, man, we're gonna make a black hole real quick. And ain't nobody tripping. And come on, man. Y'all bugging out, man. Come on. But the point is, even if they can't do it, for them to be saying that is some psychopathic ass shit. Because the ramifications don't just involve that person or a group of people. It involves the planet if shit goes wrong. That's all. But who knows?
Testified to beings coming in and out of portals.
Yes, they have apparently in the bottom of the CERN this portal, this door where they are dealing with all the subatomic dimensions. They say there are 17 different dimensions of reality. That's what those physicists say. Some others say there are more dimensions. And now, when you look at what is going on in the CERN, there is a
Now, it used to be just 7. She said 17. Whoa, let's go.
Fight from some of the military agencies, Intel. They say that there is a fight on time. They're trying to change time.
Very interesting. And it's also interesting they have the Lord Shiva statue.
New quote.
Rounds there. Very odd. What does that have to do with anything? Why would you have it there? The thing is that if someone said some kind of conspiracy theory about me that was completely false, I would not partake in whatever they said I was doing just because of a joke. Why would I go through buying robes, setting up an event? I mean, these sort of things is strange, right? But talking about entities and beings, let's talk about this right here. Not this one. I'm talking about that in a minute. Look at this. Natalie Herschel. That's not the name. I guess it's probably Nathan. A man pretending to be a woman was just sentenced to 6 years probation, 87 days in jail, and a must register as a sex offender for taking pictures of females in the women's bathroom of his company's office. This is what happens when you have inclusive bathroom policies. Now, why are you only getting probation? Why are you getting probation? 87 days. That's not enough. And again, this is where this bathroom thing comes from. And this is the unraveling that we're seeing of our society. Because if you say anything against this, you get called names, you're homophobic, these sort of things. But the fact of the matter is, we know that, they're moving that pendulum towards children. And then I've talked about this before, but look at this. New York Post, trans grandma able to breastfeed baby with help of experimental hormone drugs. What type of experimenting are we doing on people? Experimental hormone drugs so this guy can breastfeed. It is absolutely insane what our country is. And this is where I always get to where people are not seeing the writing on the wall. The country is
man, listen to me, man.
Like everything and
hold up, man. Man, this man that took pills so he can breastfeed the baby with this lady. What the fuck kind of shit is this? Listen, what kind of man? Hold up. What if you grew up as a young man realizing, hey, I was breastfed by my mama and my dad? How that make you feel? How that make you feel? Would that make you? Man, this shit getting crazy. Man, this shit getting crazy. This shit getting crazy. Hold up, Kuttack. What is so different about our computer screens, phones, in a scryer mirror? Me Mac. Me Mac, you gotta keep it $1,000. You must have thought I was a smart nigga or something. You got me mistaken. You got me mistaken with a smart nigga or something. I don't know what mirror is what? I don't know what that type of mirror is you're talking about. Don't know what type of mirror you're talking about. Yeah, no, don't know what kind of mirror you're talking about. Don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Let me see here. Let me see. You ought to look up what a scryer means. That's right. I'm almost scared to. Sometimes ignorance is bliss, man, and I like to be in the bliss of my own ignorance. I'm comfortable there. I'm very comfortable. Certain things I'll be interested in. Certain things I'll say, hey man, you know what? Just it's okay to be ignorant there. I don't know. That's just me. I don't know. I'm just me, I guess. I'm scared to look it up, girl. Let me see. What she say? Wikipedia. Ooh, screen. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I knew you was on some crystals, copper, turquoise. You know what I'm saying? I knew you was on that rock shit. I ain't mad at you. I just don't know enough about it. And I tend to joke on shit I don't know nothing about because it usually be out of my own ignorance. Straight up. Not that I poo-poo on nothing. I just be like, I'm so ignorant about it. Let me show how ignorant I am. I hope we get my survival pack together, really. There, bam. Here we go. Let's go.
Those aren't big enough for you. Let's go ahead and talk about the elephant in the room, the thing that everybody's been talking about all weekend, that Biden replaces Easter with Sunday of Transgender Day of Visibility. Now, his proclamation came on Good Friday. Obviously, another sacred holidays for Christians announced that transgender Americans are part of the fabric of our nation, right? And the
cocaine on the wood grain. Cocaine on the grain. That's my nigga.
Equality Act. And here's the full write-up here. Today we send a message to all transgender Americans. You are loved, you are heard, you are understood, you belong, you are America and my entire administration, and I have your back. Now, therefore, Joe Biden, by virtue of the
God damn it, question me, Mac. I didn't want to do it to you, but go ahead. about to change a lot of more. I remember them Black Mirrors and shit like that. Hey, Christopher back going hard body Maserati karate. Hey, get your 10 for coop feathers up off your head. You got your 10 for koopy on. Now you ain't Islamic. You know what I'm saying? Or if you're more, you got a 10 for what is that? Fed. But if you're Aboriginal, which I know Christian E. Mac is probably, you got your 10 for feathers on, and them shits must be digging into your cerebellum.
Constitution and the laws of the United States do hereby proclaim March 31st as a Transgender Day of Visibility. I call upon all Americans to join uplifting the lives and voices of transgender people throughout our nation, eliminate violence and discrimination based on gender identity. Now, I really don't know why we need a day of visibility because it's very visible. It's all I see. It's every time I look around, I see this propaganda, man. He
ain't bullshitting. Man, I remember when people used to be like, man, all you turn on TV on a commercial, all you see is some crazy ass shit. And that's right. And that's right. He's not bullshitting on that, man. I mean, it's a weird time we're living in, folks. It's a weird time we're living in.
I'm back there.
Oh, you all good. You all good. How you doing, God?
So, man, I'm good, man. I just feel like, bro, like, why is there a need for this? We got so many things going on right now, right? So, once again, Biden, what about that border? The fuck are you talking about? What are we talking about? Visibility? Ain't that the whole thing? Like, bro, like, nobody cares no more. Like, we don't even care. It's nothing to talk about. It's not really. That's what y'all want to be visible. Fine. You want to do it whatever day you want to do it on. Okay. Does that work? This is nothing we could do. Now, when you say about portals and not, nigga, I'll be like, nigga, what can we do with that? If they blocking the sun, we can't stop them from flying planes, right? Unless we get people in position that are funded. We're funding it, but or representing us to say, hey, stand down. But even when they get in position or whatever, there's always something that impedes them as well, because it's a system that they are participating in. This is what we're talking about. This system, beating the system, right? So it's a system of psychological warfare. There's things that we could do in the psychological warfare to stop it from happening. Just do it. It's not hard. It's not rocket science, but we make it hard and we make it rocket science, and I think that's a problem. I know it's a problem. So that's all I'm saying, man. Like, I don't fall for the propaganda and stuff either. But we're being distracted once again. Stuff. Biden, Democratic machine. What about us? You need us, and we need tangibles. Right now. We don't want to wait to after November. No. We've had a large sample size of you, Joe Biden. So we don't. So stop talking about everything else that don't matter. Visibility Day, don't care. I don't give a damn. See how that work? Simple. Don't care. Don't give a fuck about what y'all talking about. See how that work? See how they just beat that? Like, why push? Like, you know how like some people that they create a thing for you to come for them? Don't come for them. They need you. They need that energy. Not mine. Hey, good luck with that. Have a good day. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. What you gonna say to this? That they ain't gonna do nothing but throw flames on you. Nothing. They use these people. Because guess what? If you are an Asian transgender, right? Do the LGBTQ community come before the Asian community? No, absolutely not. Think about that. when you guys are caping and fighting for shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, a lot of you sisters, even though you're not even, a lot of your sisters are not even in the community, you still support things that are detrimental to everybody. But they use us to oh, this is about your choice and your rights and stuff. You do have a choice, you have a right, but they adding all this other stuff in there, and that's a problem. And they use us, and they need our numbers, and they need our money, and they need our influence to push their agendas. We got to stop doing that, and that's all I'm saying. Cut. So glad you bring these, you know, because a lot of us would not get none of this information, bro. What'd you say? Fly on the white wall. And the walls are white, not the metaphorically. You see what I'm saying? Like I have a white T-shirt on right now. Like I'm not afraid of white. You know what I'm saying? However, I understand the system. I understand whatever. So I don't use that system. I don't allow nobody to use the system against me. So that's all. We out here fighting, man. Fight right.
Hey, check this out. This happened Friday. Check this out. Let's go. Tell me what you think.
I'm trying not to be triggered. I'm already triggered. See the police.
Well, phase 2 of President.
What happened?
Police pulled over a U-Haul full of CIA.
Are they in
Ken Davis, he is a Structo. Ken,
I couldn't really see. Are they in tactical gear in that? Wait. You say CIA, right?
Yeah, you know, when they were walking up down the street and they had their faces covered, they pull up in U-Hauls and they act like they are neo-Nazis or something like that. When they jump out of the U-Haul truck.
Now I can see the khaki pants. Shit. So they pulled these dudes over and
they
let them go because they were agents.
They was probably going to go do something, you know what I'm saying, and got pulled up before they got done. Yeah, shit. They like, man, the police caught the CIA in the U-Haul truck.
Wait a minute, Cut. What just happened? Okay, I don't. This is not. Is this new? Or this from?
No, this just happened right before Easter.
Cause y'all remember we covered this last time they did their little march and it was all in the khakis and you know and this and they jumped out of the U-Hauls, right?
That's them. They got caught. Now look, we putting 2 and 2 together. There you go. Now you know. There you go. Because it's reported that the CIA got pulled over by the police and shit. They surrounded that whole U-Haul truck. They were like, man, what the fuck is going on with these people?
Wait, Cut though. You said the CIA though. Like that's what piques my ears perked up. You said that. Who said that? Is this the clickbait or is this the news saying that? Or because I can't see the police saying that they, you know what I mean, that they pulled over the CIA. Even if they did, them saying it is wow.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Wow.
I think it's just that's the title video.
Wait. So, but is this the news? Because I know the news is fake, but it's
just somebody on the side of the street with their phone saying they put it on their YouTube talking about the police caught the CIA in the U-Haul truck and they're laughing with the laughing emoji.
Okay, got you. So, just for the record, there's somebody that posted this and saying that they caught the CIA. Got you.
Exactly.
I just need some clarity, Cut. I need clarity because, man, when you said CIA, I was like, oh, shit. Who said that? If it was the media, I'm like, what the fuck? But you feel what I'm saying? So now you saying this, for clickbait.
I don't know.
This is Idaho News 6.
Good evening and thanks for joining us. I'm Jake Garcia. New tonight, 31 men arrested in Coeur d'Alene this afternoon associated with the known white supremacist group. Officers found members of the group known as Patriot.
It was just like that, though. Those are the same reporting that we did last year, brother.
I know. I'm with it. I'm with it. Remember the guy with the beard and the long hair as a leader? Yeah, we went through all that, cut. I'm with the smoke. I'm following you. I'm following what you're laying down right now. I just be wanting to get clarity on stuff, man, because CEO be on my head. She be like, y'all make sure y'all reporting the news correctly. And be like, yes, ma'am.
Hell no, man. We're gonna get it. We're gonna do a little bit. All right, what is that?
Producer, man.
When you at the grocery store, see them damn. We're gonna do a little bit of tabloid shit too, nigga. I'm playing with you.
The National Enquirer, this motherfucker. Hey, but I know the National Enquirer mad at the motherfucker. They probably like, God damn, fuck the internet. You know what I'm saying? You don't need them no more. Think about it. Motherfuckers, the National Enquirer right there, like in their hand. You know what I mean? The clickbait, get shit. Motherfuckers do shit just to get it.
The National Enquirer ain't got shit on niggas on the internet. Niggas come on the internet.
At all.
That's a reptilian. What?
Man, listen. A nigga get all he needs is his phone. The National Enquirer got to pay a staff. They got to print. Nah, that shit went right out of business fast. Think about it. Well, why? Why would I stop to pick that up and read it? Anything. How about this? Playboys and anything. Why do it? At this point, niggas got VR things. They can have VR porn on their eyes. You dig what I'm saying? I don't know this, you guys. I don't know this to be true, but I would like to think that it's got to be there somewhere. Just saying. If it's not there, you're welcome. Shit. I'm just saying, y'all. Cut. Can you enlighten me on that? Is there like you know how those glasses or goggles that you be playing the video games and their shit, fighting and doing all that stuff? Is there do they have one for sex, for porn?
I'm sure they do.
You walk into a brothel and you get in there, just get the like yeah, like you know what I'm saying? If you can shoot a motherfucker, I'm thinking you can, you feel me?
Right.
I'm just saying, you're welcome. If it's not, it's just think about it. Motherfucker go in there, won't come out. Just saying. You niggas is in Clubhouse and YouTube for all day. Imagine being able to go somewhere. You know what I'm saying? I'm just throwing it out there, throwing y'all alley oop for you people nerds. You know what I mean? Shout out to Black Hawk Scout, man. That's his name, Black Hawk Scout, Black Scout.
Oh, Black
shout out to him, man.
Bible.
Shout out to him, man.
Yeah, shout out to him and that.
Yeah. I fucks with Buddy. Yeah, he seems genuine when he be coming with his shit. You know what I'm saying? Just keeping it real.
He's pissed.
Seems like a real dude.
Propaganda every day. I mean, you probably do too. I don't watch television because you can't.
Hey, cut real fast.
You can't, man.
Then we reach out to Buddy right here too. Anybody that we fuck with, man. Y'all tag these people in and tell them, come fuck with DjKuttack, man. Kutty Live show, man. They don't fuck with me. Come.
Yes, we some real black motherfucking scouts over here. Flag on the play for New.
Is that a flag on the play? I was waiting.
Shit.
Stone. I was waiting on the flag on the play, man. I was waiting on the flag on the play.
That nigga New Growth done put the comedy in the box now. Hey, let's go.
Commercials, this and that. This movies, every movie now is got some kind of propaganda in it. Every single movie, every single TV show, you name it, has got some sort of
Some goddamn man is kissing a man. Some woman got to kiss a woman. It's all crazy now. I mean, it's crazy. You can't watch nothing no more, dog. Nothing. Dang.
Propaganda in it, and it's just the way it's going. And then, you know, Joy went on to prohibit religious symbols from Easter celebrations at the White House, declaring to fly the trans flag on Resurrection Day. Right now, this event is hosted largely for military.
Damn, the White House said, yeah, don't bring no overly religious art to this motherfucker. Yeah, don't bring that shit over here. Let's go. That's what they said.
Military families, so no overtly religious art can be placed there. What this day is even about. This is literally the left's new religion, guys. This is truly it. And then we have the New York governor. The governor also announced that New York state landmarks will be lit light pink, white, and light blue tomorrow. Or this was on this post, but obviously happened today for the Transgender Day of Visibility. So we have a ton of this going on. Now, will it be this day next year? No, it will not fall on Resurrection Day. But the fact they would do it at all, that it would collide with Christians' most sacred holiday, being Resurrection Day, Jesus Christ rising from the grave, is absolutely insane. Even Bruce Jenner was outraged. I am absolutely disgusted that Joe Biden has declared the most holy of holy days.
What?
Hey,
Shame.
Nigga, did you hear that? Hey, did you hear that? Joe Biden, like, don't bring that shit in here.
Hey, Cut. But did you hear he say that Bruce Jenner, aka Caitlyn Jenner, spoke out against it, right? What? But did you hear that Lamar Odom and Caitlyn Jenner got a podcast now?
Yeah, I heard it was doing pretty good.
Keeping up with sports, like keeping up with the Kardashians, keeping up with sports. So, I mean, that's interesting, just to say the least. Hey, shout out to Karen Mace, man. Woo! Ain't no fun when a rapper got the gun.
Look, a lot of
you got it.
Let's be real. Everybody know who Caitlyn Jenner is. A lot of people know who Caitlyn Jenner is, and she got he or she, whatever the fuck is going on here, you know, got a joint with Lamar Odom. You know what I'm saying? Talking sports, and you might be like, man, what the fuck this motherfucker know about sports? Listen, this is Bruce fucking Jenner. This is
Wait. Cut. Did you have Bruce Jenner on your Wheaties when you was a kid, sir?
Did I have a Wheaties box with Bruce Jenner on it?
Yeah.
I think I may have one at one point or another. There was a lot of people on them boxes.
But the point is, the nigga was on the box, on the cover of Wheaties, man.
Man, that ain't no easy shit to do. That's easy. It's easier to get on Sports Illustrated. Let's go.
Wait, was he the first one on the Wheaties box? Let's talk.
Nah. I'm about to find out who was on the Wheaties.
Because keep in mind, he was the all-around athlete, a triathlon, all that shit, run, jump, all that, Bruce, Olympic gold, like he was the man. Bruce was the man.
Damn.
I'm gonna call Bruce.
All right, look, check it out.
No, I think
in 1934, Lou Gehrig became the first athlete to be featured on the Wheaties box in 1934. Lou Gehrig.
Wow.
Basketball player.
That's what's up. He got the disease named after him. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Not to say that's negative, but damn, like that's good and bad at the same time. Like that you were so good or you were so terrible that they named a disease after you. It's crazy. Would you want a disease?
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Hey man, I'm fucked up, y'all. I told y'all I'm fucked up, man. So, shit. But hey, so Bruce Ass made the damn Wheatie box as a man. I mean, yep, Bruce was on the Wheaties box, right?
Yeah. Hey, hold up, Chief. Just look at this. This Bruce Jenner was on this Wheaties box before they even put color in the shit. He was on that shit before Jordan was.
Yeah.
Tiger. He on there with some bad motherfuckers in history.
Wait. Do you notice a theme here, right there, sir?
Yeah, everybody's black but that motherfucker, and he done flipped. Nah, but look, there's JJ Rock. Look, there is another box with his motherfucking ass doing the triathlon, throwing them. They used to keep his motherfucking ass on the box.
Yeah.
Look, doing that, man. That look at different boxes.
Who is that right there in the middle?
Some swimmer in the dive.
LeBron on there too?
Look, they got him on the pole vault, man. Do you know that pole vault ain't no joke?
Nigga, this nigga can do everything, man. This nigga is fertile.
Literally. Turn it to Chris Everett Lloyd.
Man, listen, if you was a pale skin, you was on a box of Wheaties, you was cold. Whatever you was in doing, that's all I'm gonna tell you. You're Peekaboo Street, yeah.
Whatever. He was a bad motherfucker at it. Come on, man. Jackie Joyner Kersey. Damn, I never even knew they had honey frosted Wheaties. Wheaties with raisin? Oh, shit.
What?
Wayne Gretzky. So I'm saying, so to be on the Wheaties box ain't no joke. Lamar Odom's ass ain't on no motherfucking Wheaties box. Nigga, I would beg to differ. I would really argue that Bruce Jenner is carrying Lamar Odom.
Is what?
Is carrying Lamar Odom on their show.
Oh no, I haven't seen it yet. So no, I can't say that at all. Let's pause.
Nah, I'm talking about as far as a draw, because this is a motherfucker who been on a Wheaties box. This motherfucker, but hold up, yeah, this motherfucker got gold medals and shit in his shitty. Lamar got 1-2 rings or something, huh?
He got some rings, yeah. They and then look. They both relevant as it pertains to keeping up with the Kardashians, right? So the show is called Keeping Up with Sports. Not to plug these fools again, but I support everybody, man. You know what I mean? Hope y'all do the same for us, man. You know, help us get over. You know, Glad Cutter's over 1,000 now. We better get him over to 10,000. You know what I'm saying?
They put his ass on the boxes, Caitlyn.
Hold on, wait. Cut. Is that real or is that Photoshop?
I really don't know.
Yeah, man, don't do that. No, that's crazy. Because I look like some shit that
look like
you do. Yeah, that's kind of wild.
That sweetness, boy, you knew it was real. This is one of the boxes I wanted. Sweetness on that motherfucker.
Rest in paradise, the great Walter Payton.
That's right.
Right, man.
Shout out to Walter.
Hey.
I better put some motherfucking respect on Bruce Jenner's name, aka Caitlyn Jenner. Hey, you know, hey man, you won't look. I'll fool you. Motherfucking Bruce Jenner run up on your motherfucking ass. That's gonna be a lot different. A lot. I mean, cause he gonna run up. Hold on. Cause he gonna run up on you, and he gonna run up on you fast.
He like 6, something like that. Hey, well, look. Hey,
hold on. When he snatch your ass, it's gonna be strong, stronger than you thought.
No. But then if you manage to run away, right, he gonna pull that javelin out. that nigga's a spear chucking. I can't say that.
Man, hold on, nigga. Bag and start spinning like it's a discus and hit you with it.
Oh man, no. But listen, if you had to, have those like relays and stuff like that, he can hurdle everything. This dude can do everything, bro. He can hurdle. He can pole ball. Yeah.
Man, listen. I already done told y'all I think these pro athletes are really superheroes, and if they wasn't doing what they was doing, the communities would be a lot safer. Nigga, Lamar Jackson, yeah, okay, you steal somebody person next to a brick. Let you steal somebody person run down the street in the hood, see you do it, and he next to a brick. That motherfucker take 3 steps back, hit you right in the middle of your head, 50 yards away, nigga. Bow.
Oh my god.
And then run you down.
Hey, it's like John Jones. Remember when the dude John Jones ran? What he chased him for? They say he chased him for like a half a mile or some shit. Bro, could you imagine John Jones chasing you? Fuck. And you ain't got a gun?
You fucked up.
Yeah. This nigga, come on, bro. You running and he just like, yeah, I'm gonna get you. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. And you know when he catch you, he fucking you up. Ain't no question about this. You getting fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I get what you're saying, man. That makes sense, bro. That's funny as fuck. Oh, man. This is great.
Nigga, for real, nigga. Hey, motherfucker be like, nigga, you done stole out. You done broken what's the name of them house, dog? You know what I'm saying? Oh, the police ain't looking for you. Who looking for you? Damn, Mike Tyson in them.
Caitlyn in there was looking for you.
Nigga, Mike Tyson in them looking. Hey, nigga, listen, Chris Jones in them looking for you, dog. Hey, man, you fucked up. Chris Jones and Honey Badger looking for you, dog. Nigga, they done pulled up like off for the elders. Hey, dog, LeBron and them is mad at you, dog.
Bro, yeah, Draymond looking for you, dude.
Draymond need to talk to you. Draymond need to talk to you.
Yeah, man. Hey, that would be funny if them niggas did stand on some business though. You know what I mean? If they all stood on business though. Like, you know what? Yeah, we gonna start. Yeah. Shout out to Big Mountain.
If they stood on business, nigga, hey, check it out, dog. Hey, Warren Sapp need to talk to.
Niggas be acting right. You know what I'm saying? Because they know they're gonna run into him somewhere in America, in somebody's club. They gonna like Shaq him over there looking for you. Like what? Where?
Hey, nigga, hey.
Niggas nobody want Shaq looking for him. Swear to God. If y'all think it's a human being out there fucking with Shaq, boy, I swear y'all tweaking.
Hey, dog, I don't know what you did, man, but Shaquille O'Neal,
They be like, who? Shaquille O'Neal.
Marshawn Lynch is after you, boy. What you done did to them niggas? I don't even know.
I ain't got nothing to do with that. Niggas be like, they be copping dudes on your ass quick. Like, they ain't got shit to do with it.
Hey, man, give it back.
Man, you got superheroes all over the country looking for you. You know, they all work together too. Basketball, football, baseball. Yeah, niggas got backs and shit. Ah, hell no. And money. Think about it. They everywhere. Yeah, that's a great ass idea. Oh, yeah, we already got it.
Look, oh man, I was up like this, man. Look, I mean, they are superhero, man. Man, that motherfucker can throw a rock and bust a nigga in the head 50 yards away, man. In the back with a brick, the motherfucker he throw 50 yards. And
wait, you say John Elway wasted his talent?
You think you got away, nigga? Get hit in the back in the nigga with a brick, nigga. Knock away. Why you?
Yeah. Can you imagine John Elway throwing you upside the head with a brick?
Hey, you done snatched the man about 50 yards. Think you done got away and got hit in the middle of your head with a fucking brick, nigga.
Oh shit.
And a brick moving at a spiral to hit you in your shit too, nigga.
Hey, well, technically though, so technically the firearm kind of like leveled the playing field. You know, now you don't have to be as athletic.
Hey man, man, Mike Tyson, James Toney, and Bo Jackson looking for you, dog. I don't know what you did.
And nigga today be like, hey, I don't give a fuck.
Hey, man, why James Toney looking for me, nigga? All I know is that nigga said, I'm gonna get it, nigga. What does that mean? I don't know.
Hey, you know niggas today, I'm sticked up, nigga. They don't give a fuck about none of that, nigga. They don't give a fuck about it. That shit. Think about it. Just saying. You know what I mean? That would have been my response when I was a youngster. What? Who looking for me? Just saying. Shaq looking for me. Okay. So I can imagine that's, you know, everybody else would think, you know what I mean? I'm just saying. We just saying, you know, physically don't know. Yeah. But anybody could be a superhero now. That's what my point I'm trying to make. You could be 4'2", quick, you know what I mean? Quick to draw it out, you know what I'm saying? And draw some shit up. So, and that right there evens the playing field. Because, matter of fact, it might even, you know, level the playing field a little bit more. To the direction of the person that is, you know, proficient in a skill, you know, having skills and not having skills, you know what I mean? So definitely, you know, I mean, get prepared. But what old Caitlin talking about right here? What Caitlin talking about right here?
Talking about something about blasphemy and shit against the stuff. Well, no, let's check it out. Here we go.
Is absolutely being Resurrection Day, Jesus Christ rising from the grave.
My bad. I'm over here on the bullshit. Get it back. Yeah. Even Caitlyn Bennett. Let's go.
Even Bruce Jenner was outraged. I am absolutely disgusted that Joe Biden has declared the most holy of holy days.
I got to get ready.
A self-proclaimed devout Catholic as Transgender Day of Visibility. The only thing you should be declaring on this day is he has risen. Bruce should go back to that Bible again. But anyway, yeah, Joe Biden always says he's a good Catholic, this and that, those sort of things. But Joe Biden and his puppet masters on the most significant day on the Christian calendar, when churches around the entire globe, are celebrating the resurrection of Jesus Christ, who died, shed blood for our sins and all the sins of man, Biden administration uses it to flaunt sin, to celebrate it and glorify it, and using our country to do that, right? And you look at all these other groups of people that make up America that get zero recognition or very little. And this is what these past 3 years of Biden presidency has completely been about. This has completely been about this. The LGBT movement has completely been about that. And I said that if you go back, it was like I had I picked apart basically during the BLM riots, and I put this together just by somewhat happenstance. But during the George Floyd and BLM protests and riots and chaos, there were more LGBT flags, and you probably, if you've been watching me since then, I will talk about that. I was like, there's more LGBT flags within these riots and these organized chaos from George Soros and the other evil doers of the world. And I was like, they're going to use this to piggyback this movement. I said that back then. People were upset. They said I was lying. I know what I was talking about. And it happened. They used black people to move for this agenda. So what they try to do is they try to merge the groups together, because no one wants to be called a racist, right? Most Americans are not racist. There's probably some, but the majority of Americans, I would say, are not. We're well past that. We know race is not something that should divide us. It's absolutely not. We're all Americans. And so most educated Americans.
Well, you know that we're not black then. So there's no such thing as a black race. So I just want them to understand that. So just
and so with that, then what that did is, and by and large, I've seen a lot of the church back down from standing against that ideology, standing against that LGBT ideology. They stepped down because they didn't want to be cast in that same circle. And all the talk that Joe Biden did to get the Black American vote, he got it. And then he used Black Americans to push forward this agenda. And it's been nothing but that since you've seen it. Every corporation, even corporations that seem to be good American companies, have jumped headfirst into this movement. I did a video the other day about LifeStraw doing it. And all these companies are pushing this agenda thanks to BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, George Soros. All these people push this. And I've got my own ideas and philosophies on why they're doing that. I've talked about it quite extensively. If you want population reduction, what's one way you can go about it, right? So anyway, the bottom line, though, and this is what I've been saying for a long time, is that Christianity is under attack, and it's the only religion that's freely attacked and that is actually glorified when you attack it. This is all the proof that you need, like the title of this video, all the proof you need. The Bible declared this thousands of years ago. Jesus said this. And you don't see Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, or any other religion openly attacked. Matter of fact, the left will stand up against it. Now, Even our government was founded on Judeo-Christian values, whether you like it or not. Forefathers founded it on that. Were they perfect people? Absolutely not. None of us are. None of us are perfect people. That's what you got to understand. So people, whenever they say they're a Christian, they expect you to be Jesus Christ. Now, that's what we should strive to be, but we are all short. We all fall short. We're all sinners. I'm a beggar just like everybody else, man. I'm trying to beg my way into heaven, right? And a lot of people will, when they see someone say they're a Christian and they don't live up to the belief that then they turn away from Christianity. And there's some conservatives or right-wing guys that are not Christians, and they get upset when you say that the country was founded by our forefathers who were founded on Judeo-Christian values. Now, the thing is, again, they'll say, well, they did this, they did that. They weren't Jesus Christ either. They were people like you and I, and we all make mistakes every day. We make them every day, every single day. And so I would say this, though. In the past 4 to 5 years, if this country, the way it's been going, hasn't led you to Christ, man, it's absolutely demonic, the stuff we're seeing. If you were to see this 30 years ago, or any Americans, they would have absolutely not believed it. Our country, our government glorifying sin and going after children, murdering babies in the womb, unborn babies, like it's absolutely demonic. You see what they're doing to kids in school, what they're teaching them for adults, sexualizing them.
Kut, you there, brother? I'll be there. I'll get on his soapbox over there. Yeah, man. Let me put the link in the chat room. Come here. Getting ready. Yeah. I appreciate you guys, man, tapping in with us. I mean, we were just talking about that, how they use us, and how, once again, the Democratic Party, they need us in November. We need our shit right now. We're not waiting till November. We need it now for the summer. We need peace and prosperity for this summer. Let's save lives now. Once it starts warming up, people start coming outside. Y'all know that. We want people to come outside full. We don't want them coming outside hungry. Y'all understand? We want people now. We need it now. Invest in America, in Americans. I don't care about Biden. I don't care about Trump. I care about America and Americans. That's it. What the hell is going on? Real shit. Links in the chat room, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. Y'all know what it is, man. To go, DjKuttack, man, the best still. Yo, tap in, man. ChiefHoliday@gmail.com. Yeah, man. If you looking to do an interview, man, like I said, we're trying to set up interviews over here. So anybody interested, hit me up, ChiefHoliday@gmail.com. And also, it doesn't matter how big your platform is, how small your platform is. We don't do it for that. We do it for people, man. So we always there to help, any other platforms and, to get on, man. So it's just, we're not hating. So shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to OTK, man. Shout out to Straight Smoke, having us over, man, over the knowledge. Gotta subscribe, brothers, man. Over there, subscribe, over the knowledge. I was lit last night, man. Yeah, man, I'm feeling the energy of the goddesses, man, from Unscrambled Mind. Shit's crazy, man. So salute to those sisters, man. I like coming together. You know what I mean? It's just a beautiful thing, man. And that energy and stuff, man. So I definitely can't wait to build with those sisters. It's gonna be crazy. Yeah, man. Like, just looking at the growth of everything, man. It's just beautiful to me. So I'm very excited. It's just every day is a great day, man. You know, y'all know my motto, man. Every day is a holiday. Every day is a holiday. So we're talking about holy day, about holiday. Kutt, you back? He's still on, yeah. But so yeah. So for me, man, you know, we're talking about what's best for America. Invest back into America. What's so hard about that? So if you have politicians that are in there, if they want to stay in there, they should start doing it now. See how that works? And if you want to get in there, you should definitely be working with the people to get things done on the ground locally. Like, you know, obviously shit is happening internationally. We can't stop that. But what we can do is worry about what's going on locally. What we can do is be thinking about 2026, 2028 when it pertains to local elections, local governing. Now, locally governing now, like start now. Where are you at now? You know what I'm saying? Now, right now. Don't worry about November. Don't worry about 2026. Don't worry about 2028. Worry about right now. Although we got redacted. Shit they talking about.
Tell me the CIA funneled millions of dollars in cryptocurrency into Ukraine to fund this operation? Get out of here. Really? You mean the same CIA that assassinated President Kennedy and had Richard Nixon overthrown would do something this nefarious? I can't believe it for a second. Oh, wait, yes, I can. Yes, I do.
We spoke to someone who had access to these still hidden CIA documents. A person who was deeply familiar with what they contained. We asked this person directly, did the CIA have a hand in the murder of John F. Kennedy, an American president? And here's the reply we received verbatim. Quote, the answer is yes. This is someone with direct knowledge of the information that once again is being withheld from the American public.
You still here?
And the answer we received was unequivocal.
Man, yeah, yes, man, I'm on my dog.
Former Pentagon advisor to the Secretary of Defense told that the CIA was 100% behind the attack in Moscow. CIA and MI6 are actively involved in this terror plot inside of Moscow.
Hey, man, you see how the redacted, they always be on the CIA's helmet, huh?
Man, listen. Shout out to them for that. Once again, bro, going from Black Scout to redacted is we're having the same conversation about the same people. It's not up for debate whether this is happening. Like, you know what I'm saying? But you got to think of it from this perspective, right? They're not elected into those positions, correct?
Right.
No, they're not. So even if you're a president, the longest you're going to do is 8 years. So those people are career CIA, career FBI, career, you see what I'm saying? And so, of course, they have to change pictures whenever each administration comes in there. Now they got to put that administration on the wall. But ultimately, do you think that they feel like they're under those administrations, or they feel that they're above the law? What y'all think?
I think they feel like they're above the law for real. I think they feel like they make the laws. And
but whatever their reasons are, they can bend them and shape them however to get to their objective. Whatever it is, hey, we gotta flood these communities with drugs, right? Right. To fund a war, right? The fallout of that don't matter. We'll just create another system to put them in that will create more money, right? So just make it all a corporate, a financial thing, right? Once again, it wouldn't have happened. It doesn't happen to other people who have an economic base to work on it. Feel me? They already have a system of apprenticeship, a system of industries and stuff like that, where you're not going to see them in prison unless it's very, very extreme cases of things. You know what I'm saying? Feel me? But when it was a system that, and it goes to even to the grid program, that it just start with that, what we were talking about. Y'all didn't just start with that situation. It's been happening. And we didn't know it. And we out here maneuvering, and we have actual agents on the ground working, and they made movies about this. They actually showed the agents, the ones that were working on the ground, because to point people to push this stuff. So we talk about whether or not they were involved in the magic bullet conversation. For real? Are y'all serious right now? That makes sense? Jack Ruby, really? It is real? Make it make sense. Yeah, everybody make it make sense. So no. Just good old fashioned bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And ultimately it's just organized crime, bro. Like, what are we talking about? And those people that are in there, they're in there and they work, they have people, you know, some of my favorite shows. I like 24 shows like that be talking about, like, you know, what was that one? Even with Scandal, like when they get behind the scenes and they be talking about all the little espionage shit that be going on, and then you get into, what was the other one? Designated Survivor. Like, you know what I'm saying? The White House Down, and you feel me? And then they be like, these rogue agents. Like, are y'all serious right now? Y'all don't think that, really? As big as these bureaucracies are, start there. As many people that they allow to come into this country and join these bureaucracies, they can take generations to get it done. They don't give a fuck. What? And y'all telling me that we're fighting against people from these other places when they're in the military, they're in the intelligence agencies? That's crazy. That don't even make sense. That just don't even make sense. I was gonna ask the O'Shea dude yesterday, right? Since he's Irish, right? And it's an Irish, I know the answer to this. If it's an Irish fighter fighting against an American fighter, us, you know what I mean? Who do you root for? Well, of course he's gonna root for the Irish if he's gonna be honest, right? Like, first generation, like, he just got here. Like, you know what I mean? They were born on the boat all the way here. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, what? You know what I mean? Like, come on, sir. Like, sit down, man. Like, this is crazy. Like, but I go back to, was he born here in America according to American laws? Yeah, blah, blah, blah. He could say he's an American citizen, and a lot of people be going back and forth with that. Are we American citizens? Who have been misclassified and all that. And the fact that we are American citizens is proof of the crimes that are still continuing to happen against us. So me, I'm more concerned about economics first. Obviously security and all that other stuff, whatever. Why are we going to sit around and talk about that on the internet all day? That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? We're going to talk cybersecurity, fool? No, you know what I'm saying? What you talk about? We talking shit that can get done. You stop. We're being robbed, and these people are using our money, our things, our energy, our currency, everything, our influence against us. And that's one thing. Let's take our influence back. Let's do that. How can we do that? Can we take our influence back? And here's another thing, y'all. Like y'all, like, tell y'all some shit, bro. I just it just ain't for public. Just know this shit crazy, crazy, next level crazy. And if y'all don't believe that we are the influencers of the planet Earth, you know what I'm saying, that we can influence. Make things happen with our influence first, you know what I'm saying? But that influence has to say, okay, look, these things, this energy, this currency and stuff has to go with something that economically builds. So when we're talking only builders, what y'all know we're building right now as we speak. So yeah, man, shout out to the great state of Mississippi, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Like I said, man, coming to a state near y'all, man. Tap in chiefholiday@gmail.com. All interviews, pull-ups, everything, man. Me and Kutt got y'all, man. Like I said, man, a live show. Be more lit. Break bread and really get to it, man. You know what I'm saying? Put you up. So yeah, Kutt. We outside, man.
Yo. Out in the mix. Yeah, let's get it. Let's get it.
Fell by 80% is nothing short of a generational boom and bust opportunity. There's no way in hell that I'm staying on the sidelines on lithium investing. Now, from the rubble of this
Hey, but Chief, you can mute that at any time, put it in the bag, pop it back up and everything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
dollar market cap company is a fraction of those that have made discoveries in the James Bay region. So the founder and the CEO, Kyle Malley, he's a retired police officer. He's already built several successful companies, and more importantly, is a pioneer and an early visionary in the James Bay region. Now, so I've studied this company for many months, and this is my #1 lithium stock for 2024. There's no other company like this, in my opinion. And I have never seen any early stage company delve into the type of business model that I'm about to show you. So pay attention to this. So what Cal Malley...
Nah, he trying to sell something. No, we don't need to. Yeah, we ain't buying nothing. We ain't buying nothing, though.
Come on, Pat. So listen. So also, though, might put us up on some stocks. I'm just saying.
All right. Here we go. Let's go.
To $4.
I'm just saying, right.
That's a more than 50 times return.
You right.
Now with Hertz Energy, he's done it again. He's secured the worldwide distribution rights for a patent-pending innovative extraction technology for hard rock lithium that Penn State University was developing. He got in contact with Penn State. He knew what they were working on, and he was able to swoop in and secure the rights to it. So the idea is to dramatically lower the cost of extracting the lithium component from the rock. And you're among the first in the world to even know about this. So think of it this way. 100 years ago, an Irish immigrant to America started as a telegraph boy. He was poor. He had an idea. He had an idea in his head to crack the code and lower the cost of producing steel for many new industries. If he could just get steel produced affordably, then industries could explode thanks to his easy access to steel. His name was Andrew Carnegie. He became one of the richest men in the world with his breakthrough, and it changed the world. Lithium is this century's steel. If Hertz Energy can actually lower the cost to extraction, then this technology is a game changer. And right now, the share price of this company is so stinking cheap. As of this recording, it's trading for just 11 cents a share, incredibly cheap. And I believe the whole lithium market is trading at a huge discount right now. Again, about 80% off of its high. So just think of everything I just told you today. Number one, Hertz Energy owns 2 highly prospective lithium properties in the James Bay region of Quebec, where discoveries worth billions of dollars have been made in the past 3 years, and where the government of Canada is building massive infrastructure for this industry, managed by Cal Malley's team, which has already been involved in the biggest discovery in the entire region. Number 2, they just announced the acquisition of a historically demonstrated uranium project that has the district scale potential that makes this company a diversified energy play. And number 3, a patent pending innovative extraction technology being developed in tandem with Penn State University that is being developed to a pilot plant stage and could be a company maker itself if it proves commercial. Again, a game changer. So guys, do your own due diligence on this company. Again, here is their ticker on your screen. I'll have linked up in the description below their website. I want you to go there and take a look at their latest projects on lithium. Take a look at this extraction technology that I was talking about with Penn State University. It's a game changer. And also look at the new developments that they've been working on in the James Bay region so you can see how vital it is for the United States and for Canada right now. And let's just cross our fingers too that NATO and France don't completely destroy what's left of our global supply. We'll see you next time, everyone.
Go along with like more pictures to go along with the stuff you got. Like I got your stuff already lined up so we can go through that. And then I got other pictures that go along with the stuff that you like from your other files. I just flood them to that file.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be in correlation to what you're saying. So
Cut, what we looking at?
We got a little bit of our age said what?
Hey man, hey, once again, y'all know, man, calling Rod Hayes. Hey, listen, I know this wasn't the toughest environment, sir. I gotta say, y'all know what the toughest environment is, man, between me and Cut and Bapton. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my bro. Yeah, on the street, man, to Kutty UnKutt, yeah. To Untame that night, man. Shout out to Truth. Hey, Truth, man. We got some shit, man. I think Truth. I don't know if they're going to debate you, man. They're gonna find ways to keep getting out the way. Truth probably knock the fuck out.
Man, hey, if Truth don't give me my goddamn pyramid. Hey, if y'all don't know, that nigga Truth got a lot of products, and them products he got is dope.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to We Are 2 AM, where you can get your official Supreme Chief Holiday wear, your official Big Aboriginal Power wear, and coming soon, Cut your killing them. Yeah, shout out to CEO.
Hey man, get y'all some Kutty meats too, man. Chief, hey,
oh yeah.
Hey, you need you some kosher meat. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
shout out to Derek.
Well, actually, man, what I done did, man, is hey, man, I'm about to become a supplier. I'm forming my grocery supply. Yeah, I'm getting my shit together as we speak. Yeah, I'm able to get y'all all the good products. All to our people, man. From our people.
Yeah, man. Hey, yeah, we focus on food, clothes, and shelter over here, man. I don't know if y'all understand that, but y'all will one day. You're gonna catch up one day. Promise. You're gonna catch up. It's okay.
Yeah.
Shout out to More Enough.
That's right. Hey, check it out. Rod Hayes.
Yeah, man. Hey, man. Can anybody please tag Rod Hayes and the young elder in this, man? Yeah, we'd like to talk to both of y'all, man. I don't have a problem, right? You can come with young elder. But yeah, definitely. Let's set that up, man. Or just pop through, you know what I mean? And, we don't do this for clout. We do this for clarity. Here, we need some clarity around here. Yeah.
That's right. Now check this out, Chief. Why don't you drop the link? Everybody in the chat. Hey.
Hey, see, man,
what you talking about, Cut? Oh no. Listen, everybody in the chat, yo. Man, drop the link in the chat. Yo, hey, everybody in the chat, keep the link rotating and shit, just in case people want to come in and shit. We building with everybody, man. What you talking about when I say bronze, flat, brown God? I'm silly, nigga. I say a lot of silly shit, nigga. Which one?
Yeah.
Shy Apples, I see you. Let's see what Ron crazy head talking about.
So I go to school over there because I was getting in trouble in school down here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what made me go to school up there. I only went for like long enough to play football. Football season was over. I was moving back home.
Roger, football player.
He was the first
That
one to
doesn't
tell
count.
me about him. And then when I did my own research, LeBron Bennett mentioned him before the Mayflower, being coming over here as indentured servants and bond servants, which mean a slave, when they first came. Who do you think the Pilgrims was?
Right.
How do you think they paid for their way over here if they was poor and destitute as they told us?
Right.
They promised the indentured servants services to the ones who brought them over here, and the ones who came over as bond servants came.
Oh
over.
shit, he dropping jewels.
Yeah.
I just want to point out that Slavs, no matter what their condition, they're still Slavs. See how that works?
So we're gonna just be looking at the coverage of these.
So whether it's indentured servitude, or marriage, or being prisoners, or whatever, the slave is a noun. That's why I did that last night. Slave is a noun. So I just want to point that out.
Round up the ice
So just add that little caveat in there.
from their servitude. If they came over and didn't honor the contract, notice the contract came up. They did a contract of service to come over here. And then the contract of service.
And these are the motherfuckers the reason why they had to have prisons, and nursing homes, and orphanages because of these people. You understand? They didn't have no skill set and nothing like that. Or whatever. You know what I mean? They have nothing. So let's just point that out.
Agenda called white supremacy. And
I was like I said, we didn't be doing the same conversation.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Chop it up.
It takes us back to Django. Samuel L. Jackson owned the house.
That's one of my favorite movies.
Always a nigga in the house. All slave movies, Roots, all of them. All there is a slave in the house that's telling the slave master what to do. And the slave from the field better not try that shit. And you wonder why we don't like house niggas. It ain't that we don't like house niggas. It's just that them niggas own the house.
Hold on, okay. Hold on. All right. All right, so Rod, listen, slavery's fake, sir, and I'm just gonna keep. Listen, what happens?
Oh, you bitch ass motherfucker.
Oh, you drive.
Motherfuckers, yeah, I'm over here driving. These some punk ass motherfuckers driving and shit.
All right, so we talk about this whole slave conversation, right? Listen, man, there was no house niggas and field niggas. You had chores to do. You had shit to do. So you just seen the Django they were even just trying to put certain caveats and certain things in there. You know what I mean? So just because you see a depiction of somebody that's been pale or somebody being dark skinned, well, you seen at the end when he shot him and killed him, his reaction to him as if he's a family member. He spoke to him as if they were family members. They didn't speak as if they were a subordinate under somebody. You understand what I'm saying? So y'all got once again, just because it's a movie, if Candy would have been a mulatto of just a dark nigga, would that change the dynamics of that conversation? No. Wouldn't. If inside those fight means you would have had some big burly Polish guys, pale people in there, would that on that chain game with Jamie Foxx, would that have changed the dynamics of that? No.
Don't play no games. Motherfuckers be out there road raging with wild old Indians.
So I'm just saying. So the optics was what it was. The optics was the optics are for. That's what the optics has always been for. But when we're talking about reality, that's not reality. Because when we're talking about these time periods, the reason why they had to have these prisons because these people didn't have skills, didn't have anything, whatever, they had to resort to crime. This is the 1800s. We're not remember, even in 12 Years a Slave, they were talking about the people didn't even know how to build houses in the 1830s, bro. How is this possible? How you own shit, you don't know how to build nothing? Does that make sense? How'd you get in that position? Like, okay, we understand this is a movie or come from a book that's got drama. All right, so know the history of what's up. Who were the landowners at this time? Who actually owned the land? So now we're talking about the people who owned the land, right? They had families, they had children, and those children didn't sit around and say, well, we need to get some niggas here to, whether they pale or niggas, the people that own the land. Didn't sit there and say, oh, okay, we're going to sit here and go, we need to go get some old people that we got to feed, bring on our land. Is y'all serious right now? Dude, in the agriculture side where everybody got hundreds of acres, everybody got shit. So you have to have children, right? And your children are going to be, the girls are going to be inside and the boys are going to be outside doing chores. And sometimes, most of the time, women got to come outside to help too. What are y'all talking about? Or lots of times, like, because it's so much to do. Are y'all serious right now? And so people that do their chores, they got their ass whooped. Is that not true? Where we come from? What are y'all talking about? So we're talking about this whole slave mentality, slave mindset. I would like to think the dude that believes in Anunnakis should definitely know about how they created this whole Slav narrative and all this other shit. You should definitely know that, right? You should not be coming up here talking about field niggas and house niggas. A nigga in the field can't tell a nigga in the house, the master in the house. What you talking about? Who that's how the niggas is getting fed in the house. And if the master was anything, he's in the field with making sure his shit is running right. What the fuck is you talking about? That's crazy. With his sons, his grandsons. That don't make no sense. That's crazy to me. It's crazy. And encourage them to marry, have more babies or whatever to put into this workforce and your family. Your family. This is family. Do we have to pull this up again? I think we had to pull up the etymology of the word family, the definition of the word family. So then the Sahaba will break it down for you. It means a house of service or house of slaves. Servants, slaves, or interchangeable. So you got house of servants. You have a master bedroom. You have masters. You have a master. He owns his family. He don't. Women just get rights in the 1920s, some shit like that. And a woman used to be able to get a whooping like y'all to bring your children. Don't say it. Don't press go. Don't do that. Keep your goddamn hands off them babies. The point is, right? Yeah. But legally. Some states is probably still legal. Y'all better be careful. Y'all at some states. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? Homeboy be like, yeah, let's move to Montana. You hear me? Out of here. So that thing. But yeah, let's listen to that. But yeah, Rod, stop with all the slave talk, bro. Like, you're not. Come on, bro. You definitely should be past the slave talk, brother. Or African slave man. That's all. Stop that.
Handmade, handcrafted. Are the finest motherfucking shoemakers on the land. All right, let's just go to the next one. These are, y'all write the names of these books down. These is the references so y'all can understand that it was more servitude going on than they telling you about. You see how they say 1619 to 1877? Right? That's around the time they opened Ellis Island.
Okay.
Right? Now, zoom in on the picture. Now, all of a sudden, things done changed.
Yeah.
Niggas be saying.
Yeah.
Well, why they ain't dressed like slaves, though? I thought they were supposed to be half naked on the auction block.
Yeah. Like barbarians, savages. Like
Mm-hmm. But you look at them, they got on, at that time, that would have been modern attire. Up-to-date dress code. They're telling you something. Now, see, he holding the baby up, and he auctioning off a baby. This is adrenochrome. This is adrenochrome in the back in their day.
Okay.
All right, let's go to the next. Indian slavery in colonial times within the present limits of the United States. Now, notice they emphasize the present limits of the United States in this title. Indian slavery in colonial times within the present limits of the United States. Now, there's a whole lot of shit going on in that description right there. Indian slavery is a misnomer, but they're talking about enslaving us.
Okay.
By who?
Yeah.
In order for it to be colonial times, it has to be colonized. Where the present limits of the United States at this time would be what you call 13 colonies.
Okay.
Right? The 13 colonies in law became known as the 13 states.
So to us in Mississippi,
states that they launched,
that don't apply. We don't think like that. I don't think like that.
Right? Now they want to lead you to believe that we had that bullshit over here, but they don't have an answer when I ask them why we ain't had no prisons if we had slaves. Because if you got slaves, you don't need a prison. You can't have one without the other, because you're gonna have slaves that's rebellious. They're gonna rise up. They don't give a fuck about master. They be at that head. They trying to make you believe we was all cowards.
Now, if you love your master,
that's right.
Your master is your grandfather
So the next
or your great grandfather, if he was still living, you're gonna honor your great grandfather.
For early American historical record.
Or great grandfathers.
They were white.
You remember more than one.
The untold history of enslavement of whites in early America. Now, you see that position he in on the cover? That's a Masonic pose.
I wish we could see this. Right?
You remember the guy with the cow toe around his neck, one pants leg up, shirt slightly disheveled, King Charles looking motherfucker? Matter of fact, if I send it to you, could you put it up there?
You hear me?
I hear you.
I say, as long as it ain't no nudity picture, we can.
It's the picture of the Masonic picture like that.
I got it already. Let me put it up there for you. It's in. Hold on, I got you right here. You know, I already got LL on there. Called LL slip. Got LL with his one pants leg good. It's stolen from Egypt. Oh, this gotta be. It's the last one that I did.
Pose.
The nigga with the one pants leg up, right?
Yeah. And the cow toe around his neck.
Oh, I got it. I'm finna show it to you right now. It's right. Oh yeah, I'm tripping. It's right here. And I got LL on there with his ass.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay. Big Mama said knock you out, man. Big Mama said knock you out. Here you go.
Grandma said.
They got him up there. He's saying something right there on that picture there. That's the picture we look at. I got him though. He's saying he got a good heart.
Yeah.
Here you go right
he
here.
got the secrets in the open too. He's saying way.
While we got you right here, what's he saying right here?
Putting the secrets in the open.
What he's saying right here? With his hands in his pocket, with his muscles all out and shit. Some kind of.
See, flexing his arm.
Yeah.
He's flexing the strong arm over a concealed hand. He's telling you that he's strong arming the motherfuckers that's hiding behind the scene trying to muscle him out of his shit.
That's fire.
He ain't backing down.
That's fire. I'm finding that one for you though. I got it right here. It's coming up. It's right up in here somewhere. Oh yeah. Hey, yeah, what we got you, man? Because this is crazy. Hey, what about this one right here? What this nigga saying when they holding their damn belt like this? He's standing with his legs. That's some kind of like I'm in charge. Yeah.
His belt buckle is the clue. He's saying, look at the buckle. I don't know what the buckle is. I can't see it clear.
Yeah,
now.
you're right. You're right. But it is a Masonic pose though, because Dolo had said that it meant like something like they over you, they standing over you, or something of that nature. That's the barbaric shit though. Oh, I got the picture right here, man. I'm just
look. Get the spookism out of y'all brain. Masonic was just the right classes program for royal families until they got hijacked by Indio kids.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, where we got him? Right here. We did the whole tape on it.
Mm-hmm.
I had LL up in there with his pants leg up. Damn, man, what the hell? I know. I'm just gonna put it up right here. It'll be easier.
Tonight on the Black Channel. At the dawn of the 20th century, America embarked on an ambitious goal of indoctrinating the less than white people of that era into being white. At the dawn of the 21st century, we now see the next step. The Black Channel is live.
Go.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm about to go in here real quick, man. I'll be back in about an hour or so. Open up the panel. The panel ain't open. Oh yeah, it should be good. I got a nice little lineup of some shit we can yank down and pull up. I got to run in here for about an hour or so.
Sure, I hold it down.
My guy.
I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the voice of Black America, the Black Authority, broadcasting to you live from the only historically Black college and university of higher education and learning in the cosmos. You are, of course, welcome to join us. And join us you shall, because on tonight's program, this is something in particular here. People have been contacting me about that, even though you know my rules about that kind of thing. I've been getting, it's not as if I haven't been watching it here, but I'm getting people talking about it. And I've been monitoring the situation. And I've decided to wait until we get to here and now, because I feel like it is incumbent to address it under those circumstances. There's been a movement afoot for a while, and that movement, many folks think that they are the ones behind it, and in reality, they are not. Remember something, people, you don't have something until it becomes government policy. You don't have something until it becomes government policy. And because of that, I've been warning you to watch out for those things, because people can jump up and down and ask whatever they want to. But it doesn't matter until after it's become government policy. When you have the government enforcing it, now you have something. And for the census, there are changes that are coming. But I want you to hear exactly what those changes are. I'm taking you to the Hill. They have a story on this, and then I want to give you some background information on this. U.S. Census, and this is dated as of 2 days ago, or 3 days ago. U.S. Census changes how it categorizes people by race and ethnicity, by Nick Robertson. The 2030 census, now this scuttlebutt started last year, but now it's letting you know the 2030 census will include new race and ethnicity checkboxes for Hispanic people and people of Middle Eastern and North African descent. The Office of Management and Budget announced Thursday a major change in how the government tracks demographics. The change is the first to race and ethnicity categories in 27 years and comes after years of criticism that major racial and ethnic groups are left out of demographic collection. By the way, folks, who was president of the United States 27 years ago? By the way, brief bit of trivia here for you. Who was the president 27 years ago? And what party was he a member of? And I wonder if there are any connections or similarities here. Now, we'll come back to that. The revisions change how the census will ask questions about race and ethnicity, combining the previously separate questions about race and ethnicity into one, and including a new category for Middle Eastern and North African people. Quote, thanks to the hard work of staff across dozens of federal agencies and input from thousands of members of the public, not millions, thousands, these updated standards will help create more useful, accurate, and up-to-date federal data on race and ethnicity, U.S. Chief Statistician Karen Orvis said in a statement. These revisions will enhance our ability to compare information and data across federal agencies, and also to understand how well federal programs serve a diverse America. Demographic categories for the next census will include American Indian or Alaska Native, Asian. Now listen to this part here, folks. I want you to listen to all these they have on here, because they're telling you demographic categories for the next census will include American Indian or Alaska Native, Asian, Black or African American, Hispanic or Latino, Middle Eastern or North African, Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander, and white, the OMB announced. In previous censuses, most people of Middle Eastern background were listed under the white category, and Hispanic people were considered an ethnicity separate from race. Well, isn't that what we've been telling you all here the entire time? Up until now, they are saying that up until now, Hispanic was an ethnicity. Government policy was to acknowledge being Hispanic as an ethnicity, separate from race. And we've all understood that's what being Hispanic is. It's not a race, it's an ethnicity. Well, government policy says we are going to supersede that. Genetics be damned. And yes, of course, you got Black and African American as opposed to African immigrant. We'll come back to that. People of North African descent did not have a clear individual category. Thursday's changes cap a nearly 2-year process of collecting feedback from the public. More than 20,000 people gave comments for the changes, and the OMB held nearly 100 listening sessions across the country. They didn't come listen to us. All federal demographic collection will reflect the new standards within 5 years at most, the OMB said, with changes being rolled out to government departments starting Thursday. Now, did you get that part right there? Oh, now, as far as when they're going to, collection of reflected standards, federal demographic collection will reflect those standards in 5 years. But as far as how they going to start moving, they said, oh, that's going to start Thursday. So this starts next week. So what does that tell you? That tells you that this is not new. They've been aiming to do this for a while, and we ready to roll it out now. Reparations? No. Reclassification? Yes. Y'all know that Drake meme, putting the hand up. Reparations? No. Reclassification? Thumbs up. Yes. The OMB also announced it would create a new task force to regularly review how the collection of race and ethnicity data for future changes and to better reflect the changing demographics of the country. So, folks, they're now telling you that ethnicities and nationalities, they are now moving ethnicities and nationalities into the racial categories. Understand that now. Why is that so important? They're now telling you that we're going to go ahead and grab ethnicities and nationalities and shove those into that category there. Now, you notice where we are concerned, they didn't make a move on that. Yes, they did. Actually, yes, they did. And that is the diabolical part of this. Remember, Joe Biden, longtime white supremacist and segregationist. And you know full well that if he's at the helm, he's got a goal. He's got a goal and he's got an aim. I want to go ahead and show you a story here from NPR. And there's a reason I've been sitting on this for a minute now. I've been sitting on this for a minute now, and now it's time to talk about it. Mr. Hansi Lo Wang, 1 in 7 people are, quote, some other race on the U.S. Census. That's a big data problem. He said this back in 2021. So this lets you know how long Joe Biden has been waiting in the wings to spring this on you. Back in 2021, this guy wrote this article here. 1 in 7 people are some other race on the U.S. Census. That's a big data problem. Why is it a big data problem here, Mr. Lo Wang? Well, you're about to hear why. For Leanna Garcia Torres, none of the boxes really fit. In 2010, she answered U.S. Census questions for the first time on her own as an adult. Is she of Hispanic, Latino, or Spanish origin? What? Well, isn't this what we've been pointing out for the longest time now? Haven't we been pointing out that that's not a race, it's an ethnicity, and that many of these people wish to identify as white, which means clinging on to Spanish origin? That if they identify as being of Spanish lineage, then they say that they are white, despite your attempts to minoritize them. Now, we've been saying this here on the Black Channel for a decade and a half. Now, all these years later, you have these people sit up here and say that, acknowledging that what is fueling this desire to want to identify as being Spanish, even though by her own admission, she said that was easy. She marked, yes, Puerto Rican. So her people are from Puerto Rico, but Spanish origin, that can work for me. But she says that was easy. She marked, yes, Puerto Rican. But then came the stumper. What is her race? Whenever that question is posed, it does raise a little bit of anxiety. Garcia Torres explains, quote, I actually remember calling my dad and saying, what race are you putting? I don't know what to put. So this man raised her, and yet his daughter does not know what her racial category is. Now, folks, why is it that the American government is so concerned about this? Why is this that this concerns them so much? And I will explain to you why it is. It is a matter of government policy, not opinion, but government policy rests on this. They need to know and have a proper head count of everyone who identifies as white. Even if technically you are not, we want to know everyone who identifies who is on team white. And you cannot leave this up to chance. We need to go do a head count. Who identifies as being on our team, even if they technically are not, they will still support our policies. We need to know who our members and our allies are. We need to know how many of these people out here are ignoring genetics and are obeying socialization. And that's what this is about. Finding out how much of the population is team white. Now you're going to give them the ability you're not giving them the ability to cross identify anymore. You are requiring them now to pick a side. You are now requiring that they pick a side. And you made it real slick to be able to do that. You made it real slick to be able to do that. But now you are demanding that they choose a side. Goes on to say here, the categories the once a decade head count uses, white, black, and American Indian or Alaska Native, put those of Asian and Pacific Islander groups, plus those of Asian and Pacific Islander groups, have never resonated with her. It's tricky, the Brooklyn, New York resident by way of Tennessee says. Both of my parents are from the island of Puerto Rico, and we're just historically pretty mixed. If you look at anyone in my family, you wouldn't really be able to guess a race. We just look vaguely tan, I would say. In the end, for both the 2010 and 2020 counts, Garcia Torres settled with checking off a box called some other race. And last year, so did Frank Alvarez of Los Angeles. So you can see the demographic that is having trouble with this. It's not everyone, it's one demographic. Now it is time to give them the choice to either integrate into whiteness or to separate themselves off into some other category where you will not get the white benefits. It's a chin check moment. At the beginning of the 20th century, this was what was done for the Italians and the Irish. Latinos, white Latinos, used to be Spaniards and white, then they got moved out. Now at the beginning of the 21st century, the choice is being brought back to them again. Because you see, the issue is they are now being required to divorce themselves from anything that would identify you with blackness. So you will now be given one of three choices. You can continue to identify as white, you can identify yourself as Latino, or you sure you want to get too close to the Negroes? Are you certain? Okay. Quote, I just identify with my ethnicity. So do you see the insanity here? I mean, if you're being asked about race, that's got nothing to do with ethnicity. But they're making it a point here now, aren't they? I just identify with my ethnicity growing up. We were in a very traditional Guatemalan home, says Alvarez, who adds he was disappointed not to see Hispanic or Guatemalan as an option for the race question. I almost wanted to just skip that question, to be honest. Now, here comes the issue right here. And this was back in 2021 now, 3 years ago. Here's the issue right here. Nationwide, some 45 million Latinos were recorded as identifying with a mysterious alternative to what the federal government considers to be the major racial groups. They either marked the some other race box or wrote in a response that the Bureau sorted into that category. In recent decades, many immigrants have also come to see some other race as their preferred checkbox, especially people with roots in the Middle East or North Africa, whom the U.S. government categorizes as white, or from Afro-Caribbean groups. So this is requiring people to separate themselves. Now, they've always understood that this was ethnicity, not race. Do you understand the difference between those two things? Of course they do. This is about figuring out where your allegiances lie. That's what this is about now, is finding out what is your allegiance. Altogether totaling close to 50 million, or more than 1 in 7 people living in the U.S., their numbers help the catch-all category rise through the ranks of census results. Do you understand what that means right there? They're not playing around with that, man. They're not playing around with that at all. They're telling you that 50 15% of the population is malleable, is what they're telling you. Altogether, totaling close to 50 million people, 1 in more than 7 people living in the U.S., their numbers help the catch-all category rise through the ranks of census results. Rise through the ranks. So in other words, they've been keeping that other category out there as a survey question to find out when you got to this point. Well, what do you know? 15% outnumbers what group of people? Damn! Well, 15% would put them in line with what group of people in America? Who in America's got a population that they say is around 15%? A troublesome group of people who we need to make sure that we have weighted the social and political and demographics against them because they have a legitimate claim against the U.S. government. So we will not send Anglos necessarily. We're going to get this. We have got a whole buffer class together. If you want to know whether or not I told you a decade ago, hey, these numbers are legit from the census because they need to catalog and track the buffer class size changing. They need to know who they can put in and who's got enough numbers to put in our way to deflect government policy towards helping. They need to know that. What was once the country's third largest racial category in 2000 and 2010 outpaced Black last year to become the second largest after white. And a major data problem that could hinder progress towards racial equality over the next 10 years. People, he says it right here in the article. They've been tracking it now. And take a look who the target is. They didn't say that it outpaced traditional Latino or Hispanic numbers. They didn't say that. They said that it outpaced Black. So in other words, they're keeping track of these numbers for one primary purpose and one primary purpose only, to see how much of a buffer it puts between white society and us. Why did they not name any other group? Because the other groups are not being targeted. That's not who they got the government policy towards illegal immigration to target. It's not here to target them. It's here to target you. And they're saying it. Yeah, we're watching who it's targeting. Now, I said this over a decade and a half ago. So if you were listening then, you were well aware of it. If you're just listening now, you're way behind. The some other race group was not supposed to be this big. Lie. When the Census Bureau first used an other race option in 1910, when the Census Bureau first used an other race option in 1910 for the national tally, it wasn't meant to generate large numbers. By the way, yeah, a little over a century ago, at the turn of the century, here we are again. They're letting you know this is government policy. You're at the end of the next century. It is time to start the reclassification. It's time to start the official reclassification effort again. We did it a century ago. It's time to do it again. Census workers who used to assign people their race by observation were instructed to note those who didn't fall within the provided categories with a shorthand, OT, on forms and spell out their race. According to one of the Bureau's 1910 census reports that ultimately produced a count of 5,012 Koreans, 3,249 Filipinos, 2,545 Hindus, and a scattering representation of other races. When the Bureau started allowing all U.S. residents to self-report their racial identities in 1960, now who was folks? It always circles back around to us. Now, who was it who was making strides in this country, and who was the spotlight on from the 1940s through the 1960s? Who was getting legislation passed that was specifically, supposedly, to focus on them. And what do you know? Between the 1940s and 1970s, what do they do all of a sudden? Why, we're changing government policies. We're changing immigration law. On the census, we're going to start for the first time ever allowing people to self-report their racial identity. Well, just in time for us to start getting legislation that would benefit us. Now, government policy at the exact same moment, and then 9 years later, immigration changes? You think that was accidental? That all these monumental historic changes happened at the exact same time? We start making moves, and then the federal government starts making really weird, strange changes. And then you find out they're not weird or strange. And they probably fooled a lot of black folk into thinking, oh, don't worry, this is for your benefit. They were looking 60, 70 years down the road and saying, this will overturn whatever legislative changes we're making. These government policies will neutralize whatever legislation we put in place for you. By 2000, a checkbox for some other race made its first appearance, and it was almost its last. The Bureau had proposed to remove it from the 2010 census form because it had become, quote, a source of non-comparability between census information and survey data from other government agencies that don't use a some other race category. Getting rid of it, Bureau officials had hoped, could help more Latinx people answer the census race question. Just like the movie The Matrix Reloaded, they need to be given a choice to identify as white and to identify squarely as white. Folks, if the census is intended to have if the whole purpose of the census is to count accurately the race of people, then why are you starting to group in ethnicity and geography and nationality as a racial question? Then that's obviously not your reason for doing the head count or for asking them that question. You want to know, you want to have a heads up of how socially the society is changing to see who identifies as team white. And this is another mechanism now meant to prod them and maneuver them into identifying as team white. Quote, for a long time, let me explain what I mean by that. You don't want people sitting up here misidentifying themselves. I mean, if they're Asian and want to identify as black, or if they're Asian, it doesn't matter how black they feel. You're not black, you're Asian. You're not black, you're Asian. So it makes no sense for you to allow them to misrepresent themselves. What good is a census that allows people to misrepresent themselves? Well, there's one group of people on the census who do not misrepresent their race. Now, isn't there? Now, we all know for certain that there is one group, there's one race on the U.S. Census that uniformly identifies themselves accurately. They're not trying to identify as anybody else. Everybody else is trying to figure out how to identify as them, but they're not trying to identify as anybody else. So you're pretty certain that that head count for that group's number will be accurate. So since you know white society is not trying to identify as anyone else, their numbers will be solid. You really want to find out which of these other ethnicities is aligned with you. So whether or not they genetically or ethnically are moving in your direction and identifying your way, that's what you're trying to find out. Of course, they're not white or Caucasian, not officially inducted. You want to know which ones are trying to be. That's what you really want to know. Whether or not they identify as being white adjacent or black adjacent. That's the part you want to know. For a long time, there was the sense that there wasn't anything wrong with the question, but rather that Hispanics didn't understand the question. And I remember thinking, wow, says Clara Rodriguez, a sociologist at Fordham University and author of Changing Race, Latinos, the Census, and the History of Ethnicity in the United States. Some other race was something to be taken seriously, not to be dismissed as a misunderstanding on the part of the Hispanic population. In 2004, a congressional mandate requiring the census to include a some other race category was introduced by then Representative Jose Serrano of New York, who was the top Democrat on the House Appropriations Committee that funds the Bureau. The move was championed by Latino civil rights groups concerned that removing the option would lead to inaccurate counts of other racial categories that are used to redraw voting districts and enforce anti-discrimination laws. So if you all think these changes in these categories are just bureaucratic or academic, no. These changes in these categories will be used by the federal government in how they draw voting districts and how they fund communities and enforce anti-discrimination laws. You mean like dropping a bag in New York for the Asians for Stop Asian Hate? Meanwhile, with black folk, it's open season. I want to show you all the direct connection between discussing these things in an academic sense and what happens when they become government policy. You can have a movement all you want to. Things get rolling when the government buckles and makes it government policy. At the end of the day, that's the most important thing. If you all agree with that, give me the thumbs up emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. There's over 4,000 people in here live tonight. We are giving you a lesson about this that will be very, very important going forward because every single person in here is going to deal with this. A growing some other race group obscures the identities of many Latinos. Tell me more. Part of that reality, however, is that a growing some other race population remains a huge data problem, says G. Christina Mora, a sociologist at the University of California, Berkeley, who studies how race and ethnicity are categorized and is concerned about how that category obscures the racial identities of many Latinx people. This is a red flag. It's been a red flag that's been around for a very long time, adds Mora. If we're not represented in the data, we're never going to have a true sense of racial justice. Oh, somebody is denying Latinos justice? And the implications touch almost every aspect of people's lives, including their health, explains Louisa Burrell, a professor of epidemiology and biostatistics at the City University of New York's Graduate School of Public Health and Health Policy. By the way, see my last program last week about New York is a problem. We can't really identify who those people are, Burrell says, of the some other race population. That's going to be a group that is going to be left out when it comes to tabulations for mortality for any health outcome. Really. And they talk about the Trump administration here. But you see this next part here. Now, this was 3 years ago that NPR said this 3 years ago. By the way, you see code switch over here. What does it mean to be Latino, the light skin privilege edition? All right. There could be changes in time for the 2030 census. As the Bureau ramps up its planning for the 2030 census, some researchers are calling for the federal government to consider a different race of adding a different kind of race question, including Nancy Lopez, a sociologist at the University of New Mexico, whose research has focused on people's street race, or what they think strangers assume their race to be. Not every Latino is a brown-skinned Latino. Oh, tell me more, Miss Lopez. Not every Latino is a brown-skinned Latino. There are white Latinos, there are black Latinos like myself, and there are Latinos who are also street race Asian. says Lopez, who adds she's concerned about the limitations of data about how people self-identify. So after us saying it for years and years, NPR acknowledges it right as they say, by the way, let's have a mashup. Now, I don't know what she means by street race. Street race. As I said last week, this is what happens when you allow the silly people to start talking. What would be the civil rights use of the data when we recognize that most people are being racialized by others when they seek housing or vote or seek employment? So she wants the ability, she's defending the ability to identify as however you want to. Which one benefits me most? OMB's current standards note that, quote, self-identification is the preferred means of obtaining information about an individual's race and ethnicity, except in instances where observer identification is more practical. Did you get that? So that right there, observer identification is more practical. Observer, they mean the person with the census taking the head count. Well, I'm white and I say so. I'm white and I say so. Did you get that? I'm white and I say so. Do you understand? Well, our agent with the census can override whatever you say. Well, that makes perfect sense, although I wonder how that can be abused. We'll see. For the Bureau's research on race and ethnicity leading up to the 2020 census, it says in a statement to NPR that while it did ask some participants about how they were perceived by others, the data is, quote, not suitable for release, given that it was for exploratory research purposes. So in other words, they've got to count on people who have told them about how they were perceived by others. But they're like, yeah, we don't want to, that was just for experimental purposes. And we don't really need to go in that. Oh, let's keep those numbers to ourselves. I'm going to end right here with saying, whatever questions end up on the 2030 census forms, Jaleesa RC of Los Angeles says her one hope is to see a Latino category under a race question. Last year, instead of marking white, as she used to on forms that asked for her racial identity, RC, an immigrant from Mexico, says she selected American Indian or Alaska Native, Chinese, and some other race. Did you get that? She can sit up here and try to protest all she wants to and says, oh, you know, we need to be classified differently. We've been here since before it was called the United States. And yet she said I'm white. What I'm telling you is, by the way, she can protest all she wants to. What are her children going to identify as when they come of age? They've already got a mother who is perfectly content to identify as white. If she has 3 or 4 children, what will they identify as when she's gone and they get to choose that number for themselves? What will happen then? I want you all to be aware that this is not innocuous. I want you to be aware that the United States government is doing this specifically for the purposes of targeting us. I want you to be aware of the ramifications of this type of change and what that would mean. The ramifications of it and what it means. Now, this is 2 years later. Mr. Lo Wang has a new story. New Latino and Middle Eastern and North African checkboxes proposed for U.S. forms. This was as of last year. The Biden administration is proposing major changes to forms for the 2030 census and federal government surveys that would transform how Latinos and people of Middle Eastern or North African descent are counted in statistics across the United States. Latinos, Middle Eastern, North African, people who have solidly, dependably identified as white or are considered white either by the society or the government or both. You see that? That's what they're grouping together here, is the other whites. Do you all remember here 2 years ago when I played for you Tucker Carlson talking about the Afghans? Do you remember that? Do you all remember when I played for you Tucker Carlson talking about the Afghans? Remember? And remember what Tucker Carlson said? Well, yeah, we're not in favor of immigrating them over here, even though he said when you look at them, these are guys with, brunette hair and blue eyes. They are essentially white people. Remember? White supremacist Tucker Carlson clearly tells you that the Afghans are essentially white people. He had no problem conceding to that. He wasn't trying to get them raised up, but Tucker Carlson himself said the Afghans, while they are essentially white people. I played that for you years ago because I keep track of this the whole time. This is government policy that you're up against now. On the left and the right, as I said last night, nobody in Jewish society is confused about whether or not white Jews are white. No one over there is confused. All they're fighting over is, wait a minute, do I get full white benefits, or are y'all going to try to carve me off something else? I'm white. Am I going to get my full white card, or are you going to give me like a beige white card? No, we want our full white card. There is no argument in white society as to whether or not these are white people. The argument is over how much power should they have and who's in control. That's the argument. That's the debate. Not are we dealing with white people, but how much benefits should they have as white people? And I've been telling you this now for 15 plus years. So you see who they group together and say, yeah, you're the ones that we're giving more leeway to. Black folk, don't worry about it. Especially those of you of slave descent, don't worry about that. No. You'll be where you are. You'll be good. Everybody else, we're making some adjustments for them. A new checkbox for Middle Eastern or North African and a Hispanic or Latino box. Hispanic or Latino. All right. That appears under a reformatted question asking for a person's race or ethnicity are among the early recommendations announced in a Federal Register notice, which was made available on January 26th for public inspection ahead of its official publication. If approved, and it is, the changes would address long-standing difficulties many Latinos have had in answering a question about race that does not include a response option for Hispanic or Latino, which the federal government recognizes only as an ethnicity that can be of any race, because that is what it is. And yet they're now saying, you know what? We want to give them the ability to racially classify. And I submit to all of you that what will occur is this is going to actually influence more Latinos to identify as white. That's the part I want you all to get. This is actually going to make ease of access for more Latinos, more white Latinos, to identify as white. Understand that. First, they're going to give you a lane to identify, to separate yourself from black folk. You don't have to be in the same bag with them, but really, you're going to want to go further. You're going to want to go further because remember, even black Latinos can put themselves in the same bucket with the white Latinos. Now, that's the part that's not going to change. The only thing that's going to, because before they wanted to know if you were a white Latino, that's why the question seemed confusing. Are you white? Are you Hispanic white or Hispanic black? Well, by separating those categories, this is meant to make the black Latinos not identify as Latino, although many will still do so, which will in turn put more pressure on these other folks. Yeah, you ain't gonna get away from that. You might as well go ahead and put yourself over here as white. That's the one thing the Negroes can't do. If you don't want black Latinos identifying as Latino with you and the other white Latinos, then the only option you got left as a white Latino is to step over and claim white. That's the only thing you'll have left, is to claim white. You can see who else is happy here. The reforms will also mark a major advancement for advocates for Arab Americans and other Minya groups who have long campaigned for their own checkbox. While the U.S. government currently categorizes people with origins in Lebanon, Iran, Egypt, and other countries in the Minya region as white, many people of Minya descent do not identify as white people, except when they're enslaving black people. Damn. I'm adding that part there. But by the way, when they got slave trading to do, when they got racism to perform, all of a sudden they become pretty white then. Just thought I'd go ahead and throw that in there. So do you see it's the same thing? This is intended to give them a way of distance. They want to be able to more accurately count the Negroes. They want to more accurately count the black folk. So they want to make these categories where these white adjacent people can separate themselves from the black ones. This will allow the white adjacent to separate themselves from the black ones. So when you hear about the Hispanic and Latino one now and the Mania category, and this is for the white adjacent. Just understand that's what it means. White adjacent. Before now, you had to claim something else. We just counted you as white. Now it's okay. You're going to be white adjacent. We want to get those numbers straighter. And you'll have to if you're going to distance yourself from the undesirables. You're going to have to. What this is intended to do is, number one, is going to cut down on the official black numbers. That's the first thing. Now it will cut down on the official black numbers because by removing a black Hispanic category, that's intended. You got a whole bunch of immigrants up there in that New York area and other places. They're black folk, but now you're giving them the ability. Follow me here. You're now giving them the ability to opt out of blackness. So even if they can't opt in to whiteness, you're now giving them an avenue to opt out of blackness. Now they'll just say, oh, well, I'm Latino. Well, you have the option of still counting yourself as black. Yeah, but that would get in my way of chasing these white Dominican chicks. So I'm Latino. So just understand what this is really intended to do. This is intended to lure people away from blackness and toward whiteness. People who used to just get automatically classified as black, now they're giving them the ability to do that. So you see, folks, when we discuss the need for us to distinguish ourselves from some of these other black adjacent groups, it is because we need to know everybody who's on board. Not folks who are wishy-washy, and they're having a bad hair day, and they couldn't get, Becky to call them back, so all of a sudden, they're black today. And as soon as they can get some interracial sexual access, okay, we ain't black no more. This is the reason why we've had to make that distinction, because our blackness is not a jacket that we can put on and take off. So to all the people who want to sit up here and cross-identify, this gives them a magnet or an incentive to be able to edge away from blackness. Now, they can't get over into whiteness, but it gives them the ability to edge away from blackness. That's what this will now, by official government policy. Official government policy will now allow people to distance themselves from blackness based on identity, and to also distance themselves from blackness and merge into whiteness by choice. They will now have the choice of identifying as white. And that comes in damn handy That comes in damn handy because understand, at the end of the day, these white Latinos don't want a other category. What they want are their full-blown damn white rights. But there's a reason that they've been unable to gain them. There's a reason that they've been unable to get them. There's a reason for that. And just like with the white Jewish community, that's the wall they're looking to knock down. They want to get their Ted Cruz, Jennifer Lopez, Jessica Alba, Ava Longoria card. They're trying to get that one. They're trying to get that one. And what I want to do here is I want to explain to you exactly how this has occurred. I want to show you the last time that this occurred, the last time this happened, so that you have a proper understanding of what they're doing this time. This is official government strategy, not just policy, but strategy. It didn't come out of nowhere. As the white population, black population numbers went up after antebellum slavery, the white population here couldn't bring in immigrants fast enough and then started inculcating the not exactly white immigrants into whiteness. And remember, there was animosity toward that clean through the 1960s. It isn't until an Irishman, President JFK, gets assassinated that the attitude toward the Irish as an other than white substantively began to change. But it wasn't until then. We're going to get into that here in just a few moments. Before we do, we're going to take a very brief commercial, non-commercial break. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program here on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo, my man, Mr. Richburg. Thank you very much for your support, brother, tonight. We appreciate that. Mr. McLean, Alex, everyone else here, thank you very much for your support. We're going to take a very brief commercial, non-commercial break. When we come back, let me explain to you exactly how they're going to do this and exactly how it's going to affect you. This is the Black Channel.
Hello, my name is Steve Burgess. I'm the author of this book, Guidelines for the Successful Student, a closer look at parenting your school-aged child. In this book, I've explained the role of the parent and the student in addition to what accommodations, procedures, rewards and consequences and expectations that need to be in place to ensure student success from primary to high school. This book is available on Amazon.com. For more information, please visit my link tree at Easy One-on-One. And to access my latest podcast, A Teaching Moment with Mr. B. Thank you all for listening.
A white supremacist assassin seeks revenge. Corrupt FBI agents with evil intentions. Dangerous black collaborators dedicated to treason. Occam Jeffers must defeat them all and somehow survive. One misstep and he's a dead man. Join Occam Jeffers as he looks the devil in his blue eyes and tells him, Black First. A sequel to the underground hit War of the Heart, Spirit of 1811 Publishing presents God Love Us, on sale at Amazon. Pre-order and save today. Visit spiritOf1811publishing.com and show your love.
Order yours today to experience all the benefits of Ash Kickin' natural body butter. With skin so smooth and soft, you'll thank us for it. Shop Ash Kickin' online. That's ASHKICKIN.com.
Hi, this is Brenda Starr, creator of Poetry with a Purpose and author of the book Pressed But Not Crushed. Pressed But Not Crushed is an anthology of political poems that address current and historical issues in American descendants of slave population and African American population. The book describes slaveries and its residuals, Jim Crow segregation, social depredation, and other relevant issues to American descendants of slaves and African Americans, including the current political climate that does not address our issues.
This is the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. Very glad to be with you all here this evening. And I would like to take you down a storybook trail right here, right now. There's an article that was written by Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz. Some of you may be familiar with her. And great article from a couple of years ago, by the way, the same year that Biden was proposing this change of the census. And she wrote a book. By the way, I think it's worth your picking up if you want to. It's up to you, for those of you who've heard of it before, called Not a Nation of Immigrants, Settler Colonialism, White Supremacy, and a History of Erasure and Exclusion. Found that to be very, very interesting here. And there's an article that she wrote for Teen Vogue. And I think this is a good one for you all to familiarize yourselves with. I'm not going to read the whole thing. We're going to skip down, as a matter of fact, here, because she does some prefacing on here. No, something in particular I wanted you to know. I wanted to cover this part in specific. She says, in my book, Not a Nation of Immigrants, I detail how various groups of immigrants were subjected to an Americanization process intended to strip them of their cultures, languages, and memories, offering them pathways to citizenship. Acceptance. Oh, I don't know how I messed it up. I don't know how I messed that up right there. Silly me. I don't know how I messed that up. How did I possibly think that said pathway to citizenship? No, not sure how I stumbled in that one. All right. The following excerpt explains how Columbus played a central role in this story for Italian immigrants. Like the mass of Irish famine refugees who preceded them 4 decades earlier, the majority of the 4 million Italian immigrants to the U.S. were fleeing grinding rural poverty in southern Italy and Sicily. So before somebody tells you about how great things were going, hard work, and everything's excellent, this, that, and the other, by the way, no, things were going to hell in a handbasket over there. They were a third world nation, wasn't nothing popping, and you couldn't blame it on us. We had cleared out and things went downhill, so, there you go. There you go. So you see what she's saying there. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. They were peasants in the medieval stock. They were peasants stuck in medieval socioeconomic relations, while others were proletarian sharecroppers and migrant farm workers, all without skills beyond agriculture. Interesting. Well, they would have told you otherwise. If you ask these folks today, they rewrite their history of Italy and Southern Europe and all those places. While they've been rewriting their history, they're telling you that everything was going great and fine and they just came over here for a short vacation or to do you the favor of some reliable folks to come work. They didn't tell you, oh, no. Italy had a whole lot more in common with Ethiopia than they did with anything else, and certainly more than North America. No. Wasn't nothing like that. They need to be reminded what was really going on. But of course, you leave them alone, they're going to rewrite their history, which is what, by the way, the white Latinos are doing now. My mom and dad came over here. They worked real hard. Okay, that sounds familiar. Most were motivated by jobs in the booming U.S. Industrial Revolution with plans to earn money to return to Italy and buy land or start businesses. In the United States, Italian migrants were met with endless insults in newspapers and magazines, which described them as swarthy, kinky-haired, and criminally inclined, and regarded as racially impure in the era of the pseudo-race theory of eugenics. And I would advise you, and that's not a pseudo-race theory, I would advise you that's government policy. I would advise you that that's government policy. Those of us who are a little bit older, those of us in your late 40s, 50s, 60s, by the way, you grew up younger and whatnot, remembering that. You grew up younger, remembering those types of terms like swarthy. Swarthy simply means darker skinned. So if you want to know where the phrase tall, dark, and handsome came from, the phrase tall, dark, and handsome, well, you knew they were talking about white men, but it's like, okay, well, who they talking about? Tall, dark, and handsome. Their children, did you get that? Their children were often refused access to schools, and adults were turned away from public places and labor unions, and even in church, forced to sit in segregated church pews set aside for black people. Yes, we're going to let you know exactly where you fall in the hierarchy. You do not get to sit down here with the Anglos. You're going to have to sit over there with these other folks. That's what you're going to have to do. You got to sit over there with them. It isn't accidental. Not at all. Welcome to the American way of doing things. We're doing this so we get your attention. They were catcalled on the streets with epithets like Dago and Guinea. Well, there are some old terms there now, aren't those? The latter, a term of derision applied to enslaved Africans and their descendants. And more racist insults like white N-words and N-word wop. So you get that. So what they're letting you know is the problem they have with you is your black adjacency. That's the problem they have with you. You are black adjacent. When you find these not quite white people, when you get down, what do you have a problem with them? Those are white folk. Yeah, man. And we suspect they got some Negro admixture up in there. That the problem always, we are the line of demarcation. We are the line of demarcation. That's the way it's always been. So if you want to know where government policy is directed toward, we are the line of demarcation. We're the ones that they're always looking at. So they want to know how this is going to affect us. They want to know how this is going to affect us. They want to know what this is going to do to us. And you cannot have your non-whiteness resolved until we figure out what to do about that black issue for you. Until we figure out that. That's the real problem. Now, here's the part I wanted you all to see here. Thought this was rather interesting here. In 1912, the U.S. House Committee on Immigration debated whether Italians could be considered, quote, full-blooded Caucasians. I remember the WWE having a tag team group called Full-Blooded Italians. All right. In 1912, the U.S. House Committee on Immigration debated whether Italians could be considered full-blooded Caucasians, and immigrants coming from Southern and Eastern Europe were considered, quote, biologically and culturally less intelligent. So I'm bringing it to you here. She's given the names, the years, who was saying it. The U.S. government was debating if Italians should be considered full-blooded Caucasians. 1912. You are barely a century after they were debating in the halls of government, are these actually white people? Well, can they be considered, obviously they're white people, can they be considered full-blooded white people? Employers often preferred light-skinned Slovaks and Poles to Italians. Railroad bosses wouldn't hire them because of their small stature. In the mining industry, English-speaking workers held the skilled and supervisory positions while Italians were hired as laborers. Even those who were educated and skilled were unable to secure any jobs besides manual labor. Only in the 1920s. Now, do you see this? 1912, we're debating what to do with you in Congress. By 1920, 8 years later, only in the 1920s did Italians become more integrated into the workforce. Shout out Al Capone. More Italian immigrants were employed in semi-skilled jobs in factories as well as skilled positions, but a third remained in unskilled positions. Even Italian American Union members faced prejudice with meetings held in English, and Italians were not elected to official positions. 3 years after the Chicago Fair, a group of Italians in New York formed the Sons of Columbus Legion to celebrate future Columbus anniversaries, mingling with the Irish and the Knights of Columbus, who had succeeded in getting the 76-foot Columbus Monument installed in the center of Columbus Circle in New York in 1892. By then, the Irish had spread throughout the country. As Trullo notes, with the full benefits of white status, Columbus himself became more Irish than ever until Italian Americans made new gains in the continuing contest for racial and historical legitimacy. Did you all get that? With the full benefits of white status, Columbus himself, who they never doubted his whiteness, well, other people, the Irish, other people saw how they could use that for their benefit. Columbus himself became more Irish than ever. until Italian Americans made new gains in the continuing contest for racial and historical legitimacy. Legitimacy means whiteness. Cannot be legitimized as white. The Knights lobbied state legislatures to establish October 12th as a legal holiday. And by 1912, that sounds damn familiar. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that was a banner year, wasn't it? A banner year. By 1912, they had succeeded in 14 states, and 2 decades later, convinced the Franklin Roosevelt administration to make it a federal holiday. Did you get that? The oppressed masses of Italian immigrants would find the attachment to Columbus an avenue to acceptance. They realized that the accepted representation of Columbus as first founder of the United States served to connect being Catholic and being Italian with the very birth of the United States. People, some of y'all are gonna have to learn. I'm not just making this up as I go along. I reserved this weekend because I wanted to connect these dovetails. I spent last night beating this thing like a drum to let you know the fight here is for these not so quite white groups, or not exactly white groups, to center themselves culturally, if they can't do it genetically or geographically, to center themselves culturally. To say, hey, this society actually owes its existence to us. Well, what about Europe? Well, no, they're not there. Well, the Middle. Well, you're Christian, aren't you? These are Abrahamic religions. Well, we're Jewish, and you owe that to us. And oh, no. Christopher Columbus, he was one of us, and wasn't that where America starts? Is with us. So what I'm telling you is that these groups have been trying to use these cultural and debating mechanisms to legitimize themselves and to out-white the Anglos. That's the debate that's going on over there on their side. They're trying to out-white the Anglos. And they believe that, okay, if we can't draw ourselves directly from Northern Europe, or we can't make ourselves Anglos, then we can make ourselves descendants of the Romans. If we can't make ourselves descendants of the Romans, we'll make ourselves descendants of your religion. If we can't make ourselves descendants of your religions, we'll make ourselves descendants of Columbus. So I was beating this to death last night, and now I want you to see how this all comes together. Jason, why did you wait until tonight to do this story here? Because I want to show you all how this all comes together now. These are not conversations that Black people have amongst ourselves, because I will not say that we see them all as Ice-T might put it in the inverse, one big Caucasian. But what I will say is that as Black people, we don't make those distinctions. Truth be told, these other folks don't make these distinctions unless there's something they're trying to get out of it, and they need to hash this out. So I gave it to you from all these perspectives so you can see everybody is trying to use some mechanism to out-white the Anglos, so that if they are if they are outweighing themselves in some regard, then now they get to sit up here and say, okay, let me claim something different. You can't deny my whiteness because, well, I'm clicked up with Columbus. I'm more white than you are. Okay, I'm not more white than you are, but I'm more American than you are, which is really a backdoor for white, but you get the idea. I wanted you all to see that that's exactly how that works. That's exactly the way it works. For everybody, except us. Now, I want to be the first one to go on the record here tonight. I wish to be the first one to go on the record here tonight to say something that you haven't heard, not from a legitimate source right here, but you certainly haven't heard it like this. People, I want to go on the record here tonight to let you know, over the course of the next century, none of us will be here to see it unless we're all hella old. None of us will be here to see it, and that is the diabolical strategy of white supremacy over the centuries. Nobody in living memory will still be around to remember what happened when they integrated the Latinos back into white society. But by the turn of the 22nd century, expect them to begin the process of integrating the so-called Asians and so-called Orientals, the Chinese, the Japanese. Look for them to finally get their call up that if they choose to identify, then they will be given permission to cross over also. None of us will be here for it. I have no way of proving this to anybody listening to me right now. At our ages, I don't know if the children will live long enough, but tell your kids, mark my words. Tell the grandkids, mark my words. When we get to the turn of the 22nd century, the Asians will get their call up. But they're going to have to begin calling them in over the course of the next 3-4 decades. So you and I will be here only for the beginning of the integrating of the cultures. You're only going to see it for the beginning of the integrating of the cultures. But as far as government policy, somebody, whoever gets a hold of this recording here in 100 years, go ahead and play and let them know, hey, there were some folks who knew about it then. The game will not have changed for you 100 years ago, 100 years from now as it is for us. The game will not have changed. Hell, you'll probably be sitting there saying, what's a Latino? Do you understand our grandchildren and great-grandchildren, if they hear this in 100 years, they'll be like, okay, yeah, I know about the Asian, but hey, what's a Latino? Yeah, the census has changed since then. Oh, y'all are old. No, we changed that. What's a Latino? What is that? Mark my words. They realized that the accepted representation of Columbus as first founder of the United States served to connect being Catholic and being Italian with the very birth of the United States. Therefore, Italian immigrants could present themselves as Italian descendants of the original Italian founder, not so much as immigrants, but returnees. As part of the origin story of the United States. I've been warning people when you see white folk online talking about we're foundational too. Understand, they're going to come back and cite things like this. They are going to come back and cite things like this. That, well, we were here before there was a United States. We were here before there were colonies. Mark my words. This is the argument that will be used. Actually, they're already beginning it. Understand, folks of Scandinavian descent, Norwegian descent, there's a reason why you keep hearing them talk about Leif Erikson. There's a reason that you keep hearing them invoke the name of Leif Erikson. Going back to the Vikings, they're going back as far as they can to show, well, whoever set foot over here, even if they just visited for a week, they're going to go try to find anybody and say, well, we're foundational too. Even if them folks cut and ran and packed up and left, they're still going to try to claim them. Mark my words. Historian Danielle Battisti shows how casting Columbus as, quote, the first immigrant rewrote history. Well, yeah, we're rewriting that. That's what white supremacy does, is rewrite history. Even though he never set foot on the continental landmass that became the United States, that's the real shame of it here is, by the way, he didn't even touch here. He never even touched North America. Don't let that get in your way. Don't worry, they won't. We're white and we say so. Wouldn't be in America without him. He never even touched North America. Details. We're white and we say so. Even though he never set foot on the continental landmass that became the United States and was never an immigrant himself. And even though the English colonies that began the United States did not exist in 1492, later in 1965, what? Damn! What did I tell you? All the way back over here, what did I say? If I'm really just ad-libbing this as I go along, if I'm really just winging it, by the way, if, well, Jason, you extrapolating too much, them folks wasn't concerned about us, by the way. Now, here's where the insult comes in. Later in 1965, when Italian Americans campaigned to overturn immigration exclusion restrictions, they employed the origin story based on Columbus to go to great effect. Excuse me, there was only one group of people who were fighting for civil rights. Just one. Just one. So this is an insult to our intelligence to sit up here and tell us that we out there stomping in the streets to create diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's not a dirty word. We were the only ones doing that, and then you're going to sit here and try to hand credit off to folks who were discriminating against us as if they were really making some big moves in the 1960s. As if they were making some big stuff happen. I mean, when you talk about what's his name, Joe Colombo, the mob boss with his Italian Urban League or whatever it was, Italian American League, tell me the legislation that they got passed. Tell me the major legislation that these all Italian groups got passed. Tell me the new rights and privileges that they received as a result of legislation passed for them. Show me one of these groups who got some legislation passed for them. Name the bill, name the law that they got passed. Because we can name the ones we got passed that benefited them. The immigration law that they're referring to was because of us. Directly because of us. That was us doing that. And ma'am, I don't know who the hell you are, but I mean, I do know who you are, ma'am. I don't know who the hell you think you are, ma'am. But you're going to sit up here and give credit to somebody else? Oh, no. I can't let that pass. I cannot let that slide at all. Not at all. Matthew Fry Jacobson observes that, quote, race is absolutely central to the history of European immigration and settlement. That centrality was based in the founding 1790 naturalization law, an act to establish a uniform rule of naturalization that, quote, white persons were allowed to immigrate and become citizens. Quote, the Europeanness, that is to say whiteness, was among the most important possessions one could lay claim to. It was their whiteness, not any kind of New World magnanimity. Look it up. Not any kind of New World generosity that opened the golden door. In 1971, James Baldwin wrote, quote, I had my fill of seeing people come down the gangplank on Wednesday, let us say, speaking not a word of English, and by Friday, discovering that I was working for them, and they were calling me nigger like everybody else. And this is a situation that we still live with today. Your children who are leaving school, going into college, going into the workforce, they still live with this today. They hire people. You've been there 10 years. They hire some new white kid. And before the year is over, you're training him to be your supervisor. So you still experience that in many ways today. But for those of you who don't know, on a pirate ship, the gangplank, that's that board that they have where you walk the gangplank and when they're kicking you off the ship. So you can either walk over or get tossed over. And that's why he's saying, I had my fill of seeing people come down the gangplank on Wednesday, speaking not a word of English, and by Friday discovering that I was working for them. Folks, is that not what they're doing at the border today? They have brought them in by the millions and given them privileges over us, and they don't speak a word of, at least they pretend they don't speak a word of English. And they didn't put them ahead of white people. No, they put them ahead of us, though. So James Baldwin's prophecy is still valid today. His proclamation is still valid today. They're doing it to us right now as we speak. Folks claiming that they were walking down the gangplank, claiming that they're on the outside looking in, and then within a few short years, oh, well, they quick to put them in charge. Yes, but they're only going to put them in charge over us. They are the reason why it doesn't do us any benefit to help with this illegal immigration thing is because they're bringing them in and they're not putting them in charge over white folk. They're not putting them in charge over the Anglos. They're bringing them in by the millions and putting them in charge over us. They're bringing them in and putting them over us, just not over them. Baldwin critiqued the tragedy of how the immigrants pursuing the lie of white supremacy, quote, helped to steal the vitality from immigrant communities, and in the debasement and defamation of black people, they debased and defamed themselves. This is James Baldwin. Back in the 70s. This is James Baldwin back in the 70s, not in 2024. James Baldwin back then, right after King and Malcolm and all of our luminaries were murdered. This is him back then saying, hey, by the way, these immigrants they're bringing in here, why, they are attacking us as black people. This back in the 70s. Why, they're attacking us as black people. They're putting them in charge over us and they're calling us a nigger just like the Anglos are. This is him saying this back in the 70s, not some little nobody you never heard of. James Baldwin. Oh, you don't hear in your college classrooms and your college courses and whatnot, they don't cite this statement from James Baldwin now, do they? Now, they'll talk about something else, but you won't hear them say this quote now, will they? He writes, they're talking about Baldwin, quote, white people are not white. Part of the price of the ticket is to delude themselves into believing that they are. Baldwin characterized the United States as a destination where Europeans of all sorts could be melded in contrast to, quote, Negroes and Indians. He writes, quote, no one was white before she came to America. Rather, they were Irish, German, Italian, Jewish, English, French, Swiss, Norwegian. In the white republic, one is either white or not. Now, I would take slight issue with James Baldwin in that regard. I understand what he'd be trying to say there, but technically speaking, as some of them places, they had a pretty good idea what white was in some of those places. So I might take a slight issue there, but I don't want to digress. Italian-American journalist Christine Grimaldi laments that she calls the paisanos of shame Italian ancestors and contemporary Italian-Americans such as Rudy Giuliani and Mike Pompeo, who celebrate Columbus as an ancestor and embrace right-wing ideology and white supremacy. Quote, those of us who challenge whiteness through activism and essays still benefit from it too. We will never experience the racist COVID-19 backlash against Asian American people and their businesses. Ma'am, stop. Just stop. Though the virus overtook Italy and traveled from Europe to New York. So I wanted to read that to you all so you can see that, by the way, yeah, that's the way we're going here. The way that the Italians went They've already perfected this formula. They've already worked it out. And now they are ready to apply it to the Latinos. It is now time for them to do that. And let me explain to you why that is. Ladies and gentlemen, the United States of America became a superpower. It became a superpower because of war. The United States of America became a superpower because of its ability to wage war. We built that economy, and they used that economy that we built for them in order to take it around the world and dominate, which is what they currently do. But there is a problem. In the middle of their last great world war, there was a tremendous bump in the national population called the baby boom. So you had this multiplication of the American population, one that they projected would last for decades. But eventually that multiplication would level off, equalize, and then begin to decrease. You were able to have military bases in Japan, military bases in Germany, military bases in the Middle East, military bases on all the continents, because you had a seemingly limitless supply of citizens and babies that grow to adulthood that you could send off somewhere. So your military power was never in question. You always had more soldiers that you could send around the world to inflict and enforce your will. But in the 21st century, that has begun to wane. They can no longer rely on that. The white population numbers have not only gone down, but white participation in military service has actually been going down ever since Vietnam. They were the first ones to jump ship on that. Black numbers remain pretty steady, but the white numbers began going down. So you can no longer rely on the white population to fuel your war machine, not picking up guns to go shoot people. You can't rely on them the way you used to. Increasingly, you can't rely on black folk anymore to fuel your military war machine the way that they used to. So understand something, U.S. foreign policy, as well as domestic policy, as well as economic policy, requires more people to feed the machine. And if your current population cannot or will not do it, well, then bring in as many bodies as you can, and they will be fast-tracked toward feeding the machine. So when it comes to their war machine, they're bringing in millions of illegals because they're looking at the population of China. Now, never mind the fact that China's population is beginning to level off and on its way to decreasing. Don't worry about that whatsoever. They want to make sure that there are sufficient numbers of bodies that the American government has control over, even if it requires a draft, that they can send into their war machine to continue holding all of these places that they've gained dominance over the last century, so that they can continue their control and white supremacy. The next thing is that they also want to make sure that the economy continues to at least continue to deliver, if not expand. Because you see, corporations are always looking forward to bigger profits. But you cannot get bigger profits unless you have a growing population. Now, as that population grows, as people get older, they work in the workforce, their income goes up. Yeah, some of them might even get rich. Yeah, but remember, corporations really make their money on the middle class. They don't really make their money on the wealthy. You can have a small company that caters to the wealthy, but you really got to be able to hit that middle class if you're going to maintain the margins that you have at an AT&T or a General Motors or a General Electric. You're really going to need that. You're going to need it. Take a look at the richest people in the world. Folks, the richest people in the world do not cater to the ultra wealthy. The richest people in the world cater to the middle class and lower. Jeff Bezos and Amazon, which is nothing but Walmart via FedEx. That's all Amazon is. Elon Musk. Tesla sells cars. They just sell automobiles, soon to be selling one that costs $30,000. Okay, for those of you who want to name Bernard Arnault and LVMH, I'll take you up on that one there too. As a matter of fact, I'll take you up on that one there too. Now, you might believe that LVMH is some, ultra luxury company, and in many ways, they certainly do have that. But let's be clear, Hennessy, everybody who drinks done has some Hennessy. Moet, everybody done has some of that. Come on now. So yeah, some of their stuff is ultra luxury, but let's just be clear. A bunch of this stuff here is not necessarily, a bunch of y'all have had access to it and have access to it on a regular basis. Have access to it on a regular basis. So I would argue, yeah, that they're a mass market company that also has some luxury, ultra luxury brands. Dior. Come on now. How many women here don't have something from Dior? How many of you don't have something from Dior? We can go down the list. Sephora? How many people here, how many women here haven't shopped? How many women here consider Sephora to be some ultra luxury place? Sephora? Name a mall that doesn't have a Sephora. Name a mall that doesn't have a Tag Heuer. Name a mall that doesn't have that. Marc Jacobs? So I would argue to you that even Bernard Arnault and LVMH relies on the middle class. They don't rely on the stinky, filthy rich. They couldn't stay in business if those were their only customers. Rolls-Royce is the most expensive car on the planet, and if they weren't owned by BMW, they would go out of business again. They can't keep it going as an independent entity. It doesn't allow you to do that. The margins aren't there. You have to become a much smaller concern. So that's why, even in the case of LVMH, the only way that all of these ultra luxury brands could survive is if they all got sucked under one roof. There's really not enough of a market for them to survive independently. Some of them will limp along as well as they can. Gucci fought getting taken under. Some of these others fought being taken under. Sure, but those are exceptions. As a group, they gotta band together because your products are so expensive that if there's any downturn in the market at all, you ain't gonna make it. You won't make it. So now with them all being under one roof like this, the ability for them to go under is a lot more diminished. So just keep that in mind. For some of you who might think that's the case, just keep that in mind. It didn't come out of nowhere. It didn't come out of nowhere, and you're not going to be able to keep this going any other way. You're going to need these folks to feed the machine. You're going to need that economy to keep going. You're going to need to have masses of people. I told you all about this for the last couple of years here. Poor people are just as essential and necessary to a capitalist system as the rich are. As a matter of fact, I would argue to you that the poor are even more essential. Poor people are more essential and more important to a system of capitalism than the rich are. The rich need the poor. Not they want them, not they really like them. You gotta have them. And the more poor people you have, the better. The more poor people you have, the better. So just keep that in mind. If you want to know what's fueling this thing, Joe Biden wants to make sure that his children and grandchildren have plenty of non-white people who will assure that they can continue chasing drugs and hoes and everything else that they're doing and living a hedonistic life. He wants to make sure that that continues. He wants to make sure that that marches on. So if it seems to you that he's betrayed his former positions, why would he be doing this? He's doing this because this does help white interests. He's doing this because it does fuel white interests. He's doing it for the same reasons he's always done it. He's looking forward 100 years. And the situation will not have changed 100 years from now. You will still have the Anglos who are on top running things, and all of their white adjacent people will still be trying to get a leg up. Only now they have a new carrot to chase, which is we can give you a little honorary white card over here. You got this. So it gives them a new goal to shoot for. It gives them a new aspiration to pass down to their children. So the children will hear the parents and the grandparents talk about, if you work hard, which we never worked hard though. Shut up, boy. If you work hard and do what you're told and play by the rules and support whiteness, eventually they're going to have to let us in. But in the meantime, you will be feeding the machine. And you will be feeding the beast because you'll have to. And this is the strategy. That's why they've been stiff-arming the Latinos now for decades. First you were in his white eye, out you go, because we need to bring you back in later. Let's go ahead and bring in these Middle Eastern white folk and the Latinos. Let's go ahead and bring you all in together here. Yeah, we're telling you can separate yourselves. In reality, we know that's exactly what's not going to occur. Some of you will, but most of you won't. And then you will simply have a group of people who will solidly identify as white, right up until you take a look at their last name. Damn! So you see, they're not going to be able to hide, because they will be able to claim being white right up until you look at their last name. And when they tell you that their last name is Gomez, their last name is Ortiz, their last name is Ruiz, their last name is Gonzalez, their last name is Cruz. Oh, it's like, okay, that's it. Yeah, you tip your hand. There you go. So they will be able to identify you. Yeah, they'll let you into the white party, but they're like, oh, you got an asterisk on you. Your last name ends with a Z. So they will always be able to identify you. Jason, don't you think they're worried? They're not worried about a damn thing. They know where they all are. They know where they all are. All they got to do is ask you about your family tree. That's a wrap. All they got to do is ask you about your family tree, and that is a wrap. You're done. Soon as they ask about that last name of that family tree, oh, you're through. Okay, we know what not to do with you. Maybe your kids if you marry a white chick, but not you. And what I'm telling you is that if all the cost of it is go ahead and turn yourself over for one of the kids, man. That's a small price to pay. That is a small price to pay. They can change their last names. There's a reason why I said all they got to do is check your family tree. Oh, you can try to change your last name. Go right ahead. All they got to do is check the family tree. You can change your last name. You can't change your mom and your dad's last name. You can change your last name, but you can't change your grandpappy's last name. You can't change his. So yeah, all they got to do is just do a brief background check. Let's check the paperwork. All they got, it won't take them more than one generation. It's like, okay, you think you slick. You think you're slick. Raquel Welch, Freddie Prinze Jr., Martin Sheen. Yeah, you think you slick. Hold on a second. What's your daddy name? Yeah. I said, what's your daddy name? His name is, Moreno Estevez. Okay, that's all you had to say. We're cool. We are? Yeah, no problem. Okay. You see what happened there? One of his sons identifies, or two of the sons identify as Estevez. One of them been like, yeah, I'm Charlie Sheen. I'm Charlie Sheen. Let me tell you something else. Oh, am I about to go there with it? I'm about to go there with it. So, my thing about it here is, if you take a look at how they got down, let me tell y'all something. I always respected the older ones. Especially I think he's the oldest son. I don't know Charlie or not, but Ramon. Ramon was always the one that I respected. Of Martin Sheen's sons, he was always the one that I respected, and I think he had a huge influence on Emilio. Because Ramon has always been the most strident. He didn't really want to mess around in Hollywood. He wasn't really looking to make a name for himself. He was just like, hey, my name is Estevez. I don't give a damn about a movie. I don't give a damn about a TV role. I am Estevez. I don't care what you miss. I am Estevez. And you saw Emilio pretty much stick by that too. It's like, okay, I'm Estevez. I ain't really, if I'm gonna make it, I'm gonna make it as Estevez. Charlie Sheen was like, yeah, I'm Charlie Sheen. One last question. Which one of those sons was swimming in white women for decades? Damn! By the way, when you take a look at their priorities list, who made it their life's goal to be swimming in blonde-headed, blue-eyed women their whole lives? Now, I can show you two of the fellows who that wasn't really their life goal. But the one who was most successful, and the one, successful quotations, the one that made the biggest name for himself and everything else, by the way, I couldn't help but notice he moved a little different. I couldn't help but notice that, by the way, the one who did want to integrate in as white, every time you looked up, he was swimming in white women. I mean, they was living all up at the house like he's Hugh Hefner Jr. So, yeah, I couldn't help but notice he moved a little different. Well, it sounds like they found the right coin to buy him off too, huh? Looks like they found the right coin to buy him off with, huh? Yeah, they knew which one of them to promote in Hollywood, didn't they? They knew it. Do you see what happened, folks? If you think I'm lying, oh, you can get, you get the thumbs up, you get the card, you get the pass. Yeah. Come on over here. We got a bunch of movie deals, a bunch of TV deals, just everything. You come on over here with us. Jessica Alba. Oh, here we go. I don't want to get sidetracked, but by the way, we could name a whole bunch of things. That seems to be the white entrance starter pack. That seems to be the white gateway starter pack. So yeah, take a look at it. He's like, look, if you play ball and get on the team, and we can make a few things happen for you. He's like, hey, look here, bring me some drugs and some white women, and I'm all yours. And they're like, done. No problems. And he's been there ever since. And he's been there ever since. All right. They've been cutting their teeth on this for decades. They know that these other groups want in. They know these other groups want to get called and raised up. They know that's what they want. And this helps them most importantly, and this is the point I gotta beat home tonight. The changes to the census are specifically calibrated for the purposes of marginalizing us. This is intended to see how many folks they can drag away from us and how many they can pull over in the whiteness so that they can solidify their position for the next 100 to 500 years. This is about solidifying where they're going to go for the next 100 to 500 years. Mark my words, this is how it's going down. That is why it is more important than it has ever been for us to be on code across the board. It is more important than it's ever been for us to be on board on code across the board. Because these folks here are going to inculcate as many people as they can. This is why the Candace Owenses are a cancer. The reason why we've had this movement to make sure that everybody understands what the deal is and we check everybody's paperwork, the Candace Owenses of this world are a cancer. They are helping the very people who want to annihilate all of us here. They're a cancer. We do ourselves no favors by ignoring that. So our purpose is to make sure that everybody is on code. We are the trendsetters. Those of us who have survived the killing fields of America, we are the trendsetters. Those of us who were raised from slaves to saviors, we are the trendsetters. We are the leaders. The first thing we're letting everybody know for the 21st century is get in line and get on code. We cannot accept anything else. These other folks here are now making their move officially to implement government policy to finally draft in groups that before now you're like, oh, no, they're not one of us. Watch, people, mark my words, watch. When they have an opportunity to code switch and move over to white, they're going to do it seamlessly and without a second's hesitation. Because that's where the benefits are. That's where the benefits and the status is. So be looking for that. It's not an if, and, or a maybe. It's here. They're already setting you up for 2030. Watch when they start telling you, ooh, black numbers have gone down. What happened? Well, you brought in a bunch of immigrants and folks who identified as immigrants. And yeah, that strategy you started 6 decades ago is been kind of working out. You know what they don't want? They don't want a separate box for us. They don't want a separate checks box for us. They don't want the descendants of the slaves to have a separate check box. They don't want that. Maybe if you get everybody on code, maybe then we can keep the boxes the way they are now. But these other folks over here understand they're not actually giving more boxes. They're consolidating. They are not actually giving more boxes. They are consolidating. And they're consolidating on white. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. If you are new here to the Black Channel, welcome to the Haven of Intelligent Black Thought. We do this every weekend. Click that red subscribe button. Click that notification bell. Join us each and every time that we are here. If you haven't been to our website, blackchannelfilms.com, you want to go and check out our groundbreaking, best-selling documentary work, 7 a.m., Gentrified, Race Wars, soon to be 8 a.m., all available on DVD and, well, most of them available on DVD and streaming. Go to blackchannelfilms.com. That is blackchannelfilms.com. I want to thank everyone who has contributed toward tonight's program on PayPal, Venmo, Super Chat. Thank you all for checking in. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, Black is the future, and the future.
Ken Davis, he is a structural engineer and owner of KH Davis Engineering Consultants in Toronto. Ken, as Tony Grace was just reporting, this cargo ship struck the bridge early this morning, but we heard from officials there that this bridge was up to code, that there were no structural issues with it. So how does a bridge nearly 3 kilometers long come down then like a pile of dominoes?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's shocking to see the images of what happened. I was able to, see a YouTube video that showed sort of a time lapse of the collapse. And of course, it appears that the ship was errant. It went off track. And I'm guessing that it just plowed right into the bridge pier, which of course provides support for the entire structure. If you look carefully at pictures of the bridge before the accident, you can see that the support that failed consisted of a very heavy concrete beam supported on what initially might look like 2 pillars, but in actual fact there's 4. And I'm thinking that if there was an impact on one of those 4 legs, that would have created an instability and caused that entire span to collapse. And the other reason that it might have brought the whole bridge down is that this isn't just a simple bridge that supported at points. It's what's called a through truss bridge. It's a very large one, and the bridge itself relies on support from not just just individual supports, but even from adjacent spans. So it's a continuous structure. So if a part of it collapses, the rest of it can come down as well.
And I'm just going to ask crew if we can upstairs perhaps put up those live pictures, if we have them, of the structure now in the water. And I'm wondering, as we look at that, thank you, given the large debris field and the number of levels of investigation, including the NTSB, the FBI, is it going to be difficult, Ken, to reach a conclusion early as to exactly what happened? How difficult will it be to put together the evidence?
I don't think it's going to be difficult at all. I suspect, and I'm only speculating, of course I have no knowledge, but I suspect what's happened is there was some kind of a failure of some of the systems on the ship. It just happens that I have some knowledge of these ships, and there's, of course, the main engines that propel it forward. There's also thrusters that allow the ship to move side to side. And I'm wondering, especially in view of the fact that it sounds like there was a mayday or a warning ahead of time, I'm guessing that there was some sort of a failure of one of the systems on board the ship, which caused it to veer off course and collide with the bridge pier. And I think that probably the investigation is going to show that this wasn't because of a faulty bridge, it was because of a faulty ship.
Could you give us some insight then into why the ship lights may have been flickering right before the ship veered off coast? There have been reports of lights flickering just mere moments before the collision.
Well, no, who knows? I really couldn't speak to that.
But would that be a human that was flickering them? Would that be some sort of mechanical or technical breakdown?
Well, I guess it's possible that somebody was flashing lights to try to warn people, but I would think that would be fairly ineffective. But the fact that there was some sort of a distress call made, obviously that's a key aspect of what's going on here. So I suspect that the people operating the ship somehow knew that there was a problem, and they tried to warn authorities to get people off the bridge and stop the flow of traffic.
Ken, I'm going to squeeze in one last question with you, and that
yes.
Is about the age of this bridge. We understand that it was built in 1977. Again, though, we heard that there were no structural issues. That was according to the governor this morning. Would a bridge today be built to a different code than it was in 1977?
Well, the current code would surely be different than it was in 1977. One aspect to this that occurred to me was that, back in 1977, the container ships were not as large as they are today. And I Googled, just out of my own curiosity this morning, it would appear that back in the 1970s, these container ships were far smaller than they are today. I think today they're probably more than double the size that they were in 1970 when this bridge was built. And of course, when we design structures like this, engineers, anticipate, what if something happens? For example, the Dome Stadium in Toronto, I believe, there's a lot of redundancy built into that roof in the event that an airplane were to crash into it. We don't want the whole roof to collapse, so it has to maintain a certain structure. So in the case of a bridge like this, you would expect that you'd want to design the supports to be able to carry a certain amount of impact. Now, of course, the size of impact that may have been anticipated back in 1970 may be very, very different than the size of impact that actually occurred in view of the size of the ships that we have today.
Ken, hang tight. I just do want to ask you one other question, but I want to point out to our viewers that we are looking at the river and we see the U.S. Coast Guard helicopters overhead, again, as the search and rescue continues. So I lied, Ken. I got one more question, and that is, we heard from the governor that this is going to be a long-term rebuild of this bridge. This is a major commuter bridge. 35,000 vehicles go over this bridge every single day to the port. Based on your experience, how long would it take to rebuild a bridge of this size, almost 3 kilometers long?
Oh boy, it's going to be a long build. It
Years?
would be hard to imagine. It would be hard to imagine anything less than a year. I would say probably more like 2 years. It's going to be a long build.
Ken, thank you so much for being with us, part of our breaking news this morning. Ken Davis is a structural engineer and the owner of KH Davis Engineering Consultants in Toronto.
Oh, fuck.
Well, phase 2 of President Biden's border invasion has begun. Phase 2. What is phase 2? Well, let's listen to an integration specialist from the Catholic Charities explain how phase 2 has just begun. Listen.
I'm Claire Roining, the Refugee Integration Specialist at Catholic Charities Milwaukee. Welcome Corps is a private refugee resettlement sponsorship program that allows private sponsors who are U.S. citizens or green card holders to help refugees who are in other countries to enter the United States through the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program. Now that the program has reached phase 2, we may begin working on our applications to sponsor our friends and family.
So what in the world is going on here? And what is the Catholic Charities? How are they integrating and bringing in illegal aliens into the United States with the backing of the Biden administration? What is actually happening here right under our noses? Let's bring in J.J. Carroll. He's the author of Invaded, of course, veteran of the Customs and Border Patrol for many, many years as a supervisor, has written an amazing book on this. And I have to say, JJ, when you sent me this information, I was just blown away. And I think Americans have no idea what's happening. So first of all, let's start at the start of this. What is phase 2 of this entire border invasion process?
Okay. First off, thanks for having me back on. And phase 2, I witnessed this throughout my career, not to the level that it's happening now. I could never imagine what they're doing, but I watched this phase system come through. Phase 1, flood the system with millions of illegal aliens. Throughout my career, I saw this happening. Phase 2 is allowing permanent resident aliens called lappers or people with green cards and United States citizens to sponsor illegal immigrants from foreign nations into America. But the arrogance of this administration working through the NGOs have spilled the beans, if you will. Nobody knows there's phases unless you were inside the belly of the beast and watched it through your career. Phase 1, millions of people coming into America illegally. Phase 1 doesn't end, mind you. It just continues on. But phase 2 is bringing more foreign nationals into America under the guise of being sponsored. And to understand what sponsorship is, if I'm a U.S. citizen or a green card holder, I'm allowed to sponsor my family members to come into America, which is great. If I'm married to someone, say from the Philippines, and I want to bring them in legally, there's a process for that. Or I'm a lapper and I want to do that. I have no problem with that. However, what the Biden administration has done through Mayorkas and the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service, USCIS, has done is they've labeled all of the millions of people that have been paroled in as legal residents, lawfully permanent residents. So now they bestowed that title, which is they're illegal aliens. You can call them parole, asylum, whatever. When these individuals come in, Clayton, they get about 60 to 90 days to see an immigration inspector or immigration judge. They can't see an immigration judge in New York City to 2032. California is 2027 and beyond. They're never going to see an immigration judge, so they go out of status and thus become illegal aliens. So the USCIS has bestowed legal resident status on illegal aliens. So now illegal aliens can sponsor their family members to come into America.
So illegal immigrants now have legal authority to sponsor other illegal immigrants, even though they're not here legally, and they're still awaiting even seeing an immigration judge, which is pushed off by 10, 15, 20 years because they're all backed up so much that they can't do it.
Correct. That's absolutely correct. So the Center for Immigration Studies, CIS.org, one of their investigative journalists named Nyla Rush did an article on this, and I agree with her completely. I've seen the stats. I know what's happening. So Biden administration has taken the countries of Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, and they shortened the term down to CHNVs, okay? They are now saying that those individuals from those countries that have been paroled into America are now legal residents and can bring all their family members in, just from those nations. However, there's a cutout that says those illegal aliens from those CHNVs can sponsor people or family members despite them being from other nations. Meaning, if I'm from Venezuela, but my family members from Iran, I can bring that person in from Iran. I'm not subject to that. What's even more malicious is the USCIS has now designated temporary protective status, TPS, DACA recipients, and deferred enforced deportation, which is DED. Those people under those blankets, those are all temporary, 18-month, you can stay in America. They've deemed them as legal residents as well. Why? Let me give you an example how devious this is. 2 weeks ago, President Biden did an executive order and gave deferred enforced deportation coverage to 6,000 Palestinian illegal aliens. 6,000 illegal aliens from Palestine here in America now are forbidden from being deported. They cannot be through deportations. Those 6,000 can now petition for all their family members living in the Gaza and in Palestine into America.
So what you're saying here is that all of these now parolees can sponsor up to 4 illegal immigrants per people. So if we're talking 10 million people have come into the United States, and I know your numbers in the book, I mean, it's just staggering how many people are already here. That basically could add an additional 40 million people into the United States.
Yes, but let hold on one second, just so you understand. In the old system, if I wanted to sponsor someone, I had to fill out a government form I-134. It's a declaration of financial support. So I could only maybe bring in one person, maybe my father, my brother, because I only had the financial support to bring in one person. Well, DHS now said, hey, you don't have to provide that form anymore. Because the first question people should ask is, how is an illegal alien from Sudan that's living in the detention facility or a hotel or Comfort Inn in Boston, Mass, how are they going to provide support for family members? Well, the DHS now claims that all the NGOs, starting with Catholic Charities, they can be the sponsors, the financial sponsors. So instead of bringing just my brother over, I can bring my father, my mother, my brother and sister, I can bring their children. I can bring their spouses. I can bring grandma and grandpa, because there's no limitation on my financial support. The NGOs are now the backstop for that.
So I was going to ask you how the Catholic Charities fits into this. So these NGOs are being paid for by the Biden administration in order to facilitate this. They're making enormous amounts of money. And this is how the Biden administration gets away with it, right? They can pass it off to non-government organizations. So it's not the Biden administration. Yes. It's these private organizations. It's these 503c, whatever, charities, et cetera. And by all accounts, they're supposed to be doing great work. Catholic Charities, that sounds like a great thing. So who is the Catholic Charities? What do they do?
Catholic Charities they are not affiliated, they say, with Catholic Church, but I'm a Catholic and I'm very aware Catholic Charities is tied at the hip with the Catholic Church. They are a nonprofit refugee resettlement group. That's probably, if I had to say, their main thrust in their charitable work is they resettle refugees. Now, that's not refugees like you and I think about back in the day, like people from Cambodia. We're talking about anyone that's illegal is considered a refugee. Let me explain how much money. Since 15 years prior to Biden taking office, Catholic Charities have received $3.5 billion from the U.S. government. $3.5 billion. Estimates now say by the time Joe Biden took office to now, that they've received another $3 billion. So we're encroaching on $7 billion. So when I tell you that the NGOs, be it United Way, Jewish Family Service, Lutheran Family Services, and all the hundreds of mom and pops, like literally mom and pops, we're paying taxpayer money to the NGOs. The NGOs are now using that money to bring illegal aliens into our country that are sponsored by them. Catholic Charities becomes the sponsor of millions. So Clayton, so your audience understands. So I bring in my father, my mother, my brother, and sister. Well, once they get in, they turn around and they say, well, I need my spouse and my kids, and I need my grandma and grandpa. I need my aunts and uncles. So that 1, 2, 3, 4 turns into 10, 15, 20 relatives. And here's another sick thing that you need to understand, or I'd like you to understand. I worked 24 years in the Border Patrol. I have Social Security. You're a working man. You're pouring into Social Security. You got truckers, 30 years, construction workers, nurses, stockbrokers, whatever. When I bring in my illegal alien grandma that's never worked a day in her life, do you know that she gets the maximum Social Security benefit payout?
What?
So she'll get more money than me? Yes.
What?
Absolutely. So when we're doing COLA, cost of living increases for our grandmas and grandpas that are living paycheck to paycheck, and we're giving them a COLA increase of 1.5% or 0%, the illegal alien grandma from Sudan and Mexico, wherever on planet Earth, she gets more money than the person that's worked their whole life.
I mean, this is infuriating. I mean, and is she given a Social Security number? How is this possible?
Yes, they all get Social Security numbers, because once they come in, they become legal residents. They will get a Social Security number. They can work. And you say, well, I want them to work. Well, yeah, I want them to work too. But let's take an example from the little town in Iowa 2 weeks ago that has 8,000 residents. 1,200 of those residents work at Tyson's meatpacking plant. They got fired, and Tyson meatpacking plant replaced all 1,200 with refugees.
Jeez.
So that small town has been devastated, will never recover. But this is the world we live in, Clayton. It is insanity what's happened. But you go back to the phases, just so we're clear. Once phase 2 gets fully implemented, so you have phase 1 and phase 2, those phases are never going to stop. They're going to continue. Phase 3, and you're going to start to hear it real soon, is the drumbeat, coordinated drumbeat between Republicans, Democrats, and the media. The system is broken. The system is broken. We need amnesty. The 4th phase is amnesty. And it's not, do we have amnesty? It's how many tens of millions do we give amnesty to? Then it's over. Then it's over.
Because they can say, we just don't have the agents. We don't have the ICE agents. We don't have the people to go out and arrest all of these individuals and deport them anymore. And we're so overwhelmed. The only response is to start fresh. The system is broken. Just amnesty, blanket amnesty for 50 million people who've come from around the world.
Absolutely. And you say, well, that's theoretical. No, it's not. We go back to President Reagan. The exact same thing happened under President Reagan when he gave amnesty. The same thing. The system's broken. We're overwhelmed. We'll never be able to find all these people. And they were talking about 2 million. They weren't talking about 40, 50 million people.
No, and you talk about in your book, I want everyone, again, read JJ's book. It's called Invaded. I'm on chapter 4 right now of the book. Natalie just finished it. And I was blown away. I mean, chapter 3, I was pulling my hair out, thinking about what the Obama years did. I couldn't believe it. And how much they just opened up the floodgates and were giving this sort of parole status to individuals. But I guess what I want to say about that is that the amount of resources that are being taken away from the Border Patrol on purpose, like it's all engineered that way. And then, of course, President Trump comes in, issues a number of executive orders. Suddenly, the Border Patrol, you guys are, oh my God, this is amazing. We now have the resources. We close down the border. All the people coming across are being arrested and turned back to their countries. The home countries themselves are also now, because of under threat of us pulling up foreign aid against these countries, are now taking these individuals back and standing up their own border protection to make sure that they're not leaving. And on top of that, ICE is able to go out and do deportation flights, as you catalog in your book. So ICE was on a regularly going door to door, finding these individuals and flying them back to their home country. Criminals, you name it. Get them out of here. And so this argument that we can't do it is total garbage. We've done it. We know we can do it if we just put the resources in place. You say we're spending $3 billion on Catholic charities. President Trump asked for $15 billion for a border wall. Congress gave him $5 billion, but we've now spent $6 billion on Catholic charities to bring people into the United. It's insanity. So I guess my point is, you point out in your book, it's a uniparty, Republicans and Democrats, and that's what we're about to see in phase 4. They're coming together. They both want illegal immigration in this country. The dirty secret, as I've spoken to many of these individuals, the dirty secret on the Republican side is just what we saw with Tyson, is we're going to fire people that we have to pay higher wages to, Americans. We're going to replace them with illegal aliens. And then if ICE comes in and arrests them, the dirty little secret, we saw this at chicken plants in Georgia, I've covered this for years, is that ICE will come in. There's a sort of a relationship here. ICE will come in and arrest a group of them, send them back, and then another batch will just come in and they'll replace them. And these Republican donors make a lot of money funding, they send a lot of money to these Republican candidates. So it's Democrats and Republicans that are responsible for this. It's a uniparty, isn't it?
It is absolutely uniparty. And just to give you an example, what happened this past weekend, Clayton? The $1.2 trillion budget was passed,
right,
with no money to the border. However, I'm going to read you these countries: Jordan, Lebanon, Egypt, Tunisia, and Oman. They received, starting out, this is all what we know, they've been given $380 million to do what in those 5 countries? To secure their borders. It just, if it wasn't, these people make me disgusted. They're traitors. You got Speaker Johnson has not done anything to shut the border down. I don't know if you saw in El Paso, National Guard got overrun by 300 single adult military age men. Our military got overrun. Let that sink in for a second. And tell me, where in American history have American military ever been overrun and there was no reaction? None. Just let them come in. And this is in the great state of Texas under the great border governor Abbott, who does everything half-assed. And you're right, this is a uniparty. And let's talk about this. Mayorkas was voted by like one person to be impeached. Where's the impeachment? We haven't even heard about it. We're being invaded at a clip of approximately 7,000 to 15,000 illegal aliens every single day, and not one politician is stopping it. It's unconscionable. But once you realize, Clayton, and I have to do this because it gets so upset and you get so frustrated, But once you put on the glasses of a traitor, of someone that hates the country, everything that you're seeing and witnessing makes sense. It's clear as day. All of these decisions they make aligns perfectly with the destruction of America. And there is no argument if that's happening or not. It is happening.
You're working on a new documentary called Treason. And I want to give a shout out here because you're trying to put this documentary together about Biden's open borders. And I'd love for you to tell our audience about it and how people can contribute. You guys have set up a Give, Send, Go link. We'll link it up in the description here. So if people want to contribute to get this documentary made and pushed out there before the election in 2024, they can do that. So we'll link that up. So tell us about Treason.
Well, first off, thanks for bringing that up. And because I'm very, very excited, very passionate about this project. We look at the border through the lens of looking south all the time. All we get is pictures of people bonsaiing the border, the trash. I want to show that. I want to see that, but I want to, if you can envision, I want to turn the camera north. And I want to ask the question, what we just saw behind us is treason. I'm now going to take you into America, the big cities, Chicago, New York, DC, Oakland, San Francisco, but I'm also going to take you in to Whitewater, Wisconsin. I'm going to take you into a small town in Iowa. I'm going to take you down into Alabama, and I'm going to show you what treason looks like. What is the manifestation in crime, in jobs, in social decay, in social benefit decay? I want you to see what treason is. And I'm going to be interviewing. I have interviews lined up out for the whole summer. I'm talking to chiefs of police in local small towns. I'm talking to city activists that I would have nothing in common with politically. Now we are completely aligned. They've seen their communities devastated by illegal aliens and all the funds going there. So over the summer, we have it lined out. We have a very packed production schedule, but it will end and we'll release this in October before the election, because I think it is paramount that Americans understand, instead of looking south all the time, turn around and see what's happening to your country. What does this treason look like in a manifestation of crime and destruction? And it will be shocking to the American people to see their American brothers and sisters being turned away from homeless shelters, being turned away because there's no more money, losing their jobs that they belong to and have done for 20, 25 years to an illegal alien from Ecuador by the thousands. So that is what we're going to do. We have a tight budget schedule, a tight budget. So we're going to the Give, Send, Go, and just go to Give, Send, Go. The link will be available. And I appreciate you doing that, Clayton. And it's going to be it's going to be artistically beautiful, but it's going to be a powerful message of what does America look like and where are we hurtling to?
Well, I encourage all of our audience to go there. We'll link it up in the description to be able to visit there and to, just if you've got $5 laying around. I mean, I'm sure people have like $5 in their seat, the couch cushions they might not know about, just to give $5 or a few bucks here or 20 bucks, whatever it is, to this this Give, Send, Go account to help get this documentary made. Our audience is amazing, and I think this could really hopefully help the election, open up Americans' eyes to what's actually happening out there, to our beautiful country right now. So we'll link that up and encourage everyone to check it out if they want to donate and be a part of that. JJ, as always, great to see you. This is unbelievable. Again, entering phase 2 right now, and you heard it here. Phase 3 and 4 amnesty in the United States for the tens of millions of illegal aliens, unless we put a stop to this right now. JJ, great to see you. Thank you so much for opening our eyes.
Thank you, Clayton.
I really hope you enjoyed watching this video. YouTube thinks that you'll actually like this next video right here. It's personalized based on your own viewing habits. So if you watch the video, please leave a comment. Let us know what you think about it, and we will see you next time, everyone.
Late night chop up, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing a late night chop up. How y'all living? What's going on with y'all guys? What is going on with the family? Welcome to the room on this lovely late night. It's what got to be 3-4 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. Shout out to y'all. Y'all be up though. especially in New York. It'd be 4, 5 in the morning. Y'all be up going to a damn club. But what's up, man? I ain't tapped in with y'all in a few days, so I'm just seeing what's going on. I get calls in a minute. By the way, guys, the movie Microphone Check in theaters this May. You guys go to microphonecheck.com to get your tickets. Microphonecheck.com. Phenomenal film, going to be in theaters all over the country. This is the documentary of hip-hop to end all documentaries. This is the end-all be-all of hip-hop documentaries. This is a phenomenal piece, phenomenal historic piece to put everything in perspective. You go get your tickets at microphonecheck.com. More cities are going to be added this week. Right now on the website, we got tickets for Los Angeles, Detroit, New Orleans, Dallas, Atlanta, New York, and DC. This week, we will have tickets up for Indiana, what else city? San Diego, Chicago, and there is in the Bay Area. So we're spreading it out. It's going to be all over the place. What's up, Nikki the God? I see you, beloved. So again, microphonecheck.com to get that. How's everybody doing, man? We up here chilling, making it do what it do. I hope everybody out there on the East Coast or Baltimore is safe. You know, they're still doing the investigation with that ship hitting the bridge. So hopefully everybody's good. Hope things get back to normal out there. That's a tragedy, but people are still kind of looking at that funny style. They don't know, if it was an accident. And from what I understand, the people on the ship were some East Indian cats. It's a lot of stuff, a lot of conspiracy swirling around. Some people are saying that they could have been a terror attack. I don't know, but there's a lot of things out there. No stone should be unturned. I'll say that. No stone should be unturned. We should look at every angle, every possibility of what's going on out there. You dig? We're going to get some calls in a minute. I see the OnlyFans people are up in here. What's up, Harley? When it's late night, we get the Amazon workers and the OnlyFans folks. So shout out to the OnlyFans workers doing their thing. All right. And hope you guys are following me on my YouTube at Tariq Radio on my YouTube channel. All right, y'all raise your hand if y'all want to get on here so we can chop it up real quick. Everybody, if you want to get on, you raise your hand and then we'll chop it up, because I ain't gonna be on too long because it is late. I just wanted to say hello to everybody. And I get some calls, but y'all gotta raise those hands to let me know you're in the building. What's up, Dominic? I see you, brother. And by the way, we're having an event at the Hidden History Museum April 13th. So you guys got to stay tuned for that, April 13th, ladies and gentlemen. And we're still getting the DC event together, the Rally for Reparations. I'm still trying to, figure out who all we're going to get to speak. I want to get Brother Reza, Sister Dr. Mayat, phenomenal sister, Brother Afro Elite, Black Alpha Network. Throw some more names. Who would you guys like to see? Who would you guys like to have us bring up there? I'll throw some names at us. What's up, Layla? Hop on, Layla. Yeah, turn your microphone on, brother. All right, turn your microphone on, sir. We don't have time for the janky microphone people. Let's get Tyron Leong. All right. Tyrone, you want to get on? All All right. Okay, so let's try this Layla guy. All right. What's going on with this thing? I'm trying to add people and it's saying error messages. What the hell is wrong with this thing? I'm trying to add some people to speak. Okay, the Layla guy, can you speak? Because there's some weird stuff going on with the thing here. TL Powell, what's up, brother? Some weird things going on here. I'm trying to get people to speak, and I'm letting them.
How you doing, Tyreek? What's going on with you, man?
I'm good, man. How are you, brother?
Man, I was just sitting here looking at the situation up in Baltimore, the bridge, and living up. I'm from Philly, and I'm down here in North Carolina. I used to take the 696, and I never knew that something like that would ever happen. Just hanging around in Baltimore, you know, when I was young. And I looked at the photo and pictures and video of every angle, and I got a lot of questions, man. I got a lot of questions, especially how that cargo ship, it has a backup generator. As a matter of fact, I found out it has 2 backup generators. And I'm trying to figure out, you know, how that thing lose power and it has backup generator. Then I found out that there were 2 captains on that ship, and it was like a handful of people. And I'm like, wow, it hit that one pillar, but the other pillar is still standing. Then when the bridge broke, I'm looking at the pictures and the video, and it's like there's smoke from when the bridge broke. It's like I said, I got a lot of questions, man. But then right there, I'm gonna land my plane. But thanks for talking to me, man. Y'all have a good one.
I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. Who is this person? Real Tether, who says FFVA. What's up, Real Tether? Real Tether. His profile says FFVA. Hold on, Tyron, you good over there, brother?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm
What's
good.
up?
What's good? I've been thinking for quite a long time about this thing. Where did you get the term FBA from?
I really got it from Claude Anderson, because Claude Anderson would always talk about our lineage and how he used the term Native Black Americans. He would say how Native Black Americans are very unique, and it made a lot of sense. We have our own lineage. And I would use the term Native Black American a lot, but people would oftentimes get confused thinking that we're talking about Black people who are mixed with the red Indians. So it got a little confusing.
Right.
So instead of saying Native, I said, okay, it would be better to say foundational Black American, because that's what we really are, and that sets us apart. So that's where I got the term.
Right. So did you learn this from like African Americans Ain't African? Because I'm hearing a lot of stuff that you get from members from that group, like Johnny Aborigine, Carrie Davis, Alquan.
What group?
African Americans Ain't African Facebook page, because I've seen you use Johnny Aborigine's meme, and you reference Wooten Now and these other individuals when you're talking about like American indigenous history.
Right.
And plenty of people, why would you like hyphenate yourself as like a Black crayon or anything of that nature, rather than just calling yourself the indigenous inhabitants of this landmass? Like, we carry the name Gullah Geechee. That's Gwale Geechee. You got Tuskegee, Tallapoosa, Tuscaloosa, Houma.
Okay, what does Tuscaloosa translate to?
That means Black Warrior River. But indigenous people did not utilize the term. Hold on, brother.
Black warrior. So people did use color designations. Blackfoot Indian, they did use color designations.
That's modern, though. That's when the Europeans arrived. They did not use the word Black to describe themselves before European arrival. These are fairly new tribes. What they originally called themselves were other names.
Like what?
You had, for example, the Gullah Geechee. They used to be Gwale Ogeechee. You got the Yamasee. You have all these different groups of people that were reformed into newer tribes.
Right. And we became, and we, as foundational Black Americans, we were a mixture of the Black Aboriginals who were here, some of the Moors who had traveled over here doing trade, and the African people brought over in slavery. We became a whole new ethnic group. We became foundational Black Americans. So what's the problem with that?
That doesn't really make any sense, sir, because
How doesn't it make perfect sense?
Moors, that's not even a real ethnicity. What they called they shit was Numidia before it was called Carthage and all that.
What does Carthage have to do with what the Moors? The Moors were just Black people who were in Europe. They weren't a specific tribe. That's what the Europeans called them.
No, they have actual ethnic groups. You have the Berbers, you have the Maori tribe, you have all types of things like that.
Those were just people in the region of North Africa, some of them in Al-Andalus. It was not, Moors were not an ethnic group. That was just the name that they called Black people in Europe at the time, sir.
Right. So why would you call yourself a Moorish name when you actually have a name from your parents? I don't think that they called you Tariq Allah Nasheed.
Doesn't matter. I'm Tariq Allah Nasheed. I call myself that. So
what's your biological name? Like, we're all about genealogy. We don't hide anything. What you see on the screen is my actual name.
Mm-hmm. Where are your parents from? Because my family, my mom, I have several pictures with my mother, my dad, my grandmother. So my family lineage is out there. My parents are out there. People know what my parents look like, my grandparents look like, my kids look like. Where are your parents from?
Oh, both my parents are from the Carolinas.
Mm-hmm.
My surname comes from my great grandfather on my father's mother's side.
Leon?
He was a Chinese man that came over here and married into the indigenous people.
Oh, okay. So you're part Tether.
No.
You got an Asian man's name. You're
Black.
Black.
You have part Tether too. I believe that your wife is married to a Hispanic woman, a Hispanic man. Isn't your sister?
My wife is married to an.
I mean, like your sister's married to a Hispanic man, and your wife is part Jewish, right? So wouldn't that make your children Tethers? That doesn't make any sense.
Prove it. Wait, no. Okay, now prove it. Prove my wife is Jewish. Or have
you seen your mother-in-law? She's white. She's Connie.
Prove Connie is Jewish.
Oh, we already seen it, bro.
Where?
The whole world knows it.
Well, explain it then, since the world knows it.
We gave you.
Show your proof.
My brother, Harco, aka Alquan, gave you the Jewish test.
No. You're not going to babble. Show the proof. Since the world knows it, show the proof that my wife is half Jewish.
Can we see your genealogy? Can we see it?
No. You just said it.
Can you present your genealogy? I don't know why you like to hide your stuff.
Tether man, you're babbling. You just said she's
What is a tether man, bro? Your ancestry is white.
Dude. You're a Negro Chinese anchor baby. And you're just babbling. You understand? You're babbling like an emotional biatch. You're just saying stuff, sir. You're plebiscite babbling. A lot of you tethers do stuff like that. Y'all do a lot of plebiscite babbling because you don't really have any real knowledge. You understand? So y'all get to lying and plebiscite babbling like tethers usually do.
If I'm lying, why do you get stomped by these white supremacists on the subject of the Aboriginals here? You're constantly using using Jewish people.
Sir, you're just babbling. You sound like one of them niggas who went to jail and read 2 chapters of an Elijah Muhammad book or something and misinterpreted everything, and you try to act like you're smarter than what you really are, and you're just a big dumb babbling plebiscite tether. You're not that bright, sir. You need to box in your weight.
Nah, I'm not a
You're not a bright dude. And when dudes have to reduce themselves to lying and talking about non sequiturs, well, your sister's cousin's husband's uncle, that's hoe talk. You sound like a ho, brother.
Bro, you're getting into insults.
We don't need hoe ass dudes out here no more. That's the problem. Too many hoe ass dudes who conduct themselves like little hizzos, just saying little emotional stuff because I'm so thorough, you can't say anything about me. So you have to say.
Wow, then why do you steal from Hardcore, Alquan? I know you steal your FBA delineation from that brother.
Who the hell are you talking about? This is what I'm saying. I don't know who Alquan is. Nobody knows who you little dusty Negroes are. Again, you little bummy, plebiscite babbling nobodies try to big yourself up and your little loser circles up to be more important than what you really are. Don't nobody know you or any of the people you're naming, sir. That's the reality. And you know that nobody knows you guys. Nobody knows any of you guys. You're a bunch of nobodies and you're fueled with jealousy because
then why do you steal content from?
Dude, you're jealous because you don't get respect. And I do. I'm a very well-respected gentleman. And you're a plebiscite babbling nobody.
By who? Who are you respected by?
By you, because
Why?
I got a grown man sitting up here making up shit, gossiping like a hoe. That's a sign of respect. You know? That's a sign of respect inadvertently. You're doing it in your own little hoe ass nigga way. What you're saying to me is, Tariq, you're so thorough, my nigga. I can't even say nothing about you, brother. I gotta make up shit about Jewish mamas and cousin, and you know somebody who went there. You know, you're giving me props inadvertently, sir. But
then how come I'm respected by a chief?
You what?
I'm respected by your Massey chief, Chief Siku Hitnigo Ajo. Who is your chief? You're claiming to be a part of Aboriginal tribes, but you can't even tell.
You're a musty, old, dusty nigga with a Chinese last name. You so confused, you don't know what's going on.
Actually, I'm younger than you.
Your profile picture, nigga, you look like one of the Whispers.
So the Whispers, really?
You're not living good, sir. If you're younger than me and you look that damn old, well, you need to lay off the narcotics, sir. You look old as damn hell. Even your name is old. Tyron? That's an old nigga name, sir. Niggas named Tyron sell used cars in Bessemer, Alabama. Really, I've never seen a nigga named Tyron under the age of 60. Niggas named Tyron go way back to the 70s. They used to rob liquor stores and sell Quaaludes.
Wow, that is hella stereotypical. And I know a lot of Tyrons.
I know I don't.
Your jokes are whack, bro. They fall flat. What are you, bro? Are you from the 70s or something?
Nigga, your plebiscite babbling is whack. Even your plebiscite babbling is out of style. Everything about
define plebiscite.
Like you're using old plebiscite babbling arguments. We is not the black peoples. We is the Naganti tribe of the Turtle Islands. That's old prison nigga talk. Fuck out.
No, we don't define it as Turtle Island. We call it Melakee.
Oh, nigga, stop it.
That's Melakee. You don't even know the indigenous names of the Americas, nor Africa. That's sad.
You're just plebiscite babbling, sir. You're plebiscite babbling like a mug. And again, you was a nigga with a Chinese last name. So you a tether anchor baby from a bed wench somewhere deep down in your family somewhere, brother. So that's what it is.
A bed wench? Did you call an indigenous person a bed wench?
Yeah.
Why you sad?
Somebody in your family's a bed.
Isn't one of your ancestors white? Can we look at your genealogy? Present it.
I haven't found any white ones in my genealogy.
Oh, we can find plenty of them. Isn't your last name Saunders?
That's my dad's last name. My last
Yeah,
name.
you're Saunders, right? What's your first name?
Toronto.
That's not my friend. I don't know who the hell Toronto is. What's your first name? Isn't it Marcus?
My name is Toronto Saunders.
Isn't your first name Marcus?
It's Toronto, sir. My name is
Oh,
Toronto.
and since you bring that clown up, I've been got on him.
Yeah, I'm Toronto.
But I don't really know. We don't really know who you are. What is your real name? Why are you trying to hide from the public?
Sir, I don't have to hide from some plebiscite.
Oh, we know your nigga Umar Johnson's real name, Jermaine Shoemake. Who are you?
All right. Well, sir, you're sitting up here making up stuff about me anyway, so you tell me.
No, you tell us. We all waiting to know.
You're making it up.
What's your real name?
You tell me.
And you have to live off of scamming people.
So you tell me. Oh, well, here's the projection. Oh, here.
Whatever happened to that museum, dog? Whatever happened to that shit? Why are you selling Pinterest shit? Why are you selling people fucking?
It's that the jealous tether talk. Here it is.
What is jealous tether talk?
Oh, there it is. That broke jealous tether talk. This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. Why you get all that money for a museum and you doing good and shit? There it is. That jealous, dusty nigga talk. Here we go. Oh, there it is. When you see dusty Negroes talk in circles and they make up stuff, the truth comes out. Why you so respected where you can raise money for museums and I'm sitting up here working at Taco Bell? That's what it's all about. Get it out your system, little old jealous fuck nigga.
That's not a museum, bro. That's a liquor store. That's a karate studio. Nigga, that's a abandoned Family Dollar.
And it's better than anything that you or anybody in your family has created. You have not created anything next to the liquor store.
I actually got a clan robe, actually. I have actual artifacts. You don't.
You don't have nothing. You don't have anything remotely close to what we got with the museum. You're a damn.
Actually, I do. You want to see it?
No,
you want to see it?
No, you don't, nigga. No, you don't. You don't.
Yes, I do. I have actual artifacts. You don't.
You don't have anything. You don't have any institution, no structure, no building, no business, nothing, sir. You're a plebiscite babbling, jealous buffoon.
Actually, I do. I have a puppet show coming up, actually.
Yes, it is. It's called the Little Dusty Musties. You got the Dusty Musty Puppet Show because it's based on your life. You're a little dusty, musty nigga who's sitting here babbling and making up stuff because you know I'm too thorough to say anything crazy about. And the museum, we got an event coming up in a couple of weeks. Very successful. We get it popping, sir. And you're sitting there upset because you can't get anything successfully popping, sir. And all of your plebiscite babbling.
Guess what? Guess what my show...
Your plebiscite babbling falls on deaf ears. Women don't even want to hear that shit. That's why
it's called the Mound House. And I have my...
Oh, God. You don't have no Mound House nothing, sir. Where's the Mound House?
Oh, I actually have it ready.
Where's the what's the website for the Mound House?
There is no website. I already have the artifact on my Instagram.
God. It's never a website, guys. Whenever these Negroes, whenever you say what you got, man, I got something. I got this, man. I got vibranium and I got artifacts. What's your website? Well, the website ain't ready right now. I've been working on it for 15 years because when I roll out, it's gonna change the game. So I've been working on it. Goddamn. Black community. These type of niggas, that has to go. Look, we got to have a talk as the black community, as black men. This type of dusty niggatry, that's for the birds. Let's have a real talk. I'm so sick of these dusty plebiscite babbling niggas who don't never have anything going, running their damn mouths, jealous of those of us who actually have tangible things going, where we're employing people and people are enjoying themselves and utilizing our services, and kids are being educated. We're doing things. When you have black men who are building and doing actual things that you can see and touch and go to and enjoy, and then you have these little dusty plebiscite babbling bitch asses sitting in the wings, whining and hating. There has to be a reprimand for that. There has to be a reprimand. We got to stop having little bummy Negroes in the community sitting around like little hoes complaining about the builders, because these dudes are very dangerous. Cats like this, you know, we know that he's an insignificant hater, but cats like this are kind of dangerous for the community. You know? And the thing is, this Negro, he's a wannabe Asian, and he's doing all of this weird plebiscite babbling, and very jealous because nobody respects him, and he has an old nigga name. All right, now Tyrone, now now wrap this up, because I don't really want to engage with dusty, jealous Negroes. Now wrap it up, Tyrone. All right, and we're gonna get who's this? Pharaoh.
Right now, whatever happened to that More Us app? Why are you still on white social medias?
You just making up shit to whine about.
No, that ain't even made up. You actually promoted a More Us app to the public, and that never launched, and you made excuses about it.
You know what's funny?
Whatever happened to all your old ventures?
You watch everything I do, don't you? Look at you. You super fan. You little old super fan nigga on your stomach.
Super fan. Wow. We know your failed pyramid schemes, bro. We know your failed pyramid schemes.
You're projecting.
And then you got to steal from Dan Calloway of all people.
You're a super fan. This dude is a super fan. You know everything I do. I remember your book, The Art of Mac and Tariq. I read that years ago. I be listening to Mink Slide. I went to the Mink Slide concert, Tariq, and I was sitting in the front row. You had looked at me. I seen you, Tariq. This is a super fan. He's one of these angry. There's a difference between a super fan and then a disgruntled groupie. This nigga's a disgruntled groupie. You see, this nigga's pretending to be hating, but he knows everything I've done.
I don't understand why you have to be so rude.
What's up, Farrah? How are you, Miss White Lady?
Are you saying that in a negative way or a positive?
Do you take being white negative?
I mean, it depends who it's coming from.
Well, if it's coming from anybody. Now, what are you upset? What are you upset about, Miss Farrah?
Okay. I just feel like your delivery, like when you're speaking, you kind of like talk in a condescending tone, and it comes across as very rude.
Yeah, if somebody's sitting on the phone lying and just saying a bunch of babble, I'm not obligated to be polite to them. Right?
I mean, you're not obligated, but shouldn't you be? Doesn't that set a good example?
No. Somebody's saying some horse crap and just making up false narratives. You're not obligated. Nobody's obligated to be respectful to them. Okay?
Well, I'm not defending Tyrone. I mean, I don't even know who this man is, and maybe he is shitty. I don't know.
Yeah, he's just jealous. He's a jealous fan. That's all. It's nothing major. So what's your deal? What you upset about?
I just have a question. I have a question. I know you've made some statements. Because I have some LGBTQ friends.
Okay.
And you made a video called Buck Breaking, I believe it was.
Right. I made a movie. I made a whole movie about it.
A movie.
Right.
A film. So are you homophobic?
What would be homophobic from the movie Buck Breaking?
Well, I'm gonna have to say I didn't watch the film.
So then why would you say am I homophobic if you haven't watched the film?
It was based on just various tweets that you had posted. I mean, I don't...
Like what? Like what tweets were homophobic?
So I've paid attention to you for a while. I don't have a list of all of these tweets and all of these posts.
Name one that was even remotely homophobic.
Like saying that like white men, something about like white men trying to dominate black men, you know, through certain, you know what I mean, physical means.
What's homophobic about that? That's history. The white supremacist male did dominate black men and black women and black people sexually. Historically, that's history. That's not what's homophobic about that when it's the truth.
Well, it's not homophobic to point it out or to say, oh, these people assaulted us. Like that in itself isn't. It's just other things that you've said, you know.
Like what, ma'am? I'm talking about the movie Buckbreaking was a history piece.
Well, can I have a second to find it?
Yeah, but if you make an accusation,
no, it was a question. No, it was a question. I didn't make an
right. But
accusation.
even if you have a question, the question is accusatory. Well, you should already have it locked and loaded. You should already have your narrative together.
My apologies. It's very last minute.
Right. See, this is why people got to be very careful with just slinging around narratives. So historically, and if you watch the movie Buckbreaking, we talk about your community, ma'am, the white community. They've been pretty crappy towards black people, and they've done some horrible things and some horrible things sexually to black people.
But we have to say that was years ago. Like it's not people. It's not me. It's not my family. It's not.
It's your community.
Not our community at the moment.
Oh yeah, it is your community, ma'am.
It is, but that was hundreds of years ago.
No, it wasn't hundreds.
Half of an immigrant. Like I'm second generation immigrant.
Not hundreds of years ago. It happens now. The Buckbreaking happens right now. You have people like Ed Buck. People like Ed Buck. That's right now.
Who the hell is Ed Buck?
Ed Buck was a white man who had several black men he was having relations with who ended up dead in his apartment, and they wouldn't arrest this guy for years. They finally arrested him on a drug charge, but there were dead black men ended up in this man's apartment over and over again. This was recently.
How many people?
It was like 3 people? Like 3.
So you think, was he, where did he live? Was this in the South or something?
No, it was in Los Angeles. It was out here in Los Angeles,
that's insane. Why didn't they arrest him?
They arrested him on a drug charge eventually because there was so many black men coming out of his damn apartment dead. And that's the thing. You have people like Jeffrey Dahmer, who was buck breaking and raping and killing black men.
Yeah, that's true.
That right. So let's not do that. It was hundreds of years ago. No, it wasn't.
But
the Jeffrey Dahmers, that's the only one who got caught. He got caught because he got too sloppy. But I wouldn't even say he got sloppy. He didn't get sloppy. They just didn't bother to look in his refrigerator. So,
but those are a couple murders in the current age versus something that was happening, in the Caribbean hundreds of years ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago.
Right. It didn't just
on a bigger scale. It's like there are murders that assault, all different groups.
Ma'am, last week, a white officer and some other white officers, they're on trial in Mississippi right now for basically sexually assaulting some black men in a racial attack down in Mississippi where they were about to sodomize black men. They went into a black man's house and found out he was with a white woman, and they were torturing these black men and torturing them sexually. One of the white officers just got sentenced, ma'am. This just happened. This happened last week. It's not hundreds of years ago. This stuff happens all the time. Historically, there's always a thing where a white supremacist male.
The scale of it is a lot smaller.
Scale? What do you mean the scale of it, ma'am?
Like you're talking about a small handful of incidents in a country where there's 300 million people.
Ma'am, it shouldn't happen at all.
I agree. I agree. It should never happen to any human being. It's disturbing.
Right. So let's not talk about the scale of it. And if we want to go there, we look at black children in particular who are
But I don't.
wards of the state, and the buck breaking that happens with them on a regular basis, that's systematic. That goes on now. Black children who get taken away from their black families.
Okay, but let's.
No,
But you're just saying white people.
No, because we're gonna put it on out there now. Let's put it on out there because see.
Okay, so what about the?
You're doing a lot of splaining for white daddies. See, that's the thing. That's why I say your community, because you're doing a lot of splaining. That's why it goes on because.
Okay, but so what about the black men that harm white women? What about that?
You mean the ones who are in jail? Yeah, they go to jail. If a black man harms a white woman, he goes to jail, or he gets punished. Or if a white woman harms a black man, the black man gets punished. Look at Jonathan Majors. Jonathan Majors was running from a white woman, and then he got charged. So yeah, that problem is wrapped up right there. Black men are overly punished for even thinking about harming a white woman. So we don't want to go there, do we?
Well, it still happens, but you don't see me out here, saying negative things against your community.
Yeah, you do. We get locked up. Yeah. Your community locks up our community. When we do anything remotely negative to a white woman or whoever, we get locked up immediately. Your community, you get impunity. It's called white supremacy. You can harm black people with impunity.
Well, I don't support that, Tariq.
Well, you don't do anything to stop it, so you do support it by proxy, ma'am, because you're making.
So what would you advise? What would you advise me to do?
You do the same thing y'all do when a black person does something. Y'all make noise. When a black person does something you don't like, you make noise about it. When a black person does something that rubs you the wrong way,
well, I make noise when anybody does something that affects me. It has nothing to do with race. That's just me on an individual level.
Right. By the way, do you think that Kyle Rittenhouse acted in self-defense? By the way,
I think he should have received some punishment. Definitely. I think he got off. It's bizarre.
Do you think he acted in self-defense?
I haven't looked deep into the case, but he showed up there with a gun. Just based on the few facts, it seems like he was looking for trouble. He showed up with a gun. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He shot several people. I mean, I don't understand what risk these people posed.
Right.
2 people, separate incidences.
Mm-hmm.
And he, I don't agree that he should have gotten locked up. And I do agree, I think he got let off. I think he got off easy, definitely.
Okay. But Farrah, you need to watch Buck Breaking. It's a very interesting piece. Very good documentary. Very good, interesting piece. Now, are you LGBT, by the way? Do you identify with LGBT?
I do not.
Okay. Because again, the movie is really about racism. So it's talking about how the white LGBT community, they have practiced the same anti-black racism as the white heterosexual community. So that's why we often get offended when a lot of people in the white LGBT community try to say, well, hell, being LGBT is just like being black. It's very offensive.
No, I agree with that.
Right.
But then but what about Dave Chappelle, who basically acts like there are no black LGBT? It's almost as if there's two, they act like, so Dave Chappelle acts like there's the black community and the LGBT community, as if there's no intersecting of the two communities.
Like, what do you mean?
Because you can have a black lesbian or a black gay man or whatever.
Okay.
And so he basically was talking about in his documentary, his stand-up, I think was it Sticks and Stones I watched? And he was talking about how there's the gay movement and how it got so far in acceptance compared to the black movement, and it's that makes zero sense because it intersects. There are when it comes to LGBT, it has to do with every race, every nationality, every group. It's not you can even compare the two. Like you were saying, you can't compare the two of them.
Well, it doesn't intersect. The LGBT, that doesn't intersect. Well, what do you mean? How does the LGBT?
Because there are black LGBT people.
Right, but they're not accepted into the white LGBT community. They're only used as mascots. The white LGBT community, they discriminate against the black LGBT people all the time. That's why black people have to have their own separate black gay clubs. Just like out in Los Angeles, they had clubs like Peanuts and the Catch. They had to create black LGBT clubs because the West Hollywood clubs would discriminate against them. And some of our black LGBT brothers and sisters, they say even on these dating sites, there's a lot of discrimination against them. Though the white LGBT, they look at them as, they really objectify them. They don't really have relationships with them. It's basically
like pornography, how
right,
it's all about
very exploitative. The relationship they have with the black LGBT people is extremely exploitive. So yeah, they're not in that community. When you go to some of these white LGBT areas, you don't see black LGBT business owners. They don't have none of the resources that the white LGBT community has. There's not a black version of Santa Monica and West Hollywood and all of that stuff. So where's the community with black people on an equal footing as the white LGBT?
That's true. That's true. I can't argue against that.
Yes, indeed. So it's the same exploitation. So there is no intersection. We're still dealing with the same form of white supremacy.
You really, honestly, Tariq, you really explained that perfectly.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
You open my eyes. Every time I come into your space, I just wanted to tell you that you open my eyes.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate that, Miss Farah. Thank you so much, dear. Let me get some more people here. All right. All right. We're in here. Where's that dude who had the FBA and all of that? I wanted him to get back up in here. I wanted him to get up in here. Yeah, man, it's a real interesting dynamic. Yeah, we get treated differently on all scales. Black heterosexuals are treated differently. The black LGBT are treated differently. We're treated differently. Everybody's treated differently. There is no intersection nowhere. See, that's what black folks don't have to learn. There ain't no damn intersection nowhere. And a lot of black people try to do the LGBT thing because sometimes in their minds, they think that they're getting away from blackness. And you're not. You're going to run right into the same white supremacy. Yeah. We got a lot of people in here in the middle of the night. We got a lot of people in here. Let's get 27K. Let's get 27K in here. 27K.
What's going on, boss?
What's, man? I'm good, man. How are you?
Doing well, sir. Did you see that the Good Times cartoon trailer?
Oh my God. Yeah. I'm gonna do a broadcast about that this week. I gotta do a whole thing on that. Yeah, I gotta do a whole thing on that. Y'all have to wait. I'll touch on that probably. I'll do a live tomorrow. That's something that I'm gonna have to dedicate a whole show to. Yeah, that's something that I gotta really dissect. Then I gotta show the clip and the whole shebang. So you dig. All right, let's get Samir. Samir, hop in. Samir, hop in.
Yo, what up, Tariq?
What's up, Samir? How are you?
Pretty good, man. I just want to get your thoughts on P. Diddy. Do you think this is going to be the year of exposing all the predators in Hollywood? Or do you think, like, obviously we know there's higher up that are people that are being protected, the Clive Davises, Lee R. Cohens, those guys are being protected. We all know that. But do you think this is just going to be limited to P. Diddy or other people that are involved?
This is, again, like I said on my broadcast last night, this thing with Diddy is revenge from him suing them damn trillionaires. That company he sued a big money company, and they are retaliating on him. He went after the big wigs, and Puffy didn't have the grassroots support like he needed. he went after some big dogs, and they had to pay him out, and it was an embarrassing thing for them. They lost money, so they're getting their revenge on. That's what this is really about. It's a weird thing. I'm seeing people up here caping for the damn feds. I don't know what that's about. There's a lot of new niggas out here. Some of y'all, I don't know when y'all started caping for the feds, believing everything they say. And again, I broke this down on my broadcast last night. And I noticed in the comment section, there are a lot of those Fed sock puppet accounts where it's like, hey man, why are you supporting Diddy? Why are you up here supporting Diddy and everything? Like, when I see the same comments worded the same way, really going extra, that's that sock puppet Fed shit where the feds are sending their people to social media to try to shape narratives. They were doing that same thing with R. Kelly. When they were trying to get R. Kelly, they made sure to have the sock puppets in all of the social media accounts trying to argue down anybody who questioned the narratives. When you start asking some legal questions, hey, what, don't be asking that. What you sound like you supporting? Are you supporting what Diddy did? How you supporting? Okay, that's real extra. I'm asking legal questions. And when you see a lot of those extra ass comments like that, you better believe these are some sock puppet Fed accounts. Because, yeah, regular people ain't really caping for the feds like that. And when we look at the Diddy situation, Diddy's crib got raided, but they're not really telling you why. They're being very vague. Nobody, let's be real, nobody really knows why his houses are being raided. All the Fed said was, yeah, it was a sex trafficking investigation, and that's real vague. So we're asking legal questions. Who is being trafficked? Right? And then when we start asking legal questions, here comes the sock puppet. Wait, Diddy got dirt on him. He is involved in Tupac murder and stole Biggie Publishing. Like, what does that have to do with the raid? What is all of this sock puppet Fed talk? What does that have to do with the raid? We're talking about this raid. Why is all this stuff going on? And I'm telling you why I think it's going on. It's retaliatory. And then there's a bunch of Negroes out here just, sitting here clapping and applauding because there's some jealousy there. But just keep it a buck.
From the culture of the American South, where roots hold stories, comes a natural deodorant inspired by generations of wisdom. Introducing Rootwork, the all-natural foundational Black American-based deodorant infused with the magic of High John the Conqueror root. Our unique blend enriched with this legendary root offers 24-hour protection, rooted in the power of nature. Embrace this deodorant that celebrates culture, history, and your well-being. Unlock the magic of Rootwork today. Experience the pure essence of nature. Visit rootworkstyle.com and make the switch to a healthier cultural choice.
Yeah, got a new show for y'all. Got a damn good show. Diddy, P. Diddy, Combs, Sean Combs, Negro, got his house raided by the FBI. I mean, not FBI. Well, I think the Homeland Security.
Homeland Security?
Yeah, is that the FBI? Or was that
Totally
Homeland
two
Security?
different organizations.
Yeah,
You got Homeland Security, you got the CIA, you got the FBI, you got the National Guard.
Let's go
you got
to the
US
news
Army,
coverage.
You got the United States Marines, you got the Coast Guard. It's just totally different organizations.
Let's go to the coverage. They raiding this house. The news was there.
The Department of Homeland Security conducting a raid at a house in Holmby Hills, believed to be connected to Sean Combs, the
Believed.
rapper and music executive, perhaps
The
being linked to a
big-ass house.
sex trafficking investigation. Let's go live
Like
to
some
Stu
downtown
Mandela in
Abbeys.
Skybox right now for more. Stu, what do we know?
Yeah, we're live.
That house big as hell. Look
Copy.
at that. He got another house on his property.
All right, there you see Skyfox overhead of
What
this
is Sky
home
Fox
where,
doing?
again,
He's
we are
scanning
seeing
in.
Department of
Okay.
Homeland Security investigators seeing this home now.
What's going on?
Let's go to Haley Winslow, who's
Why
lying
y'all
on the
got
ground
Fox
right
11
there.
all over
Haley,
it?
what do we know?
Like y'all TMZ or something.
Sandra, this is going to turn into a huge scene that is going to be an all-day thing, and it involves, yes, P. Diddy. The home is actually registered to Bad Boy Films, which is a division of Bad Boy Entertainment, basically his company, and the home's registered to that and to his daughter. Now, from Sky Fox, Stu up there, he got some shots of a few people coming out of the home. Those people have been detained. Now, we're trying to still connect the dots. We do have some sources on scene here that we're getting this information from. We were actually the
Man.
first ones here with about
up with all the
30
guns?
different law enforcement vehicles at least. There are 3 big
Damn, they get taken in there, got the house.
all unfolded, Sandra, I would say.
Why you
less
got
than
that
10
Negro
minutes
walking
ago. We
backwards
got
like
here
that?
even before the crime scene tape
Why don't
came
you just
up.
have 'em walk
So
forward?
we're just down the hill. If
Facing
you look up the street where Tony is right now to the right, you'll see one of those Bearcats, and law enforcement on the other side of those bushes basically is that home that is registered to Bad Boy Films, which is part of
Bad
Bad
Boy
Boy
Films.
Entertainment. And the home in particular is registered not only to Bad Boy Films, but to one of P. Diddy's daughters. Now, we are hearing from law enforcement sources that this involves sex trafficking, but we don't yet know to what extent or the details about that. But you better believe we will be on this all day, keeping you updated with the very latest.
Yeah, you ain't got nothing else to
You're on
do.
the scene in Holmby Hills. I'm Haley Winslow, Fox.
Hey, now sex trafficking. When I heard of sex trafficking, I was thinking about that one movie. That guy was looking for his daughter. Taken. Yeah, taken. I'll find you. I'm going to kill you. Yeah, That's when I think of sex trafficking. I think of that. Yeah. But that's not actually. Well, that is sex trafficking. But a lot of times when these people get arrested today for sex trafficking, it's not actually that. Yeah. Whether you're abducting women, you banging them, and then. Hey, pull up the definition of sex trafficking. Yeah, I sent my image. This is sex trafficking occurs when someone uses force, fraud, or coercion to cause a commercial sex act with an adult or causes a minor to commit a commercial sex act. So let's say me and you Puff Daddy. We call a woman come over. She's an escort. You Right. bang her, right? Yeah. And then you pass off to your boys. What? That's sex trafficking.
Passing nothing off. I didn't paid for that.
Oh, you gonna hook your boy up?
He need to pay for his own.
No, he a rough patch. He ain't had none in a while. He's a little down on his luck.
Well, after I get a
He
couple
needs-
rounds in, I go and pass off.
Hey, but seriously, bring back up that definition. Very vague.
Sex trafficking occurs when someone uses force,
Okay,
fraud,
force. I understand that.
Okay.
Fraud.
or coercion.
I don't know about
To
that.
cause a commercial sex act. So a commercial sex act, is that like filming the sex?
It's like prostitution, I guess.
And filming it or something too.
Yeah, commercial using it for
like if you pay a prostitute and fly over and then you do the deed, pay her money, send her back. That's actually sex trafficking.
Yeah. Consenting adults could be
Yeah.
considered sex trafficking.
Yeah, I think that's what they got R. Kelly on.
Yeah, if he went to jail, his parents should have went too, and all those Catholic priests should be in jail too.
You ain't throwing the Catholic priest in jail. That's the priest right there.
Well,
We just talking about some sorry old Negroes right here. They going to jail. That was a joke.
Well, it's true.
I was pointing out the absurdity.
If R. Kelly's in jail for sex trafficking, their parents should be in jail.
Sex tracking?
Sex trafficking.
Okay, put the F in there. You said tracking. You sex tracking.
If R. Kelly's in jail, the parents need to be in jail, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, they brought the girls there?
Yeah.
Is that how it went down? The parents dropped them off?
People dropping the kids off for music lessons, some shit. Right? All these Catholic priests at the Catholic Church here.
That was sex trafficking.
Sex trafficking.
Did nothing happen to them?
Yeah, that's why that sex trafficking is bogus charges in that fish.
It could be used in a bogus fashion, but when you think of sex trafficking, like abducting women, that's what I think of when I think of sex trafficking.
You really think
kidnapping women and then just putting them in the sex trade and stuff.
You think Puff Daddy's kidnapping women and putting them in the sex game? That ain't what's happening.
No.
Yeah, I don't believe none of those charges. I lost a lot of respect for FBI if they raided the president's house. I don't believe nothing they do.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. They went and, like Jeffrey Epstein, the people that was on his list, they haven't even exposed the people that was on there. I mean, I don't believe nothing
the government says. I don't believe nothing the FBI does is in good nature. It's just man, that dude. You mean to tell me this dude been doing? Man, man, come on now, Puff Daddy. He's sex trafficking women. Well, there's nuances to this term, sex trafficking. You thinking the taking sex trafficking? Puff ain't out there abducting chicks, and putting them out there, and I mean, it's the same thing they threw at Andrew Tate. Yeah, just bogus charges. It's something they can throw at you. Yeah, like look what oh, shut up, Hunter Biden. That dude's on tape, copping to buying prostitutes and flying them over or train or something. Come to his house, bang him. What happened to him? Remember that thing they did to Kobe? Said he forced himself on that one girl and they found like 15 samples of semen in her panties? I don't think it was that many. I think it was like 6. Well, that's plenty. How you walk around with 6 different specimens on you? Yeah. All you need is the mere allegation. You're gonna have the force of the FBI raiding your house. You ain't dead. You've done absolutely nothing. Is he like a convicted felon or something? Like, I think so. Y'all look like y'all got the army at that dude's house. Y'all got rifles. Got the dude walking out like this. Hey man, you flashing everybody your belly button. Show of force, I guess. Hey, shut up. I don't believe it, man. Anybody that's trafficking girls for sex, it could be a crime, but that crime is very vague, and they can use it unfairly against people that they don't agree with or don't like. Him sex trafficking women. Well, you gotta wait till the charge. They in there searching his house. Maybe this dude did some taking stuff. He ain't did no taking. Hey, I heard a tape. I just heard a tape the other day. Him and Meek Mill. It sounded like they was pounding each other. That was the grossest thing I ever heard. That was between 2 consenting adults. Man, what are you trying to say? You trying to he's sex trafficking Meek Mill? No, I'm just saying I heard a tape. It was just audio. Y'all heard ball slap. And the way they was talking, I was like, man, my nuts and mushroom tips shriveled up to a size of this when I heard that. Hey man, let's get off of that. Like, man, you need to go to jail. Man, that's probably they probably heard the tape. Man, you hear this tape? Man, let's go down now. This Negro's good for something. Man, I don't know, but I think that's what they got R. Kelly for, sex trafficking. They got him racketeering too, but he got 30 years for having sex with. If they can get the label of sex trafficking on you, they're gonna throw the racketeering in there. Just it's funny, R. Kelly's in jail, but those Catholic priests ain't in jail. It's a double standard. Look at all the crimes Joe Biden has committed, blatantly in front of everybody. Well, the only person that's getting prosecuted is Trump. Yeah, R. Kelly. I think all those girls, they were underage, but they were consenting underage. Yeah, the priest. Man, y'all was doing the kids. Yeah, and they're walking free. Where's the outrage? Where's the outrage? There's a couple niggas. Oh, y'all going to jail. I don't even think the Catholic, these Catholic churches was ever raided. They'll raid a nigga's house quick as shit, though. Oh yeah, especially you got a lot of money. This dude got all this money. He doesn't need to traffic women. Women are just throwing it at him. Besides, Meek Mill is just throwing it at him. Come on, let's just get real for just a second. Well, Kevin, you don't know what evidence they have. This dude might have been doing some horrible stuff. The FBI is full of shit nowadays. FBI looks like one of the most corrupt organizations in the United States right now. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. You got Hunter Biden committing gun crimes. We got him on tape. Nothing's happened. Sex trafficking. He did it. Prostitutes, cocaine. Yeah, he paid for prostitutes. They came on the train. That's sex trafficking. Yeah, you got all these crimes. Nothing happened to him. He actually wrote a book. Made money off the book of sex trafficking. Well, not necessarily sex trafficking, but it could be construed sex trafficking. Fuck, I just burnt. Why
you telling everybody? I didn't even know. Why you gotta tell them? You didn't hear that? No. I burped right into the microphone. I didn't hear it. I'm sure they heard it. I'm sure they saw it. You probably did all that. Man, do y'all really think Puff Daddy is sex trafficking women? I don't think Puff Daddy is a good dude at all. How? Because he has violent sex with men? I just, man. See, you're letting your own biases dictate how you think. Man. If he want to violent... I have never met a Negro that was into rapping was any good. Most of them are like... Yeah, most of them. Some of them good. Yeah. Who? A lot of them. I just can't think of them. Like, I can think of a great black actor that's a good dude, Denzel Washington. Yeah. You never, man, he's probably an asshole. He's probably coming here and bitch slapping. No, like Morgan Freeman. Yeah. You never know. But he did Don't judge a book by its cover. He did get with his daughter, though. Was like... What? Was that Morgan Freeman? What are you talking about? Well, I apologize. I confused him with somebody else. Man, you better put some respect on Morgan Freeman. That dude got divorced of a president. Got divorced of a god. Yeah, Morgan Freeman. Yeah, man. But when I think of a rapper, what like black rapper was like? I just said he's been successful. Came out his own liquor. He's successful. He's not out here. Yeah, he ain't out here. 50 all right. 50 all right. He ain't out here. 50 all right. Hey, stop cutting me off when I'm talking. 50 all right. Out here busting caps on people. You know? Didn't he get shot like 50 times or something? Yeah. You know he was doing something. He deserved all them busts, I bet. No, I wouldn't say that. I don't know. I wasn't in his shoes, man. Stop judging people. No. Just because someone got shot doesn't mean they deserved it. How many people got shot and they deserved it? All right, I take it back. Yeah, you're going to take it back and put some respect on 50's name. What he did to Ja Rule ain't cool neither. Huh? Yeah, that was totally messed up. Yeah, he ain't got no respect for Ja Rule. So that's right. That's just strike. That's all I need. You're rapping, you did that to Ja Rule, you ain't about a damn thing. You was talking trash about Mayweather, too. Yeah, talking about he couldn't read, man. Why don't you have Black Lives Matter, nigga? I like 50. I think he's Republican. That was a damn good show. You think he's Republican? He ain't for them Democrats. I know that. Yeah. Hey. So I told you some good rappers out there. Yeah, he's growing on me. Yeah. Hey, giveaway's almost up. Nicki Minaj ain't bad either, man. She put these Democrats on blast too, man. I think she's a Republican. I don't know about all that. I saw a video the other day on top of this. Man, that shit was crazy. How she was bringing that heat. Hey, I'm closing the video out. Hey, we got a Ford F-250 we trying to give away. And $10,000 in cash. It's almost up. Go to fisherhawkstwins.com. Anything you buy from the site, get you automatically. Enter to win. What the hell's wrong with you? Yeah, I'm trying to rush this along.
Oh, great. Let's keep going. He dropped the name of Prince Harry. Now, on the Patreon, we showed y'all where he got that from. He got it from the internet. Prince Harry with Diddy. Except on the internet, back when Kanye West had Graduation out. He wasn't even married yet. He was still part of the royal family. I showed y'all that when Prince Harry came up here and hung out with Kanye and Diddy and all of that. That's crazy that this dude keeps coming with all this nonsense. How am I protecting Diddy when Lucian Grange was involved? How is he protecting Diddy when he just said he wasn't there? Did you not realize he was named in the lawsuit too? And he was like, how are you putting me in a lawsuit? I wasn't never there. So how are you putting me in a lawsuit? And in your lawsuit, in your claims, is that he was there. Now you're going to have to provide evidence, Little Rod, that Lucian Grange was at these free calls. You finna put yourself in a box you don't want to be in, buddy. You're slowly putting yourself in a situation where you finna realize now, you finna wake the hornet's nest. This thing is gonna get bigger than Diddy. Your mad at Diddy is finna cause you to crash out. Yeah, I'm driving. No, they didn't want all that. You're right. Sometimes it's worth standing up for yourself. That's exactly the point. So that's exactly what's happening here. A person is sticking up for themselves. They saying, hell with that. My name is on the line. You ain't finna just slander me and throw me to the dogs. We don't get down like that. So I understood what kind of stance they were taking, because that's the stance you got to take as a man. I would have sued them a long time ago. No other has filed complaints. They don't have to complain in the media. The other people who, they will get their lawyers. You know, you got Stevie J's name involved in something that he won. That's saying that that's not him. What they submitted as evidence is somebody else coming out claiming also that's not me. And then saying that's TD Jakes. That's not TD Jakes. And then the lawsuit is not saying TD Jakes did anything. He's alleging that he's using TD Jakes to try to clear his image. How would that even be listed? That's not even a crime. He's just using people's name and name dropping people so that social media can take it and run with it, with all their superstitions and all they, man, look how you touched him on the shoulder. Something going on there. Their suspicions. And social media gonna do all the rest of the work. Why do you think I never ever focused on TD Jakes and Diddy? Because I knew what it was. It didn't come from anything. It came from just nonsense. You got to go back to the source and say, okay, well, where did it come from? He never said TD Jakes did anything with Diddy. They just stated, oh, this guy said TD Jakes, because he's using TD Jakes to try to clear his image. This guy's just grabbing stuff that he sees on social media and stuff. Right, you see TD Jakes, you think he was a running back or something. Oh man, TD Jakes, man, how many touchdowns you scored? Man, y'all messed, it was so bad, y'all messed TD Jakes' whole mind up. He couldn't even do sermons no more. His mind was all messed up. I don't know why they doing this to me. I like women. Y'all best TDJ all the way up. The internet, man, y'all tore that man up. Y'all ain't had to do TDJs like that. Well, everybody wants to go out and try to create something. They want to build something. They want to have something, right? They want to get all of this stuff under the, right. They want to have it up and going and running. Now, the narratives always change. Because the more things change, they stay the same, right? It's like every that I got now, I can't even keep up. I gotta try to give it to you all at once. So as much as I can, because it's just every day they load up with something else. Well, if anybody wants to definitely grow their money and grow their relationships in the business, yes. But let's start thinking about Little Rob, right? What was beneficial in what Little Rob done? Well, if you're talking about the breaking news that 50 Cent's baby mom is saying that he R-worded her, is that what you're going to talk about? If that's the breaking news? I keep telling you, it's a lot of information that's out there that's coming in. It's if that's what you're talking about, then yeah, I've heard it. And then some. If that's the breaking news you're talking about. No, he just went live? Okay, well, that might be the breaking news he's talking about. If it's breaking news to him. Shouts out to Ticket TV, by the way, too. He been on this grind, too. Well, it's obvious why that's happening, right? I'll tell you about it a little later. Yeah, I know the baby mom. I know exactly who it is. The one that Diddy was with. Why is she doing that? Because he's been attacking Diddy and doing what he's doing. So she's doing what she want to do now. Quite sure she's going to talk about, see, Fifth needed to be quiet a little bit on this because Fifth then did a whole lot of stuff that then got swept back under the rug. Fifth went and knocked her whole door down. Cops was called, everything. So we're going to just keep quiet on that for now and just keep the focus on Lucian Grange. Now, Lucian Grange is the president of UMG, and he was claiming that this guy was complicit to the actions that was happening with him, which was completely egregious and a lie. If you read this lawsuit, and we got it on the Patreon, if you read this letter that they put out, now Little Rod and his team allegedly refiled the lawsuit. They refiled it. That means they made changes and went in and refiled it. And why did they make changes? Because it was so incorrect and so invalid. They took out certain things, and then they made it like they said, and they just posted some new lies. So it's like, okay, now we got rid of these lies, we're gonna come with some more lies. So we gotta look at well, when people decide they've made their mind up on how they want to proceed about doing stuff, normally the people that's not there to make a decision, to be the focal point, like these guys are not in those rooms where the decision makers are. The people that dictates who wins, who loses, all that stuff. This is the president. You want to mention the president of UMG and say he was there for the freak-offs? You better have proof and evidence, because that dude, you will never work in this business again, buddy. You won't produce a damn commercial. They won't let you be a music producer on an adult flick. Your career is gone. Why do they accept contracts? Most of these dudes don't know anything about contracts. You think they get in this business thinking that? They got in this business thinking like all these things that's wonderful that can happen for them, right? He wasn't complaining when he had his birthday party and everybody was showing up with bottle service, his name and lights. Oh, everything's all good then. Then when you don't get paid what you think you're supposed to get paid, all of a sudden here comes all of this. All of this nonsense. Thank you, McCann. I was trying to teach people, man. We try to tell them about this business. That's how me and Nipsey Hussle got close. Nipsey saw my video about the business and said, man, you know about mechanical rights and mechanical publishings and everything. Like, you ain't even in the music business. I was like, I've seen artists and interviewed artists in the business and can tell them, like, look, you need to be more focused on this side. I've seen artists get told by other artists, you need me to let me get some of your publishing just so that they can take full advantage of them. Once they know you got your publishing, they was like, man, I'm gonna help you get your publishing done and everything else. And you tell them, the artist told them, I already got my publishing. Ever since then, it was like you said a bad word. They cut them off. There was no more communication. It was no more come to the studio. None of that. They just dropped them cold turkey. Once they know you got your own publishing, It's a whole new world. So you got to beware of people that come along and say, hey, man, I want to help you with your publishing. Remember, I just did an interview with the R&B group, Metal Rose. YouTube did not want that interview out. Have you ever seen me upload a video and he got 700 views? 700 views. Let me repeat that. 700 views. Not even 1,000. For me? Are you kidding? They didn't want that interview out. Somebody did what they had to do to sabotage the interview. Well, all they're going to do is countersue Little Rod. And Little Rod is going to learn a very valuable lesson. Because the people he thought was with him is going to be not even with him. Well, Homeland Security was basing a lot of this off of testimony by Little Rod. Now he's putting pink coat in somebody's butt. On the Patreon, we introduced y'all to that life and showed y'all years ago when they were making pink and how they made it. YouTube wouldn't let me show that. So we had it on the Patreon. This dude tried to imply that Diddy personally was sticking bags of pink coke right up the mule's butt. This Brendan Paul. So Paul was arrested and was already bailed out for possession. He already made bail as soon as he was arrested. I mean, but what are you going to do? You have no evidence of that. That's you just saying that. What you think they finna do? Say, bend over, open your butt. We're going to dig in here and see if we can find a bag of pink. Ah, there you go. Unless you got Diddy with a pink bag going, take that, take that, take that, take that, shoving that in his butt. What can you do? You say that for then, Chief. Gonna roll with this. Diddy was gonna say we finna settle. That's what he was hoping for. He was hoping Diddy was gonna settle. And he would just get a bag that he wanted from that doggone album that he felt he deserved. He wanted his credit. The goddamn credit forget it. You think Diddy paying you back, forget it. So you need to wake up and realize the big picture here, the smoking gun. Machiavelli revenge. Revenge on what? If Tupac was alive, oh, he would be loving this. He'd have made about a whole album off this already. It'd have been released this week. Pac would have had an album out right now. Be like, Tupac made an album last night when he heard the allegations. Pac would have recorded the album in one day. It had been out on the streets. Yeah, sure. Through all of it, it'd be a love song thrown in there too. He'd be riding, bad boy killer. Yeah, bad all y'all. Yeah. West side. As soon as that come on, baby, you and me. I'm having fantasies, dreaming about you in that dress. He would have a love song thrown in the middle of all that. And that we could live happy dreams, you and me. You and me. Death till we free. It's you and me. You and me. So that go off, then it'd be like, yeah, you thought that was it? Mother. Thought it was over. He be right back killing. Puffy running around looking scared and sick because you going around and sucking dick. Man, Parker been going off on him the whole ride. I think they know for certain what's going on. You know, you got a lot of cooks in the kitchen. And when there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen, you know, something's gonna pop up. Do I believe this lawsuit? No. Do I believe some of the statements he made? Yeah. Do I believe that guy's a drug mule? No, but I believe he's a guy that does a lot of drugs and probably brings a lot of drugs. Period. Do I believe in the pink stuff? I don't know. Who cares? It don't mean anything. This dude, that whole lawsuit was so like it was like a DJ Vlad tagline. Or some goddamn TMZ type stuff. It was like blatant name drops. Just name dropping people. You name drop the Prince of England, like well, he's not the Prince, he's the Duke. Well, he was Prince Harry. You name Prince Harry in the damn lawsuit. And he ain't got nothing to do with it. It's like, well, what did he do? Well, he just, he parties with guys like this. So you drop his name in a lawsuit? I'm like, do you even know what you're doing? You know how reckless that is? I mean, well, hell, if Diddy do get off, what evidence do they got? Who you got? These are civil cases. So when people don't realize that he's yet to be charged criminally for anything. Right. They got to try to manufacture something. They got to make something look like a print so it can stick. No, not really. No. You don't drop a video complaining about money, then go around. Right. It's all a dog and pony show. So once you get past that, then, you know, you can go ahead and get around anything else you need to. Thank you, car, for letting me know that another car was coming that I see. Supposed to let me know of the car I don't see. Am I driving in circles? Seems like it, but no. It's called Rush Hour. Without Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker. Is that what you want? Yeah, well, you gotta pivot sometime into other situations. But when you start messing with the president of Universal Music Group, and you call yourself an artist and producer, and you mention them in a lawsuit, boy, you have bumped your ever-loving head. And now you better have evidence. You keep talking about I got receipts. said start looking and driving. I am. I'm getting it in. Yeah, shouts out to Kwame Brown. He back. KB is back. Kwame Brown, Bus Life, Ticket TV, The Dreamers Pro. Welcome to HDIITV, Jag Sports with Jose Rodriguez, Armando Black TV. Still doing their thing. I haven't seen the Star Report in a minute. I used to get all the alerts. But they made one title, and that, man, whatever title they put down, that messed up the whole shebang-a-bang. Because I remember I read the title when I saw it pop up. I said, oh, damn. Is that what they saying now? Damn, that is like pretty rough. So, I don't know. They got some. I'm just like, I don't want to go to a strip club and where the strippers is having a shootout with the doggone customers. I'm not enthused. I'm not enthused for that. Yeah, I got to get over there and see what's going on. But I'm saying I used to get alerts. Okay, I've been in that strip club. But I used to get alerts. I don't get those alerts no more from the Star Report. You know, and those used to pop up. See my boy Star do his thing. And I ain't seen those lately. That's what I'm saying. Well, certain strip clubs you just can't go to because you don't know what's happening. You know, you got to realize your environment. So you got to understand the environment, who go there, what type of people there, and everything. You know, I went there one time and it was, you know, it was a gangster party. And I was cool with the gangster party. Then the dude, one of the guys recognized me. And it's like, yo, man, that's the dude. Yeah, I seen you, man. You be with Kwame Brown, man. Yeah, Kwame, man, that's my guy, man. He been saying some stuff. So it got real cool and chill. But the other guys looking like, oh, he know Kwame Brown. Oh, he do got money like that. You know we can rob him, right? You know, he kind of had that look. Like, it's your man's? Like how well you know him? Like, you know where he lives? So, they be like, oh man, this Carcino dude, so he kind of famous, right? You got a safe? Yeah, they be talking crazy like that. They just said somebody's car was set on fire at the strip club that I was just at. I was like, I was just there. What the hell happened? Good thing I didn't stay late. The damn strip club got set on, somebody's car was set on fire. I'm telling you, it was that bad Cuban chick, man. I swear she can get it. That bad Cuban is something else. I'll be, oh, baby. She could barely speak English, too. English. No habla English. Like, you don't speak no English? Poquito. I'm like, all right, man. Time to get my Spanish on. Yo soy El Rey. Tú eres. Yeah. Shoot, I'm up there trying to go. I'm de donde está usted? I'm like, man, I'm in there getting my Spanish on. I'm like, yeah, it's time to put some Spanish to work. So, yep, already knowing. So, with that being said, it's your boy Carcino saying I'm out. Been on this road too damn long. Tired, y'all. Tired. Been driving for far too long already. Straight like that. Oh yeah, you can go to Patreon if you want any updates on the investigation. Absolutely. Go to the Patreon right now and read the actual lawsuit papers. We have them right there on the Patreon. All right. And I'll check back in with you later on tonight. Yeah, we got to kick it. So that's what this is.
What up, y'all? What up? I don't know how long that's been off, man. Hey, peace to everybody, man. Tapped in. I see Isness up in there, man. Put this link in the chat room. Yeah. I don't know what's going on, so I'm about to come up here, man. I'm just gonna shut it down. So don't feel forced. Hey man, like, share, subscribe, share this on all your social media platforms. Yeah, man, there's a lot going on right there, man. I was in and out of some of those videos. One that playing, I definitely seen Tariq having conversations with just different people, enlightening them on certain information. So I think that's very important when we hear these conversations, y'all. So, yeah, man. So give it a couple minutes. Come in, man. We're just gonna shut this one down. I'll catch you guys later. Old dude, Texas, Big Chief, Rodney Williams, Carbon Crowns, Alibaba, Shy Apples, Baru, Call Me B, Straight Smoke. No, man, I'm chilling, man. Everybody good? Ravenhawk, Jan. Yeah, man. Peace to everybody, man. See you time. Real King Talk. I think that's what it is. Give people pay hush, man. Yeah. True, too. Nate, Shalom. Yeah, man. Peace to everybody, man. We up in here, man. Y'all tap in. I don't know what's going on in these YouTube streets right now, but we out here. Links in the chat room. Yeah. I say this, I know this thing is hot in the, on the internet right now, man, with this thing with Sean Combs, man. It's unfortunate. Yeah. I like to reserve when there's more information. You know what I'm saying? It definitely don't look good right now, but I'm definitely not sitting around wishing nobody downfall in any capacity. You know what I mean? So that's all I'm saying, man. So, but it's just crazy. You know what I mean? You see this shit, so man, y'all be careful out there, man. Protect y'all babies, man. Man, yo, they coming for everybody though. You know what I mean? So it's just they always, you know what I'm saying? Like have these conversations. Well, they got sued, or they sued this corporation, these billionaires, these trillionaires, and they're getting revenge on them. What do you mean revenge? What are y'all talking about? You know what I'm saying? That they're powerful to get the police involved, or can they set you up? Can you be set up? You know what I mean? Think about it. Think about it. Really, think that some of these people are so weak that these people that are so powerful could get these people that are close to these people to not only tell their secrets, right? And tell them what things are at, but they can manufacture stuff to them to save themselves, or implicate them in some of their crimes to save themselves. So I just say that, man. I just not support nobody fucking with people, man. I just know, it's just a lot more to it. So we're gonna, and I haven't been following it that much, man. So yeah. So. Alrighty, so you guys want to come in. All right, so I'm about to get up out of here. So on behalf of DjKuttack, I'll over kick y'all one more minute. But on behalf of DjKuttack, man, yeah, man, we're getting on up out of here. I'll catch you busters and custers later. You know what I'm talking about? So, yeah. So, yeah, man.